Above, lightning crackled, shaking the heavens and the earth. A giant eagle surveyed the scene below. Yiwu, wipe your eyes clean next time. Don't mess with people you shouldn't. Yiwu was then sent plummeting down a cliff, a kill order falling with him. Yuwu's eyes flashed, accompanied by a blinding light that shook the world. Fellow Taoists, we congratulate the immortal master on successfully breaking through. In a sealed tower, amidst dark chains and a gloomy space, voices echoed. We won't dare again, immortal master. We'll return to the tower and behave for thousands of years. Those damn Easterners, how could someone actually break through? Gillers, urgently summon all nobles. From today on, we must reconcile with the werewolves at all costs. Focus all our forces on protecting our territory. The tragedy of 1,000 years ago cannot be repeated. At a Western monastery, Father, please grant us strength. Amun, the eagle was startled by someone leaping from the cliff. Yiwu laughed joyfully. Finally, I've successfully reached Foundation establishment. Yiwu, hearing the call, he flew down from the sky to his master. Yiwu, I've calculated with my fingers. This time, your seclusion for Foundation establishment took 2,000 years. Although I don't believe you're that useless, I still need to leave you with a word of advice. If it took you 2,000 years to reach Foundation establishment, then we've likely entered the age of Dharma decline. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth will weaken and deplete. I hope you can survive in this chaotic era. Now, it's 2,000 years later. Sensing the surroundings, the spiritual energy here is indeed much weaker than before my seclusion, but I clearly only secluded myself for 2 days. Why has 2,000 years passed in the outside world? No, I must verify this before I believe it. Who are you? How dare you cause trouble in my sect's territory? There's someone floating in the air. Attack, kill him. One person used a gun, another a crossbow, both firing at Yiwu. These two have no cultivation, but the weapons in their hands are unlike anything from before my seclusion. It seems it really is 2,000 years later. If that's the case, I should capture these two first and inquire about the current situation. Yiwu used two small lightning bolts, and the two were instantly eliminated. Dead are mortals 2,000 years later this week. This young man too. If it were 2,000 years ago, this wouldn't even be considered a minor injury. I didn't expect him to be unable to withstand even this. Incoming call. Zhong Xiaoru, what is this? Yiwu, let me tell you, this Zhong Xiaoru will not marry a country bumpkin like you. Give it up, Zhong Xiaoru said a long string of words and then hung up. This thing has no spiritual energy, yet it can transmit sound over 1,000 miles. The person who could create this artifact is likely an almighty being above the tribulation transcendence stage. Now that 2,000 years have passed, the outside world is definitely full of dangers. If I want to survive, it's best to have a new identity. All right, since we have a connection, I'll help you rest in peace. I'll borrow the items on your body. If I encounter your enemies in the future, and if there are no complications, I'll avenge you. Meanwhile, on a commercial street in Haijiu University City, I'm so mad. Why do I have to marry that you guy's grandson just because he once saved my parents? Zhong Xiaoru, all right, don't be angry. As long as you stay in Haijiu, your parents will have to give in. You don't understand. This marriage was decided by my grandfather. Last year, he suddenly became bedridden. Then some master Yi said it was due to karmic retribution and told him to remember what happened back then. Now, the whole family is forcing me to marry Yiwu, or they'll cut ties with me. So what? Once I invite the genius medical saint, Zulo, to cure my grandfather, they won't object to cancelling the engagement anymore. After all, I'm a student at Haijiu University. How can a country bumpkin be worthy of marrying me? That young man's name is exactly the same as mine. Both are Yi, Haijiu University. I must investigate the truth about this world. The best way is to hide within it. If that's the case, I'll borrow his identity to join this sect and then plan for the long term. While flying on his sword, Yiwu saw an airplane for the first time. A little girl nearby saw him and tugged at her mother's hand. Mom, there's someone flying. You've been playing too many cultivation games and are hallucinating. Go home and do 10 practice tests, and you'll be back to normal. Yiwu, why does this flying vessel have no spiritual energy fluctuations? It seems there are many almighty beings. I must be careful. While flying his sword, he lost focus and crashed into a skyscraper. Damn, I lost my focus. Who's that? Why are they making so much noise? Building management. Why didn't you notify us before cleaning the windows? Yiwu slid down, careless. The building is too tall. An hour later, while resting, Yiwu saw a tiger in front of him and was startled. Hey, big brother, you don't have money, so you're sleeping here, right? Looking closely, he replied, Little girl, no, I'm fine. But I saw you lying here for a long time. Are you hungry? Mom says that when people are hungry, they don't want to do anything. Thank you. I'm just a little tired, so I'm resting. There's no spiritual energy on her. It seems she's just an ordinary person. I just flew a short distance, and my magical power is depleted. It seems that before reaching nascent soul, I can only live frugally according to my master's instructions. Big brother, your clothes are all tattered. You must not eat well regularly. You need to eat well to have energy. You should eat properly. Thank you. Let's eat together then. It really is a chaotic era. Even ordinary people's clothes can't cover their bodies, especially some girls with short skirts, clearly lacking fabric. But even so, ordinary children can still maintain their innocence. It seems that even in difficult times, people's hearts are not easily faded. Yin Yin, Mom, oh dear, where did this child run off to? I was so worried, Mom. Hey, be careful, miss, be careful. While sitting, a bodyguard suddenly rushed up to attack the young man. You don't follow martial ethics, playing sneak attacks. Kid, let's go, stop, Loa hey, why are you so fond of fighting now? Hey, big brother, you're amazing, Yin Yin, tell Mom what you and this big brother were doing just now. I saw him lying on the ground and asked if he was hungry. Then I took out the delicious food Mom bought and ate with him. Hurry up and apologize. I'm sorry, my friend. I thought you were trying to lure the young miss. It's okay, I understand, young man. Thank you for looking after Yin Yin for a while. This is a small token of my appreciation. It's not much, so please take it. Then, thank you. Goodbye, Yin Yin. Remember to eat properly, yes. She's young, but she has many strange illnesses. But curing them shouldn't be difficult, little girl. I'll give you a candy. If you feel unwell later, eat it. Okay, yes. Madam, we've already made an appointment with Divine Dr. Zhu. We can still make it if we go now. Yin Yin, let's go, madam. Look at this pill. Should we throw it away, Mom? I want to play with this. Can I throw it away after I'm done playing? All right. Yin Yin's illness can't be delayed for many days. But hopefully, the genius of Ghost Valley, Zulo, can bring a miracle. Yin Yin, what's wrong? Yin Yin feels uncomfortable. Lower hey, speed up. We're going to Divine Dr. Zhu's place now. I know, madam. Yin Yin remembered UWU's instructions. If you feel unwell, eat this candy. Okay, pill. The residence of Divine Dr. Xue, the genius medical saint. Divine Dr. Xue, please save my daughter. Madam John, don't panic. Healing the sick is my duty. Now, let me check the young Mrs. condition first. Divine Dr. Zhu took Yin Yin's pulse and then said, I'm sorry, I'm powerless, madam. Please prepare for the funeral. Yin Yin's mother knelt before Divine Dr. Zhu. Divine Dr. Zhu, I beg you, you must save Yin Yin. As long as you can cure Yin Yin, even if you ask me to die, I'm willing. Madam, the only thing I can do now is to alleviate the young Mrs. pain. But for Yin Yin to recover, I'm afraid only the divine medicine of Ghost Valley from 2000 years ago, the 9 Revolutions life-returning pill, can cure her. It's a pity that this prescription has been lost for a long time. Now, although I has half of the remaining prescription, I can't concoct it. The pill's fragrance, the pill fell from Yin Yin's hand. Divine Dr. Zhu picked up the pill. This fragrance and appearance are exactly the same as the description in the prescription. Don't tell me, why is this worthless pill still here? I saw a down and out young man earlier, so I gave him some money. That young man gave this pill to Yin Yin, saying it could cure her. Madam, this pill might be the 9 Revolutions life-returning pill. Madam Wong cried, you mean Yin Yin is saved? Divine Dr. Zhu shouted joyfully, from now on, who can outboast me? The person who gave the pill that Madam Wong mentioned is definitely not a poor, dejected young man. He's probably an extraordinary immortal experiencing life. We must get close to him. Yin Yin will be fine after resting for a while. Thank you, Divine Dr. Zhu, madam. You don't need to thank me. It's all thanks to the young immortal who gave this pill. Divine Dr. Zhu stood up and bowed. Madam, could you introduce me to him? If I could learn from that young immortal, I would die without regrets. Actually, I'm not familiar with that young immortal. That young immortal must have recognized that Yin Yin's health was not good, so he gave the pill to her, and I wanted to throw the pill away. Not only did I betray the young immortal's kindness, but I almost harmed Yin Yin. Madam, we met that young immortal at Haizhou University. He's also in his early 20s, now is the start of the school year. According to your information, could he be right? Hurry to Haizhou University and inquire about the young immortal. The young immortal saved Yin Yin, which means he saved my life. The Wong family must repay this kindness. It seems that the big shot is indeed experiencing life as a student. I must help him conceal his whereabouts. What if the big shot is happy? The young immortal casually taking out a supreme grade elixir is definitely not an ordinary person. The Wong family must befriend him. At this moment, Yi Wu was in the shopping district, holding a chicken leg and a bag of food. Suddenly, his phone rang. After the previous ring, this 1,000-mile sound transmission device had been silent. This time, it rang again. He wondered why. Yi Wu, the ant I sent to pick you up missed you. The village chief said you've already returned to Haizhou. This voice, Aunt Zhou is also in Haizhou now. Are you free? Let's have lunch together. Yi Wu remembered the time of cultivation 2,000 years ago, crying and begging for candied holes from his master's wife. Aunt, don't worry, I'll definitely be there on time for lunch today. Why does this ant have the same voice as my master's wife? Previously, I met a young man with the same name who was being hunted down, and then Aunt Zhou, who has the exact same voice as my master's wife. Is this a coincidence, or is there something mysterious behind it? Before his master ascended, he left some things for him, placed in the sect's property, Wanbao Pavilion, reporting to grandmother uncle, greetings, young master. This old servant is the 15th generation gatekeeper of the Qingyun sect, also the last generation. After 1,500 years, the entire Qingyun sect has ascended. This old servant's aptitude was insufficient, so I could only pass away. But in this world, the Qingyun sect still has the Wanbao Pavilion property. The various systems are protecting a secret. Perhaps the items inside can help me find the answer. But for now, I should go see Aunt Zhou first. Yunwu Mountain Villas, Zhongshaoru. Hey, it's just Aunt Zhou calling Yi Wu here. Why are you so angry? What if your Yi Wu is a super handsome guy? Aren't you a bit too much? Handsome can't be eaten. I'm not that kind of shallow girl, yes. Only someone like Senior Zhang isn't considered shallow, right? Senior Zhang is the president of the Student Council of Haida, top of the honor roll every year. And you're comparing that kid to Senior Zhang? Right. Senior Zhang is the most handsome. Excuse me, is Aunt Zhou home? Such a pleasant voice. There's a handsome guy. This is the Yunwu Mountain Villa that Aunt Zhou mentioned. Indeed, this kid is very handsome. But his clothes are too rustic. I still prefer Senior Zhang. It's over. Now the bodyguards have gone to pick up Aunt Zhou. Only the two of us are in the villa. If that country bumpkin takes advantage of us, what should we do? Shaoru, should we call out Lion King? That's not a good idea. Lion King's aggression is too strong if he hurts him. Shaoru, let Lion King scare him away. At least we need to ensure our safety, all right? Lion King, come out. Shaoru, Lion King can definitely scare him away, right? Lion King was the champion in last year's National Tibetan Mastiff competition. I thought there was a mountain god or a demon here, but it's just a dog guarding the house, right? Hey, I'm a guest. Is that Yi Wu? Hearing the voice, she turned around involuntarily. Master's wife, senior sister, what is this way of addressing me? Just call me Aunt Zhou like you did when you were little. Yes, Aunt Zhou. Xiaoru also hurriedly opened the door, seeing her and hugging her tightly. Mom, you're here, this child, why are you so hasty? Mom, I missed you so much. Not only is the voice similar, but the appearance is also exactly the same as senior sister. Mom, he went in without permission and scared Lion King. He's so annoying. But very quickly, she was knocked on the head by Aunt Wong Ach. This child, why are you so rude? When you were little, you used to run behind him calling him Brother Yi. Now you don't recognize him anymore. At this moment, Zhong Xiaoru realized, Brother Yi, he's Yi Baiken. When you were little, you played house and cried, saying that when you grew up, you had to marry that Brother Yi. Have you forgotten everything now? I still has things to do. You take Baiken into the house for a tour, okay? Xiaoru, hello, then I'll trouble you. Stay away from me. If it weren't for my mom's request, I wouldn't care about you. Then he looked and thought, every look, every smile of Aunt Zhou is exactly the same as senior sister. Seeing her makes me remember senior sister even more than my family. If that's the case, then I'll just treat her as a relative from 2,000 years later. But when he stepped inside the gate, this place seemed to have red dark energy swirling around. The feeling spread from all sides. This feeling, could it be a blood yin bone demon array? The current state is approximately 18 years old, encroaching on the vitality of senior sister's family and ultimately causing them to die without descendants. It's indeed a bit vicious. Unfortunately, the person who set up this array doesn't know anything. If it were the people from 2,000 years ago, they wouldn't be worth looking at. After walking for a while, Xiaoru stopped. Hey, Yi Baiken, compared to your hometown, is this not enough to see? It's true, it's not worth looking at, not enough to see. Then let me tell you. Back then, this place was the largest abandoned building in Haizhou. 18 years ago, my grandfather found the great feng shui master, Master Yi, to change the earth's veins in this place. As a result, not long after, Haizhou's economy began to develop, and this place also became the wealthiest residential area. Master Yi, is he very skilled? Although I don't believe in feng shui, Master Yi is very famous in the domestic metaphysics circle. Not long ago, my grandfather suddenly fell ill, and it was still Master Yi who took action to save him. Hearing this, he thought, 18 years ago, he changed the land, plus he took action to treat old man Jing. It's a bit strange. Even if Master Yi isn't the mastermind behind it, he's also related to this matter. I must pay attention to this person. No more talking. Let's go see more. This is the corridor of the villa. But while speaking, a security guard stepped forward. Eldest miss, young Master Yi is here. Call him Yi Baiken. Eldest miss, young Master Yi's lunch has been prepared. The madam is waiting for the two of you to come over. Perhaps if they interact for a long time, it will be fine. After all, Zhou senior sister is so gentle, I must treat them well. After lunch, Zhong Xiaoru lay on the soft cushion, exhausted. That country bumpkin is a cunning person. At the dinner table, he always tried to please my mom. He definitely has some ulterior motive, I can't tell others. Yet my mom let him stay at the mountain villa Tiantian. Do you think my mom will be okay? It's okay, Xiaoru, you just stay at school and don't go home. If you're afraid that Zhou senior sister will find you, you can join Professor Wang's project organization. Didn't he invite you all the time? That's right, I'll call Professor Wang later. After the start of the semester, I'll join his dark organization. I won't go home for half a year. Then I'll let the maids in the villa take a month off, so that the country bumpkin can be dumbfounded in the villa. Is that so? A month in the villa costs several 100,000 yuan in service fees. A person from the countryside like him, where would he get the money? If he's willing to go to the construction site to carry bricks and pick up trash, maybe he can gather enough money so that he doesn't starve to death. Xiaoru, this trick is too vicious. It's just ordinary. Meanwhile, he downstairs said to his aunt, Aunt Zhou, this is a family heirloom pill. It has the function of protecting health and is beneficial to old Jing's health. Then he thought, with my current identity, if I say directly that eating it will make you healthy, it will probably scare senior sister. I must take it step by step, in order. Aunt Zhou replied, a health protection pill. It's rare that you have this heart. Thank you, Yubaikan. This child Yubaikan is still as simple and kind as before. Now that Aunt Zhou has accepted it, he can be considered to have a legitimate identity. After resting for a day, tomorrow he'll go to the sect called Haijiu University to register. With that, he smiled and waved goodbye to his aunt, leaving this place. But suddenly, his expression changed slightly. Oh, there's the killing intent of a martial artist. Boss, the front is Yanwu Mountain Villa, that kid is inside. This time, we must deal with that kid and avenge our brothers. If the superiors blame us, then we're doomed. With me here, you guys just wait to go back and receive the reward. Then a group of people sat on a distant corner, looking down, but unexpectedly, he had sensed it from afar. There's the killing intent of a martial artist. Seeing this, he ran outside, avoiding the inside. The group of people also hurriedly chased after him. You dare to kill people from our organization and still want to run. You're tired of living. That's right, a sissy like you, not even old. I'll give you two choices. One is to kneel down and commit suicide, and the other is for us too. But in the blink of an eye, he seemed to have disappeared. Big brother, it's a bit unusual. I can't see him anymore. The big brother smiled. To be able to kill mighty capable men, he also has some ability. Interesting. Split up and search. He's definitely in the vicinity. Yes, big brother. I like playing hide and seek the most, but disappearing in an instant is a bit unusual indeed. If I could learn this skill, then my strength and status could rise to a new level. It seems that I have to use my special magic weapon. Even if you run to the ends of the earth, I can find you. But he was also surprised. Why is the gold pointing towards me? Could it be, when he turned his head, Yubaikan was already right behind him, holding a brick in his hand. What? He stammered. There's someone behind me. But as soon as he finished speaking, a brick hit him right on the head, and he fell unconscious. A moment later, he was awakened. Speak. Where did you assassins come from? Why do you want to chase me? When this person woke up and saw that his men were also tied up, he was stunned. You guys were also caught, big brother. We didn't even have time to attack. It's certain that this kid's strength is above the martial arts master. But that adult is also so terrifying. Instead of that, it's better to protect the secret forever. Then all of them simultaneously drank poison from inside their teeth to commit suicide. Drank poison to commit suicide? This group of people are well-trained death warriors. Who exactly did this Yubaikan offend to attract even death warriors? It seems that I still have to cultivate properly. The mastermind behind this is not simple at all. Then Yubaikan used a ball of fire in his hand to burn these people, destroying the evidence. Forget it. I should still go to Haijiu University first. If I can become a disciple of the sect, perhaps I can learn about this era. Somewhere, the black organization had not yet transmitted the news. Quickly investigate. Where are they now? A person, after tracking and locating, said, Team leader, the life signs of the 5 people in the black organization team have disappeared. They're all dead. According to the news sent back by the drone, the location where black organization's life signs disappeared shows signs of battle, but no other clues were found at the scene. Suddenly, this person, hearing this, had a killing intent that spread throughout the entire office. A bunch of useless people. Send someone capable to kill him. Returning to Yubaikan's side, as soon as the bus stopped, he jumped down from above. He had read some military information inside the bus. The military training was in full swing in 20X, causing him to be at a loss in this place. I thought that with my current foundation establishment cultivation, I would have some self-protection skills in the real world. Unexpectedly, the current weapons of mortals are so terrifying. It seems that I still have to humbly live temporarily and get through the days. Otherwise, I don't know what kind of troubles will come to my door again. If I cause trouble with those iron lumps and iron kites, I'm afraid I won't be able to survive. But while walking, a person suddenly felt uncomfortable and breathed rapidly. Yubiken hurriedly turned his head and saw it. He ran over to help, but the women reminded him. "Young man, come here quickly, don't join in the fun." "That's right, be careful that this old man is trying to scam you." He was about to help, but suddenly stopped. In this chaotic world, people's hearts are so indifferent and easy to change to this extent. Master once said to travel all over the world, and if you encounter injustice on the road, then do what you can. Then Yubiken took another pill and put it in this person's mouth. "Meeting me can be considered your good fortune." Then, passing by the group of people, he deliberately reminded, "You must be good people." A moment later, a voice rang out, "Old master, what's wrong with you?" Hearing this voice, the old man woke up. "Old master, your illness." This person began to grope his body. "Clearly, I fainted and fell ill just now. Why is there no problem at all? Just now, while I was drowsy, a young man put a pill in my mouth. After waking up, I feel as healthy as if I wasn't sick at all." Although the benefactor didn't reveal his name, we must repay him. Immediately send people to find the location of that benefactor at all costs. Understood? The next morning at Haijo Academy, in the classroom, Xiaoru spoke up, saying to Jushao, "This time, we can finally avoid that country bumpkin, right?" Jushao, sitting at the desk next to her, also continued, "That's right. At school, we don't have to worry about my mom forcing me to marry that country bumpkin." Xiaoru, hearing this, said listlessly, "I heard that our class will have a new transfer student today. It would be great if he's a handsome guy." Xiaoru, hearing this, sighed. "You only think about handsome guys all day long." At this time, the teacher led a student into the classroom, speaking up, "Class, please be quiet. Next, I'd like to introduce to the whole class the new student." Upon seeing Yu Wu, the group of female students below didn't bother to maintain any pretense, clamoring, "Wow, the new student is so handsome." Jusha felt that something was off, saying, "His figure is good, but why does he feel so familiar?" Xiaoru then said, "Why does he look like that country bumpkin?" At this time, the two people looked at each other, secretly conversing. "It can't be, right? It must just be someone who looks like him. How could that country bumpkin come here as a transfer student?" Jushao also nodded. "That's right. That country bumpkin doesn't even know which direction our house is in. He couldn't find his way here." The teacher's voice rang out again, reminding the whole class, "Bao, why don't you introduce yourself?" Yu Wu, hearing this, then used a different name to introduce himself. "Hello everyone, my name is Yubiken." Saying this, in his heart, he secretly thought, in a new place, I should still use my real name. Seeing this, Xiaoru turned to say to Jushao, "That's good, short and concise. I like guys who are quiet and cool. You should still like your senior, give him to me, okay?" The teacher spoke up, "Your introduction is really short. Let me see where you can sit for convenience." Xiaoru, in her heart, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, it really isn't him. Although they both have the surname Yi, look at how nice his name sounds, Biken. Suddenly, at this time, Jushao stood up, raising her hand, saying, "Teacher, here, there's an empty seat here." Saying this, the teacher then looked towards Xiaoru, asking for her opinion. "Xia or are you? What do you think?" Before she finished speaking, she secretly thought, "I should still ask for the opinion of this hidden young lady." Xiaoru smiled, replying, "Teacher, I agree to sit at the same table with friend Yi." Saying this, she then turned to say to Yu Wu, then Yu Wu, without saying a word, went down below. Jushao, sitting below, continuously waved her hand, attracting attention. "Hey, handsome guy, here." However, the young man ignored her, going straight down. Yu Wu said, "Hello, can I sit next to you?" Wu Ding was a little flustered, replying, yes, of course. "Please sit." He then immediately said, "Thank you." Looking at the two people, a person next to them spoke up, mocking, "Young Master Jiayu, it seems that the school beauty, Kong, is treating him a little differently." "You can endure this," another person added fuel to the fire. "That's right. Anyway, I'm very uncomfortable. I wonder what young Master Ju thinks. The person surnamed Ju, hearing this, then said, later, after school, you to go warn him for me. A few hours later, the bell rang, ending the class. The students all went out of the classroom. As soon as Yu stepped out, he was blocked by a hand. Only to see a blonde guy aggressively saying, "New classmate, you biken, right?" Another person interjected, "I've heard about young Master Jiu of Haijiu University." At this time, the person surnamed Ju pushed the blonde guy away, then came in front of Yu Wu, threatening, "Don't be so nosy. You stay away from Jing Xiaoru otherwise." Yu Wu, upon hearing this, then nodded, waving his hand, "I know." In his heart, he thought, it's better not to cause trouble just after arriving. Judging by his appearance, he's protecting Zhong Xiaoru very well. Afterwards, he left, his mouth smiling widely. "Brother, you boldly charge forward. I will definitely not glance at Zhong Xiaoru." The person surnamed Ju, seeing Yu's attitude, was a little stunned. This kid is quite sensible. Yu Wu, his mouth constantly muttering, said, "Wherever she is, I will definitely stay 18,000 miles away. Even if I meet her, I will take a detour." But this young man wasn't so kind. After only walking a few steps, Yu Wu used his eyes, filled with killing intent, to glance at them, then secretly thought, "But this kid is a little arrogant. His attack power is only 5, it should be fine, right?" Thinking this, he then issued the order, "Lhuo decisive, go." Immediately, Yu's fire flew to the head of the person surnamed Ju. The head of the person surnamed Jiu was smoking. But the three people, at this time, still didn't know anything, but were talking and laughing happily. The blue-haired guy flattered, "The words of the principal of Haijiu University aren't as effective as our young Master Ju." "That's right, our young Master Jiu is the god of Haijiu University." The person surnamed Ju smugly hummed, "That kid was tactful, so I let him go." Yu Wu left, his mouth muttering, "If he dares to confront me forever." Only after a long time did someone realize, his mouth exclaiming, "Your hair." The person surnamed Jiu, discovering that his head was on fire, hurriedly shouted, "Aye." Quickly, put out the fire, Yu Wu leisurely stepped outside. Hearing the shouts, Yu Wu contemptuously said, "It seems that the power of 5 is just right. What's the point of pretending without cultivation?" He looked around, then blankly scratched his head, asking himself, "Where is the library of this place? I have to go there and take a look. If you want to understand an era, you should still read more books about this era." So Yu Wu wandered around the campus. At this time, Ju Shao and Xiaoru were also walking, talking. Ju Shao was a little disappointed. "I invited him like that, but he sat next to Wu Ding. Am I that bad?" Xiaoru, hearing this, then comforted, his aesthetic taste must have a problem. Ju Shao is hundreds of times better than Wu Ding. At this time, the two people noticed Yu Wu walking. Ju Shao turned her head, looking at Xiaoru. "Isn't that classmate Yi? He's walking towards us. Is he coming to find us?" "But he just rejected me. He definitely didn't come to find me. Could it be that he wants to find you?" Xiaoru, hearing this, then panicked. How is that possible?" Yu Wu stepped closer, frowning, secretly thinking, "Isn't this Zhong Xiaoru's group?" At this time, in the sky, a bird flew across. Unfortunately, it flew across and released its troubles on Yu's shoes. Yu Wu, seeing this, was angry. He then bent down, kneeling down. Xiaoru, seeing him suddenly kneeling down in front of her, immediately misunderstood, panicking, saying, Friend Yi Ju Shao, standing on one side, spoke up, kneeling on one knee down. Is he confessing to Jing Xiaoru? How romantic! Xiaoru, seeing this, then blushed, hurriedly running away. "Friend Yi, I'm still young. I don't want to be in a relationship yet. Bye." Ju Shao, from behind, called after her, "Oh Xiaoru, wait for me." Yu Wu wiped the bird poop off, annoyed, saying, "Confess what? I don't even wear a watch, damn bird poop." On this side, the person surnamed Jiu, he was battered and exhausted, his hair all burned, even his clothes. He clenched his hands tightly, angrily saying that Yibakan, he was so cowardly, begging me, but then he confessed to Zhong Xiaoru. I must kill him. That kid went to the library. Is there a camera inside? It's not convenient to attack. Don't worry. I also need time, big brother. He was wanting the name of the 9 young masters at this time. The whole body is like smoke, grinding the ready knife, waiting for him. What to do to let him not move his goddess again? When Yubiken stepped inside the library, he went to the children's introduction to take a book with the name of Learning Pinyin. The 2000 years after the work is really profound. I can't understand it. Several people sat on one side and had a burst of laughter. You see, there is a fool learning Chinese pinyin, read for more than 10 minutes. Then he looked at another place, the ancient document room. No one should enter. He secretly guessed that the text on this door was too familiar, with a hint of ancient breath. Surely inside was the nascent soul or transformation god level of work. Yubiken did not read the sign on the top, so he went to the door. Several people hurriedly stood up and said loudly, "This." He went into the ancient document room. The fool even has to learn pinyin and also wants to read ancient books. Interesting. At this time, there was a security guard who was still dozing off. Who is making noise in this place? This is the library, not the chat room. Be quiet. A security guard stood blocking the door and immediately became serious again. Hello, Teacher Wong. What book do you want to read today? I'll help you get it. Unnecessary to bother. Tomorrow I have a project that needs to find ancient documents. Someone went in there. Sorry, I went to the bathroom just now and didn't watch the door carefully. Then he entered inside with a loud voice. Teacher, rest assured, I will catch the intruder right away. And Yubiken was inside, turning the book over. This book is really interesting. It is a set of introductory profound arts, but the strokes are incomplete and no longer complete. The security guard ran over. Hey kid, this is the ancient document room. No one is allowed to enter without permission. Get out of here. Then a hand touched Yubiken's shoulder, but he still gently explained, I came to read a book. Why don't you let me read it? You are also worthy of reading ancient books. Professor Wang has not yet fully understood the ancient books. You are still pretending to be colorful. Professor Wong also reassured him. Kid, the ancient books are very precious. Put them down. Don't damage them. Professor Wong, rest assured, I will drive him out and severely punish him. Severely punish what? Why don't you apologize to the benefactor? No, apologize to this young man. Apologize. It's over. I've offended the son of a rich family. While trying to please Professor Wong, now several other students also went in and constantly commented, Professor, this kid doesn't even know pinyin and ran in there to cause trouble. He broke the rules. Why can't he be punished? That's right. Although you are a professor, you can't break the rules. Professor Wong thought to himself, these kids are gossiping, complaining that the matter is not big enough, but just right. I also want to know if the benefactor can understand the ancient books. And Yubiken thought, it seems that I violated the rules of the sect. If I don't resolve it, will I be punished? Then Professor Wong asked Yubiken, oh friend, can you not be? I just joined and was punished. I don't want to lose face. Then he read the sentences in the book. Hearing this, Professor Wang's face turned ashen. This is, oh my God, every word the benefactor read corresponds to what I have researched for more than half of this incomplete ancient book. Yet he can supplement the missing parts. He can really read it. The security guard thought to himself, why does Professor Wong look like he read it right? Yubiken turned around and looked at Professor Wang's expression. Hey, what's wrong with you? I'm okay. Yubiken looked closely at the person's face. This person looks too familiar. It turned out to be him. According to reason, a mortal who drank that pill will definitely be stronger than a cow. Why did he suddenly fall down? He's pretending. He's definitely pretending. He wants to trick me out of my elixir. That's what he's thinking. After thinking, Yubiken immediately ran as fast as a gust of wind. I have something to do. I'll go first. Huh? Every time the benefactor comes and goes, it's like a gust of wind. Afterwards, he asked the security guard, what book did that guy borrow just now? Go check it for me. Yes, I've checked it. It's this book. Learning Pinyin Together. Learning Pinyin Together. Could it be that the benefactor has profound knowledge? He borrowed this basic book. There must be a deep meaning. I must also bring a copy back to study. At this time, The group of people in the class, after waiting for a while, also saw Yubiken come out. Let's follow him closely. He also sensed that the group of people were lurking all the way here. Moreover, there are two groups of them. Very well, I'll play with you guys for a while. Switching scenes to Yanwu Mountain Villa, several hours later, when it was already dark, Yubu turned his head and said to the group of people, "You've been following for so long, do you need to come out and rest for a while? Damn it, we've been discovered. Then what are you waiting for? Now is a good opportunity to get him." But he didn't expect that in the sky, a group of assassins also rushed over. A black-clothed man kicked towards the head of the 9 young masters. With that, the group of people in the team were also knocked away to one side. The hunting team, at this time, also appeared from somewhere, rushing up to take back the item. Yubiken thought to himself, who exactly are these people? They've been chasing me from the time I left seclusion until now, and they still won't let me go. Kid, if you don't want to die, hand over the item, he asked the group of people. What item? You're still pretending to be innocent. Charge, beat him until he talks. While dodging, Yubiken said to the group of people, "You're really sticking to me like glue. If you guys like to play, then it's just as well. I'm lacking a group of idiots like you who are coming to my door." Seeing Yubiken run inside, the group of people also hurriedly chased after him. That kid ran, we're chasing. But unexpectedly, from afar, chains shot over, tightly wrapping around the group of people. "Not good, we've fallen into a trap. Let me go. I don't want to die." And the chain struck towards him. Yubiken only lightly waved his hand and it snapped. The one behind Yanwu Mountain Villa arranged a yin shore, wanting to cause senior sister's family to die without descendants. Fortunately, recently I'd been worried that there was no way to break it. The group of people just happened to come to my door, so I'll take full advantage of it. Then, using the blood mist of this group of people, Yubiken created a small golden needle, shooting it straight towards the skull that had appeared before. With that, a large explosion destroyed this conspiracy. On one side, the person who made it suddenly vomited blood. Someone broke my formation. Then he called out, "Where are you?" "Master, Eren." "You immediately go to Haijo for a trip and see what happened." "Yes." Returning to the location where he had just fought, a person stood on the roof, looking down. "In order not to leave any loopholes, that kid burned our people to death. Damn it, I want to ask the superiors to send the elite team to kill him. No matter who you are, no matter how strong you are, if you dare to snatch things from us, you must die." And Yubiken, at this time, suddenly sneezed on the street. Why did I sneeze? Which girl is missing me? But at this time, a fat man, who was busy looking around, suddenly unexpectedly, unbelievably, just like that, without looking at the road, bumped into Yubiken. It was like hitting a hard wall, and he fell down. This person was covered in dust, then stood up, then took a deep breath, then ran away as fast as he could. Yubiken, at this time, put his hand into his pocket, and it had been poked a hole. "Wait, where's my wallet?" But when this John Zewan began to open his wallet, he sighed. "Damn it, there's not even a penny. It's really a waste of my time." Returning to Haijo University, the male dormitory, Yubiken stepped forward and knocked on the door. "Who is it?" John Zewan, at this time, also opened it. His eyes immediately panicked. Yubiken sensed that this person's aura was very familiar. He's the old man who stole my luck before. It can't be. How could it be him? But he was too lazy to care, because there was no money in his wallet. Forget it. Looking at this appearance, he's my roommate. I'll just pretend I don't know him. In the future, we still have to live together every day. "Hello, I'm Yubiken, a new student in the philosophy department too, just assigned to this dormitory." "Hello, I'm John Zewan, also from this room." "I'm so embarrassed. I actually went to steal things from my roommate." John Zewan thought to himself, "No, I feel too guilty in my heart. I must treat him well." Come in. This is the dormitory of 2,000 years later. It's really interesting." "Brother, it's the first time we've met. Let me treat you to a meal tonight." "Okay, treat me to a meal." "It's just eating a late-night snack. All right." At this time, Yubiken saw his tablemate. "Wuting, you're Yubiken." She asked, "It's so late, why are you still here?" "I'm here working part-time." Unexpectedly, at another table, someone slammed their hand down, expressing anger. "Why isn't our grilled fish done yet?" "Really?" "Sorry, the grilled fish is still being made. It will be done right away." "Little sister, our time is very precious. You've made me wait for so long. Shouldn't you compensate us?" "I'm sorry. I'm very sorry. Sir, sorry my ass. I want to be compensated. I think you grew up well. Why don't you go to rent a room with me tonight as a small part of the compensation?" "Please don't be like this." The guy, emboldened, started to sit up. "What? You're not giving me face. Go ask around a bit. Who doesn't know Jong-yu in these streets? You dare to refuse me? Are you looking to die? Please, just let me go. Go to the nearby hotel." Yiwoo stepped closer. "Wait a minute." Then he pushed Jong-yu away from Wooting. "Damn it, who are you? How dare you interfere in my business, kid? If you don't want to die, get lost." Jong Ziwen advised Yiwoo, "Brother, don't get excited. We should still call the police to handle this. Wooting is my classmate. How can I sit idle by and watch?" He said to the two girls, "You to step back a little. Be careful of getting splashed with blood." Jong-yu, still confident and not knowing what's good for him, said, "Beat him up for me." "Yes." The group of people aggressively stepped forward. Jong Ziwen worriedly said, "It's over, it's over. This brother Yu's going to be crippled. I need to call the police." A person holding a beer bottle fiercely charged forward, "Go die." But when the beer bottle was close to his face, a punch from him sent the group of tiger-like lackeys flying backwards. "Oh damn it, am I hallucinating? This brother actually counter-killed them." Wooting also couldn't believe her eyes. Yu Baiken knows martial arts. Jong Yu's face was sweating. How is this possible? Now he could be sure. Jong-yu, although afraid, still spoke strongly. "I've been wandering the streets for a long time. I'm not someone who's easily intimidated." Then he charged forward, pointing a small knife towards him. Damn it, but he only used 2 fingertips to bend the knife. He hurriedly sat down, knowing that he wasn't his opponent. "I'm sorry, I was wrong." Witnessing this scene, Wooting thanked him non-stop. "Thank you, Yiwoo. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know what to do. We're all classmates. There's no need to be so polite. Brother, you acted out of righteousness. Moreover, your high martial arts are really very attractive. It's already late at night. Wooting, when are you going back?" "I'm still very scared. Yu Baiken, can you go back with me?" He immediately grabbed her hand. "Let's go." While leading her back, he asked, "Wooting, why are you still working part-time so late?" "Actually, my mom is sick and needs a lot of money for treatment, so I plan to both study and work part-time." Who knew I would encounter something like this today? He thought to himself, Wooting's circumstances are also very pitiful. I can help her a little in the future. But suddenly, his expression changed, sensing that something was wrong. Seeing him stop, Wooting asked, "What's wrong with you?" "It's nothing. I'm just a little distracted." "What was that aura just now? It's really strange." After walking a little further, Wooting stopped and said to him, I'm here. You should also go back early and rest." "All right, then you go in first." "Okay, Yu Baiken, goodbye." When he returned to the old road, there were scattered currents of energy all around. "That aura has appeared again. It seems to be spiritual energy." Spiritual energy 2,000 years later is extremely thin, but this place is very dense. There must be something special. I must find an opportunity to stay and investigate a little. Just then, a house rental flyer flew across his eyes. He suddenly had an inspiration. "I have an idea." On the second day, inside the bathroom, the 9 young masters was holding a large sack. "Damn it, I finally found him. Last time, I was sneak attacked by that bastard and knocked unconscious. This time, I must avenge this grudge." Then he was covered with a black sack. Then this person signaled his men to beat him. With that, inside the school bathroom, there were miserable cries. What happened inside? The cries sound so tragic. It's too satisfying. At this time, Botin had been beaten until his head was swollen. "I'm sorry, I was wrong. Please forgive us." Just bowing your head and admitting your mistake. Isn't that too easy? What do you want to do to be forgiven? Want how much? You guys set the price. 100. He used one hand and directly dismissed the beggar. Are you directly dismissing the beggar? Then 1,000. This time, a punch came down from above, hitting his head. Am I worth nothing? All right, don't hit me anymore. I'll set the price at 10,000. Is that okay? He said, a fixed price of 10,000. So much. A moment later, the group of people were released by him. He held the money in his hand. The people of 2,000 years later still use this kind of wallet. It's really interesting. There's 10,000 inside, enough to rent a house. Okay, big brother, go slowly. Then these people said to each other, Boss, we've all been bullied like this. How can we endure it? A good man doesn't suffer immediate losses. Don't tell anyone about what happened today. Yes. Let's go get treatment first, then think about how to deal with that kid. After entering the classroom, the teacher was lecturing. Classmates, today we will learn new knowledge in chemistry. He spoke to Wu Ting. Wu Ting, isn't your family looking for a tenant? How do you know? Last time, in front of your house, I unintentionally saw it. I want to rent a room in your house. How about it? Really? Of course it's true. I've already prepared the rent. The teacher immediately threw chalk, hitting his head. This classmate, what are you muttering about during class? You're not putting me in your eyes at all. Teacher, your liver fire is having problems. Your yin and yang are unbalanced. You need to adjust your diet a little. What did you say? I said, shut your mouth. My place doesn't welcome students like you. Get out of here for me. Anyway, I can study on my own in the library. Wu Ting, classmate, remember to leave the room for me? Okay, all right, let's continue the lesson. But after lecturing for a while, suddenly there was a phone call. Hello, who is it? Hello, Teacher Ku, I'm Professor Wong. Professor Wong. Impossible. How could you have a rank like that and call me? Hello, Professor Wang. May I ask what's the matter? If it's convenient, please have classmate Yu Baiken in the class come to see me for a trip. I want to invite him to join the Dakin project team. All right, I'll call him right away for you. Then she turned around and said to the whole class, among you, who is Yu Baiken? Wu Ting raised her hand to speak. Teacher, it's the person who was just asked to go outside by you. The teacher, at this time, was like a thunderbolt from the blue. What? It's over, I just offended a great deity. Then she hurriedly left the class. Inside the library, at this time, he was still diligently sitting and reading a book. The teacher hurriedly ran over. I finally found you, Yu Baiken, classmate. Hearing someone call him, he turned his head. Isn't this the time for class? Teacher, why are you here? I'm sorry, Yu Baiken, I just spoke a little loudly. I apologize to you. I apologize. Professor Wong has designated you to participate in the Dakin project team. To be noticed by Professor Wong, you must be a talented and outstanding person. I just didn't have bright eyes and really misunderstood you. He said, which Professor Wong are you talking about? I don't know that person. I'll definitely recognize him when I get there. The project team of his is right in the East History building. He only hummed a sound, then continued to read the book. Yu Wu, could it be that you don't plan to go take a look? Wait until I finish reading this book, all right? You just slowly read. Returning to the infirmary, the three students were sitting and recuperating, saying to each other, Boss, what do you plan to do? I know a few leaders in these streets. In a bit, I'll call them to take action and teach that Yu Baiken a lesson. I think this idea is good. Just then, Yu Baiken passed by the group of people. Boss, that Yu Baiken is here. Very well, this time I want to cripple him. He made a phone call. Hello, Brother Chong. I want you to help me deal with a person. What's that person's name? His name is Yu Baiken. Got it? Then this Chong revved the accelerator. Brothers, come here. But he accidentally revved too hard, and the car popped a wheelie. All three of them fell out. And he was still struggling to find the location of this history building. That Yu Baiken stole 100,000 from me and wants to run. Does he think I'm someone who's easy to bully? What's wrong? Do you want to be beaten again? You won against me once and think you're a big shot. Let me tell you, today I've called Brother Chong over. In a bit, when he comes, he'll definitely scare you. Very quickly, the motorbike of the person he called arrived at the place where Yu Baiken was. Where is Yu Baiken? Hello, Brother Chong. Then he pointed towards him. He's over there. This Chong looked at him, his whole body covered in sweat. Damn it, why is it this plague god again? Last time, I was almost beaten to death. This time, if I take action again, I'll definitely die without a doubt. He suddenly turned his head and looked at this Chong, so the person he said would come to scare me is you. The lackey pointed and scolded him. Brother Chong, how dare he talk to you like that? Quickly beat him to death. But unexpectedly, this Chong and he, on the contrary, hit the lackey. Damn it, what are you doing? This Chong stepped forward and bowed in apology. I'm sorry, Brother Yi, I was blinded by this kid, Li Jiu, so I came here. I hope you'll forgive me. Li Jiu, why don't you quickly kneel down and say sorry? Is Brother Yi someone you can offend? At this time, still couldn't figure it out. Why was Brother Chong so afraid of Yu Baiken? Could it be? Could it be that Yu Baiken is a hidden overlord? He slowly stepped towards the group of people. Your Brother Chong doesn't dare to take action. Why don't you come yourself? The Li Jiu, in fear, immediately knelt down and apologized. I was wrong. Last time, I forgave you once. Are you a lowly person? Yes, I'm a lowly person. Please forgive me. This time, how much spiritual loss fee are you planning to pay? He, at this time, was crying profusely. Still a spiritual loss fee, are you not paying? Then I won't be polite. Wait, I'll pay. I'll pay an additional 100,000 yuan. Please accept it. Then he handed over another card. This money is too easy to earn. Welcome to come again next time. Come again. I don't have that much money to compensate. Another person, in the shadows, witnessed the whole thing. This kid has some ability, but it's only to that extent. He's just a forest. Just then, he, while walking on the road, sensed something unusual. Too strange, someone broke the tricks I arranged in Yanwu Mountain Villa. Senior sister's side is in danger. He hurriedly used his flying skills, flying in the sky to move quickly. Another person held a phone, informing, "AON, that kid is here." Before long, he was standing on Yanwu Mountain Villa, looking down. There's still a remnant of the Yin Shaw ray here, but it's no longer effective. Who would use tricks in this place? Then he used his eyes to see through the inside. There's a group of people in the room. Interesting, today, I can play big. Then he slowly landed on the ground. The group of people, as if waiting, said, that kid is here, surround him. Another group of people, holding weapons in their hands, surrounded him. The Aaron looked towards him. You bastard, you're so bold. You destroyed the formation arranged by my master, yet you still dare to come back. You're not putting my master in your eyes. Say, why did you destroy the formation? Then he pointed his sword at his neck. He pretended to be obedient, listening to his words. I'll say, I'll say. Then he gave him a punch, saying, damn your ancestors. He snatched the weapon from his hand, then said to the group of people, if you don't want to die, get out of my way. He didn't bother to linger here, throwing the sword away and flying off. A bunch of useless people. With this strength, you want to kill me. I'm too lazy to linger here. Aaron was furious. Subordinates, what are you dazing out for? Quickly chase. The group of people also immediately jumped over the wall, chasing after him. He looked behind his back. Another group of people hasn't taken action. It seems that they're not the same group. Then this is interesting. A group of people were also lurking, waiting for the opportunity. That kid's breath is getting closer and closer. Get ready, understood? This time, no matter what, we must snatch the item back. Then his speed got closer and closer to the group of people here. Big brother, look, that kid is here. Follow me and charge. But a smile had bloomed on his face. Hehe, you're all here, then let's continue playing. He landed on an open space, pretending to shout loudly to the group of people in the trees. Brother, there are some bad guys chasing me. They must be here for me. The group of people chasing immediately froze. Not good. This kid has reinforcements. Damn it. I didn't expect him to bring a bunch of people. These two groups of people thought they were all his teammates, and they all jumped down, regardless, and dealt with them all. But suddenly, he disappeared from below. While they were still stunned, ARON had taken his weapon and came down to beat this group of people. Damn it, get out of the way from me. Then there was a continuous battle between the two sides. He, on one side, sat and watched the show, biting an apple, watching the tigers fight. It's really interesting. After a while of strenuous fighting, both sides were panting with exhaustion. Damn it, the opponent also has strength that's not weak at all. At this time, he jumped down from above. Hey, have you fought enough? Do you need me to come help you? It's you? You actually dare to come back? Aren't you afraid I'll kill you? Kill him? I hate that I can't skin him alive. It's really hateful. We were all tricked by him. Seeing this, he laughed even louder. Who told you to only have muscles and simple minds? You're too easy to trick. I understand now, so your main purpose was to have us kill each other. Now you understand, you're stupid. That person hurriedly charged over again. I'll deal with you right away. But when a blow came down, he lightly tilted his body to dodge. With this little bit of cultivation, you dare to show off in front of an expert. Then he used his foot and kicked lightly. That person had already flown dozens of meters away. ARON was sweating profusely. This kick is too strong. This person, after being hit, tried to get up. Damn it, no wonder he could kill so many of our people. It turns out he also has some ability. He, at this time, provoked the group of people even more. It's too boring to fight one by one. Come on together. Don't waste my time. That kid, don't be too arrogant. Killing you only needs me. Aaron pulled out an axe, chopping down. The path of his chop gradually spread towards him. Not bad. This trick is a bit interesting. Die. But when he chopped down, he only hit his afterimage, causing him to not know where he was. Sorry, these flowery words have no effect on me. Then an arm appeared from somewhere, preparing to flick his head. With a light flick of his head, it caused his brain to vibrate and he died. That person was surprised. How is this possible? Then he looked towards that person. It's your turn now, damn it. This kid is too weird. Then he wanted to run away. I'll just stop here today. But in an instant, he had already appeared, blocking right in front of him. You want to escape from my hands? Learn again in your next life. After dealing with the group of people, he once again left, returning to Haijo University, the place where the Dakin project team was located. The project team hasn't had a new person join for a long time. I wonder what the new person who joins today will be like. From afar, inside the group, everyone had started to come one after another to greet Senior Q. Everyone is here, right? Oh, today a new person is registering. I called you all here because I wanted everyone to get to know each other. A new person, surely that person is still on the way. At this time, had also arrived. Hello, may I ask if this is the Dakin project team? Zhong Xiaoru was stunned. You Baiken. Senior QIU stepped closer to him. This is the Dakin project team. You're the new person joining, right? That's right. My name is QIU. That's right. My name is Yubaiken. This senior QIU was fascinated by handsome guys. Looking at him, she was already fascinated. Brother Yi is so handsome. It's great that he joined the project team. Seeing this, the other people could only secretly curse him. Damn it. It seems that the goddess has some intentions towards this new person. Zhong Xiaoru tried to calm herself. Calm down, calm down. I still can't show myself to be too proactive. I must maintain a proud distance. And the purple-haired guy secretly thought, no, I must teach this new person a lesson from the start. And at this time, he was asking that senior QIU, Professor Wang, where is he? Is he participating in an important meeting? This time, he doesn't have time to come. Then the purple-haired guy threw a pill into his pocket. Then he started to sneer. In a bit, there will be a good show to watch. But he wasn't someone who was easily bullied. Sensing that there was a pill in his pocket, the purple-haired guy started to shout, Hey, security guard. Someone is stealing things. Quickly come here. The group of security guards stepped forward with angry expressions. Who dares to steal things? He immediately pointed his finger. It's him, so that's how it is. This person is setting me up, wanting to frame me. Senior Q asked him, classmate Yi, what did you take? I didn't take anything, but I personally saw you take the Suho pearl. That Suho pearl is on his body. He comfortably raised his hands for the group of people to search. Oh, is that so? Then you guys come search. After searching everywhere and there were no signs of anything unusual, they turned to look at that person. Did you see it? He was stunned. What? How is this possible? He then walked towards this person, saying sarcastically, I think the Suho pearl is on his body. He's pretending to cry for help to deceive others. Don't spout blood. I'm a member of the project team. How could I steal something? Don't get excited. If you have the ability, let the security guard search, then you'll know. All right, search then search. Am I afraid of you? Then the security guard began to check. Damn it, what exactly happened? I clearly stuffed the Suho pearl into his clothes, so why can't it be found? But at this time, the security guard suddenly saw that his pants were a little bulging. He pulled out a Suho pearl from inside. Found it. This person was like a dead man. What? This is impossible. Senior Q said, Shen QI, classmate, you're both a thief and a loudmouth. I really misjudged you. No, it's not like that. Just now, I clearly stuffed the Suho pearl into Yubaiken's clothes, but I don't know why it automatically returned. He secretly smiled. With this little bit of intelligence, you're not ashamed to fight with me. Remembering the moment just then, when he knew it was in his pocket, he only flicked his finger lightly to move it to his pocket extremely easily. Senior QRU said, although you didn't steal, framing others is also a big crime. Our project team doesn't welcome students with problems in their character. You're expelled. He was dragged out by several security guards. Don't. Oh, Senior QRU, please give me a chance to correct my mistakes. Stop talking nonsense. Follow us for a trip. He cursed. Indeed, if you create your own karma, you can't live long. You Wu, it's the first time you've come here, and you've been blamed. I apologize to you on behalf of the project team. It's okay. It's good that the matter has been explained. How about this? Our project team will organize a party as a welcome for you and an apology. Respectfully, it's better to obey. When it came to the evening, the clinking of beer glasses, the cheers of congratulations, and the continuous roars. He gulped down a mouthful. Oh, so comfortable. Yiwu, recently there are many places like this. Why did you think of eating grilled meat? It's nothing. I'm just introducing some business to acquaintances. Wu Ting brought the food over, classmates. Everyone's food is here. Is it enough? Wu Ting, when will you take me to see the room? How about we go tonight? All right, all right. Zhong Xiaoru, hearing the story, thought, what exactly is going on? It seems that the relationship between Wu Ting and Yubaiken is not like a normal relationship. After eating and drinking, he waved his hand. Everyone, that's all for tonight. I still have things to do. You guys continue to eat slowly. All right, we understand. Then he excitedly grabbed Wu Ting's hand and pulled her away. Let's go see your house now. Being held by his hand, Wu Ting blushed. Then Zhong Xiaoru heard the rumors from the strangers at the next table. Oh, looking at that couple, they definitely have something going on. Ho ho, they're a perfect match, causing Zhong Xiaoru to only sigh. Wu Ting, at this time, opened the door, introducing it to him. He praised, not bad, the view from this room is very good. The rent isn't expensive, 800 yuan a month is enough. He handed over the gold card. There's 10,000 inside. Take it first and use it. When it's used up, I'll add more. Oh, you're giving so much at once. I plan to rent here for a long time. It's not much. All right then. If there's any left over, I'll return it. And if there's not enough, I'll make it up. You rest early. I'll go outside first. Goodbye. Then he began to feel the spiritual energy flowing on his hand. As expected, the spiritual energy around here is dense. It's all flying towards me. He immediately sat cross-legged, absorbing these currents of energy to cultivate. But unexpectedly, he heard a growl behind the window. He hurriedly jumped down from above, towards the window, to check the situation. Isn't this Lion King? What is it doing? A projection of a tiger also appeared, growling. He looked and recognized it. This is a spirit beast. He happily rushed over. So that's how it is. No wonder it's so dense with spiritual energy recently. Then a punch caused the earth and stones here to fly everywhere. But it quickly dodged. His eyes turned to the side. It opened its mouth from afar, charging over. He used both of his hands to block its large mouth, then gave it a kick, sending it flying and sticking to the brick wall next to it. With that, it lay still, its whole body starting to tremble. When it woke up, it instinctively was terrified because a punch from him had charged towards it. Without time to escape, die, with that, it transformed into spiritual energy, condensing into one point. He immediately used his mouth to suck in this dense source of spiritual energy. It felt like heaven was calling. But at this time, the Lion King once again barked loudly right in front of him. What? The prey was eaten by me, so you're not convinced? But it didn't pay attention to him, immediately lunging towards the pile of garbage. What exactly is this evil thing doing? But suddenly, he sensed that this place had a rich source of spiritual energy. This is a spirit vein? I didn't expect that there would be a spirit vein existing here. No wonder the spirit beasts and spirit energy are so dense. A feng shui treasure. This is an ideal place to cultivate. Let me cultivate my heavenly eye and see. He took out the book to practice the next level of the heavenly eye. His eyes shone brightly. The denser the spiritual energy, the better. The heavenly eye can then exert its effectiveness. He looked through the wall, seeing that someone was preparing to enter the bathroom. Wait, that's not right. My nose is bleeding even without being hit. Amitabha, boundless blessings, heavenly venerable, sign. Switching scenes to the next morning, when the sun had just risen, an ambulance at his neighborhood had been brought. At this time, he noticed and started to get up. What's that sound? It's so noisy so early in the morning. Mom, wake up, Mom, don't scare me. It was Wu Ting. I'm sorry, the car can't hold any more people. You take a taxi to the hospital. The car left. He also stepped forward from afar, then turned to ask Wu Ting what happened. My mom suddenly fell ill and was taken to the hospital. Fell ill? Let's go. I'll take you to see. Inside the emergency room, at this time, a doctor had done everything, but could only sigh. It's useless. I can't save her anymore. This illness of hers is hot outside and cold inside. I've never seen it before. That's right. Even if a divine doctor came, he couldn't save her. Still, take her back. But he, from afar, said loudly, wait. Wu Ting, seeing him, immediately hurriedly hugged her mother. Mom, are you okay? Doctor, I beg you, save my mom. Now, I only have her as a relative. It's not that we don't want to. It's just that your mom's illness is too rare. He stepped forward, taking her pulse, cold outside and hot inside, lacking young energy and excess yin energy in the danshan. Such a situation is indeed rare, but I have a way to treat it. The doctor, seeing this, hurriedly scolded, where did this kid come from? Are you doubting our medical skills? No, I'm just making a conclusion based on the current situation. May I ask, young brother, what school do you study at? Who is your teacher? How dare you speak so arrogantly? I'm self-taught, indeed, a madman. You're self-taught and you dare to speak. Aren't you afraid of your mouth going too far? Get out of here, this place doesn't welcome you. But he spoke very confidently. You don't believe me? That's fine, but human life is important. Let me try. What do you say? Wait, what's wrong? Do you really believe him? No, I just want to make him give up. Hey kid, I can let you treat her, but I have to ask the family's opinion. Moreover, if you can't cure her, you have to bear the corresponding responsibility. Do you dare? Of course I dare. Then, if he can really cure her, I'll eat shit upside down, even me. Family member of the patient, do you agree to let him try to treat her? Seeing her hesitate, he said, believe me, I can make her healthy again. With tears blurring her vision, said, I agree. Now my mom is very critical. I can only risk my life and try. Then the doctor, before leaving, instructed him, all right, please. He immediately pulled out his acupuncture needles. You people stay far away. Then, taking out the needles of all sizes in his hand. The acupuncture needles have entered the acupoints. Now, I only need to inject spiritual energy to clear the meridians, using spiritual energy to adjust the yin and yang. After a while, her expression was a little uncomfortable. Then she vomited out a mouthful of black blood. Mom, what's wrong? Seeing this, the doctor stepped out, gloating. I told you, kid, you're just talking big. Now you've treated someone to death. Prepare to go to jail. Who said I treated someone to death? You still dare to argue. You see for yourself. But at this time, suddenly her complexion became rosy again, and her eyes opened. Mom, you're awake. The group of people was shocked. What, Mom? How do you feel now? Cough, much better. But I still can't control my cough. He smiled and replied to her, Aunt, this is because you just received treatment. In half an hour, you'll be fine. The doctor, at this time, was even more unbelievable. He asked him, who exactly are you? A normal student, nothing outstanding. The doctor then wiped the sweat on his forehead. I'm really sorry. Just now I had no eyes and didn't recognize your strength. No need to apologize. In the future, wipe your eyes that look down on others clean. That's all right. You're absolutely right. A moment later, her arm was also rosy. Wu Ting, who is this handsome guy? This is my classmate. His name is Yubaikan. Just now, it was thanks to him that I was able to save you, Mom. So that's how it is. Then I must thank friend Yi. Wu Ting looked towards him. You helped me with such a big favor. I don't know how to repay you. Want to repay me? It's very simple. Lead me to your house. What are you going to do at my house? Of course it's. When he returned, he was already devouring the food on the table like a hungry wolf. She looked at the clean plates, with nothing left, and was a little suspicious, finally full. She, at this time, when talking to him, was a little shy and embarrassed. Friend Yi, the repayment you mentioned is just making you a table of delicious food. If not, then what? All right, but this is a little too simple. All right, I've eaten enough. I have to go back to my room to rest. Her expression was a little melancholy, waving her hand. You sleep well, you too. But then suddenly, her atmosphere became cheerful again. Friend Yi is really good. In the future, if I can marry a man like that, that would be great. Returning to the room, he sat cross-legged again. This place is indeed many times more effective for cultivation. I must speed up my cultivation and break through to a higher level soon. But suddenly, there was a bark outside the door. At this time, the dog was trying to climb up. He poked his head out, saying, You damn dog, don't you have anything to do? What are you running to my place for? It barked a few times. He seemed to understand. You're saying that someone in the mountain villa wants to harm senior sister. Not wanting to harm Aunt Jo, damn it. There's actually someone who dares to target my senior sister. You guys are courting death. Then he hurriedly hugged the dog, then flew towards home. On one side, at this time, the huge excavators had started to demolish the house. Master Yi, luckily you warned us in advance to have Uncle Song take everyone in the mountain villa and leave early. Otherwise, this sudden explosion would definitely cause our Zhong family to suffer heavy losses. Madam, you're too polite. This poor Daoist and Lo Zhong are old friends. How can I stand by and watch the descendants of the Zhong family suffer without doing anything? However, the feng shui of this place was unexpectedly destroyed by the fire. This poor Daoist's many years of effort have also vanished. If you want to continue to extend Lo Zhong's life, you must use special methods to re-establish the formation. Then he started to wave his whisk, releasing black currents of energy that no one could see. Master Yi, what do you need? Just say it. As long as you can save my father's life, our Zhong family is willing to pay any price. I don't need anything precious. Just a drop of Madam's heart blood is enough. Heart blood. The so-called heart blood is blood from the heart, but Madam doesn't need to worry. This poor Daoist can use Daoist magic to extract the blood without surgery or incision. As long as it can save my father, I am willing to endure it. Then please, Madam, come inside. We'll go extract the heart blood. The other disciples of his said to each other, This woman is really easy to fool. She was seduced by the master with a few words, and she even believes that after extracting the heart blood, she can still live. All right, quickly re-establish the formation. Don't ruin the master's good work. Senior brother, rest assured, I'm already proficient in the yin sha ray. I'll complete the arrangement very quickly. Then he started to throw the leaf talisman towards the designated direction. This leaf talisman seemed to be wrapped in the black energy of that person. It seemed to receive a source of energy and began to spread in all directions around it. Then it began to condense, spinning in a circle, taking that person as the center. But unexpectedly, in the sky, there was an anomaly. Lightning struck down from above, and a figure in the sky gradually appeared. What's going on? Why is there a celestial phenomenon? He smiled. Finally, it's here. Senior brother, look. There's someone riding a sword. No, that's not a person riding a sword. It's a dog flying in the sky. He, at this time, radiated with killing intent. So there's someone here setting up the yin sha ray again? No wonder the Lion King was so agitated. The two people, in fear, held the leaf talisman. It seems that we've encountered a demon. We can't let the demon break the yin sha ray. Then, together, they pointed towards him, kill. But he used his sword, waving it lightly, demonic Taoist heresy. The currents of sword energy shattered the moves of the two amateur people. Not good, quickly dodge. The currents of sword energy shattered the moves of the two amateur people. Not good, quickly dodge. The two people were knocked backwards. As he slowly landed below, he said, "So you guys are setting up the yin sha ray. Aren't you afraid of damaging your lifespan? How detestable. We were tricked. That person isn't a demon. He's a fake god and a fake ghost. He almost tricked me. This kid wants to stop our formation. Just by looking, you can tell he's just a piece of trash who only knows how to scare people." He looked at the small group of people. Their cultivation was very shallow, not like people who could set up the yin sha ray. Could it be that there's someone else? One of them began to blow fire into the sword, making it look sharper. Senior brother, use the demon communication array to control him. All right. He chanted an incantation. Heavenly heart, demon curse, invisible killer, restless mind, shattered soul, no burial. He began to activate the formation, sticking the flag into the ground. The area around this place began to be covered by a circle, surrounding the demon god who had appeared. Help me kill the god. Then his whole body seemed to be wrapped by a black demon god. How interesting. Now there are even people communicating with the demon race. Then that person ran over. Don't talk so much nonsense. Now, die. But he used his breath, blowing hard towards this person. When he flew backwards, how is this possible? Then he swiftly charged over. Using this ability in this place is not good. Then he used his hand to squeeze the neck of that person. You just had to go and do bad things, so I can only act on behalf of heaven. After dealing with him, he threw him aside like trash. Junior brother, this person tried to struggle for the last time. Senior brother, he's very strong, run. Then he lay still and motionless. The person, seeing this, his face turned ashen, and he hurriedly ran away. Damn it, I'm going to find my master to avenge my brother. But he, in the blink of an eye, had blocked his path. Oh, you guys also have a master. Seeing this, that person slammed on the brakes. He grabbed the neck of that person with one hand. Tell me, where is your master? Did he tell you to set up the yin sha ray? Great, great immortal, spare my life. I'll say anything. My master is in the mountain villa. It was indeed he who directed us to set it up. Who is your master? He was originally a high-ranking person from Longhu Mountain, but because he violated the rules of the sect, he was expelled. His morality declined, and his heart carried evil demons. Our Longhu Mountain doesn't accept foreign disciples like you. Get lost. Afterwards, he established his own sect, accepting disciples. Many years ago, he accidentally discovered that this mountain villa was surrounded by mist, so he immediately judged that there must be a treasure underneath. However, the treasure's appearance must wait at least 100 years to promote the appearance of the treasure. The master has set out a plan. He instigated Lao Zhong to buy the abandoned building of Yunwu Mountain and transform it into the Yunwu Mountain Villa. He also secretly arranged the Yin Sha Ray, absorbing the young energy of the people living here to promote the growth of the treasure. So that's how it is, great immortal. I've said everything I know. Please spare my life. Spare your life. Heresy is all worthy of death. Gathering all his power in his hand, then a magnificent strike exploded throughout the area. Now, senior sister is in great danger. I must go see. But first, if I just go over like this, I'll definitely reveal my cultivation. I must hide it. Inside, at this time, his senior sister said, I'm ready. Prepare to extract the heart blood. All right, I'll extract it right now. This Master Yi, holding a dagger. What are you doing with the dagger? You said you didn't need to cut. Of course, it's to extract the heart blood. You only know now. It's too late. Help. But just then, he had appeared, using his hand to block it. His face also wore a mask to disguise himself. Then a punch from him sent this person flying into the wall behind him before stopping. Old thief, in broad daylight, you're harming good women. You're really shameless, the old thief. At this time, he was still pleased with himself. This outfit is what I learned from the TV series. Senior sister will definitely not recognize me. That person hurriedly grabbed the leaf talisman. Where did this kid come from? With just a little bit of cultivation, you want to show off in front of this poor doused. You're really courting death. Then the leaf talisman flew towards him. A wronged soul appeared, growling and flying along. As a cultivator, yet you're fascinated by heresy, going against the will of heaven, you must receive punishment. A punch from him immediately shattered the evil spirit into smoke. Master, he was sweating profusely. How is this possible? The fierce ghost I raised for many years was actually defeated by this kid. Then he continued to charge straight towards him. Where are you looking? Damn it. I'm not someone who's easily intimidated. Then his two hands began to form seals again. A circle appeared in front of him, forming a shield. He also praised him. Very well, you also have some ability. The ghost slaves of the four directions, hear my command. Ghost slaves are your strongest card. You're just a small arrogant person. See how you can stop them. Several ghosts began to charge, roaring and chasing after him. But he also began to circulate his energy, forming a hand seal. Heavenly God, myriad demons, protect my true spirit. Then the chains of illusory images in the 4 directions and 8 directions headed towards the demons. All of them were bound by him, unable to move. This cultivation is too strong. You, who exactly are you? I'm your father. Then he threw the chains towards him. He, at this time, only knew to try to escape, looking towards the window. Damn it, today is unlucky. I admit defeat. He jumped over the window to escape. You want to run? Let me see how far you can run. Luckily, I ran fast. If not, this time I would definitely lose. But from inside the bushes, there was a sound. The dog jumped out from behind, then pounced on this person, not letting him escape, using its strength to press him down to the ground. He, at this time, also chased after him, following the Lion King. He scolded, You damn dog. Don't you have anything to do, running to my place to do what? Hearing this, it became even more angry, opening its large mouth, and with that, streaks of blood were flying. After dealing with him, he patted it. You're quite intelligent in the future. Just follow by my side. At this time, he sensed that someone was coming from afar. Not good. Senior sister is leading people to chase after me. Let's go. Then he immediately disappeared from this place, leaving only him here. Quickly chase after that old Taoist for me. After arriving at the place, she saw that this person was already dead. She also smiled with relief. Master Yi was actually killed by an expert. I don't know who this expert is. If I'm lucky enough to meet him again, I will definitely offer gifts to thank him. And he, at this time, was flying on the sword, hugging the dog. I just consumed a lot of spiritual energy, right, Lion King? Let's go back together and replenish a little. A moment later, he had returned to the garbage dump near his house. I'll cultivate here for a while. You help me guard the place. After I'm done, I'll reward you with a little spiritual energy. But suddenly, a hand touched his shoulder. You stinky kid, this isn't a place you should come to. He turned his head and saw that there were several bodyguards wearing glasses. Who are you? Why aren't you letting me come here? We're Mr. Huo's bodyguards. He's practicing his fist, and he doesn't allow anyone to disturb him. Seeing the crude movements, he criticized, "That's what you call practicing the fist. At most, it's just some empty moves. You actually dare to insult him. You're really courting death." Mr. Huo, hearing this from afar, stopped and came to this place. "Stop!" The two bodyguards immediately stopped, not moving anymore. "Stop!" The two bodyguards immediately stopped, not moving anymore. "Old man, just now you said that my martial arts are flowery fists and embroidered legs. Why do you say that? Your fist techniques, although they have some subtle points, lack a few important movements, unable to exert all their strength, just like a dish lacking salt. It looks delicious, but it has no taste when you eat it." Hearing him say this, the old man's heart was filled with anger. "These moves are the inheritance of our ancestors. You saying that is like destroying it. If you can't provide proof, I will definitely not let you go." He said, "How about this? I'll help you complete this set of fist techniques. If you're satisfied, then you'll give this area to me to use. How about it, kid? You're really talking big. If you can complete this set of fist techniques, don't even mention giving this area to you. Even telling me to worship you as my teacher is fine. If that's the case, then I'll just do it once." Then he began to swing his fist, continuously making fluent, fast, and decisive movements. A punch struck out, and the tree in front of him had a large hole, and with that, it was felled in an instant. How is this possible? It's the same set of fist techniques, but the strength he exerted is several times mine. The bodyguards' heads were also sweating. This person is really strong. Luckily, we didn't take action just now, otherwise the ones falling down would be us. He, after finishing the punch, dusted off his body. "Have you understood the fist techniques? Indeed, an expert. Thank you, expert, for your guidance. Just now, I was rude. If I offended you, please forgive me. Now, can you give this place to me? Of course, I'm willing to admit defeat. From now on, this area belongs to you, sir." "All right then, you lead your people and leave. I need to be quiet, yes." He looked towards the group of bodyguards, scolding, "Have you heard what I said? Get lost back to me." "Yes, sir." After the group of people left, he sat in an open space. "Lion King, you can start protecting the area now." The old man began to remind his bodyguards, "After you guys go back, investigate the origin of that expert for me. I must know all the information about him." "Yes, sir, we'll go investigate right away." He, while focusing his spiritual energy into his body, thought, "Recently, too many things have happened. Aunt Zhou and senior sister are so similar. There's also the similar aura of Taoist, Tong and Master Yi, who are also cultivators. This shows that the current cultivation forces still exist. Is it all just a coincidence? It seems that I must think of a way to learn more." "Hello, Sister Qiu, it's Baikan. What's the matter? I want to ask, do we have any places where we can find more materials about 2,000 years ago? The materials in the school are limited, but recently there's a project team that will go to the cemetery for archaeology. There are rumors that the tomb owner lived 2,000 years ago. If you're interested, come find me tonight, okay?" "All right then, I'll go find you right now." The ancient tomb 2,000 years ago, I wonder if it contains the truth that I'm looking for. Switching scenes to when it was dark, everyone had gathered at an ancient tomb. "Sister Qiu, is this the tomb you were talking about? It's here." He looked at the two people who were dressed neatly and standing solemnly. "Who are they? They're also people in the project team." "No, they're the security guards the school invited for us. This tomb is a bit strange." Before, a team of archaeologists went inside, but they didn't come out. Due to safety concerns, they had to invite security guards. Zhong Sharu trembled, worried. "If I had known this, I wouldn't have come. This place is really scary." "All right, don't talk nonsense anymore. Everyone, come with me." After going down below, this place was like a cave. The water droplets dripped. "Wow, it's so big inside. Is this really a tomb? My room isn't even as big as this." "Hey, be quiet," Sister Qiu said, Our mission this time is to find the missing archaeological team and bring back the valuable artifacts for research first. But at this time, he seemed to sense a figure that had just slipped past. He hurriedly turned his head back. "Friend ye, what's wrong?" "It's nothing. I'm just a little dizzy." In a dark corner, there were 3 masked people standing, looking at the group of people. "Big brother, there are more people coming again. Before, we killed a team of archaeologists, but it still didn't work. This time, the organization sent us here to find the treasure. We must not let others find it before us. Tonight, except for us, don't even think about anyone getting out." Then he took out a weapon like a flower. From the flower, needles containing deadly poison began to shoot out. Sensing unease from afar, he hurriedly ran out, blocking for Senior Qiu. "Be careful, there's a sneak attack." Then he used his hand to catch all of these needle tips. Without a single unnecessary movement. Strange, why didn't they hit? The security guards who came with them pulled out their guns. Who is it? Inside the misty bones, there were 3 flickering illusory images. The sisters, seeing them, guessed, could it be a ghost? "Don't be afraid, they're not ghosts. Stand still, otherwise we'll shoot." But the 3 masked people didn't have the slightest fear, but slowly approached. "Oh, you guys shoot and try. You're really courting death." Then the sound of gunfire was heard. One of the 3 people used his reaction speed, taking 3 poisonous needle tips and shooting them back. The accuracy was extreme, hitting the bullets. With that, it exploded only a few meters away from the gun. The currents of energy from the needle tips began to shoot out, causing the 2 security guards to cry out in pain. "Oh!" The sisters, Zhong Xiaoro and Lin Tiantian, hugged each other in fear. "Ah, someone's killing people." The masked person, seeing the 2 women, had other intentions. "Big brother, these 3 girls look pretty good. We brothers haven't been close to women for a long time. How about we each take one, enjoy ourselves, then kill them later?" But he suddenly stood behind him from who knows when. "Hey, did you guys forget about me?" That person was sweating profusely. His breath is really unclear. I almost underestimated him. "Big brother, this person looks weak. Even a gust of wind can blow him away. You don't need to take action. Let me handle him. Actually, I play with both men and women." He took out a ball from his pocket, then threw it straight towards him. "Like to play with sticks? I'll tighten my hand," looking at the ball flying over. "You guys are really arrogant. Aren't you afraid of breaking your little stick?" Then a fist from him shattered it, like the currents of energy that were released from all sides. "You bastard, you've been hit by the trick." The few mortals, inhaling these currents of energy, their whole bodies began to tremble, unable to hold on. After only a few seconds, they all fell unconscious. But he waved his hand lightly, as if nothing had happened. "Despicable. You're really making people want to vomit." The few people were surprised. "You actually didn't have any reaction. You want to make me faint with this kind of bewitching drug? Ridiculous, damn it. Are you insulting me? I'm going to kill you." Then he aimed a knife straight at his neck. But he only used 2 fingertips to pinch it tightly. With a light twist, the knife immediately broke into 2 pieces. Then, using the sharp tip, he made a move, cutting across his throat. With that, he saw his men fall to the ground. The 2 people were stunned. He blocked the knife with 2 fingers, and even counter-killed. "Damn it, we were careless. He's not an ordinary person." He looked at the group of people with killing intent. "Then next, you guys should, or should I go one by one?" "Big brother, what should we do now? This person has some cultivation, but don't be afraid. I still have a killing weapon." Then he pulled out a lamp. He looked and suddenly recognized it, a soul-calling lamp. "You're also considered to be someone with extensive knowledge. Since you know this is a soul-calling lamp, why don't you kneel down and beg for mercy right away?" He, at this time, was silent for a while. Seeing this scene, the 2 people were emboldened. "Big brother, it seems that he's already scared. Hey kid, if you crawl through my legs now, then there's still a chance to beg for forgiveness. Otherwise," he then gave him a kick between the legs of this person. This person hurriedly closed himself in indescribable pain. "Big brother, he dared to kick me." The one holding the lamp waved it. You want to die. The chains from it headed towards him. He only tilted his body lightly to dodge. The soul-calling lamp looks pretty good. I'll take it. When another one flew towards him, he used his hand to knock it away, aiming straight for the remaining person. In the group, seeing it heading towards him, that person was terrified. Not good. The chain had wrapped around the soul of that person, pulling him up high. Big brother, save me, second brother. But with that, he was taken inside the lamp. Oh, the big brother could only blame him. Second brother, I'm sorry. He immediately snatched the lamp from the ground, holding it in his hand. Instead of repenting here, why not go down there and be buried with him? Then he commanded the chains, once again snatching the soul of that person, taking it inside the lamp again. After dealing with the group of people, he sensed that there was a slight vibration on the wall, but this matter wasn't urgent. He turned his head, looking towards everyone, stepping forward to check their health. Senior QIU, this is a spirit-soothing pill that I brought with me. Swallow it and you can wake up in just a moment. Senior QIU opened her eyes, looking around. The sisters, John Xiaoro and Lin Tiantian, also began to wake up. My head hurts so much. What happened just now? I'm also very uncomfortable. The expressions of the two people were unbelievable when they saw the corpses of the group of robbers lying here. There are corpses. Then they hid behind him. Friend Yi, what's going on? He thought for a while. I forgot to deal with the corpses. How can I make them believe it? Then he used the excuse, the security guards sacrificed themselves to protect us. Afterwards, I took the gun and fought with the people in black. Luckily, I won, so that's how it is. Baiken, you're so good. You're all too kind. Just now, I also discovered a strange wall. I don't know what's on this wall, but it's shining. Then he used a little strength, pushing and breaking these stones. It was like a small door had appeared. This is... Sister QIU explained. This is the door to the main tone chamber. Great, let's go take a look. Inside, this cultivation aura was very large. I don't know if there's someone in this tomb chamber who's also in seclusion like me. At this time, going inside, everyone couldn't believe it. There was a group of people with only skeletons left, surrounding and looking towards a sword. What are these people doing? Why did they all die in the main tone chamber like this? Then she stared towards the sword that was illuminated by the light. Instinctively, her hand slowly headed towards the sword, wanting to hold it. He from afar reminded, wait, that sword can't be touched. As soon as he said the words, the sword seemed to create a current of energy, knocking her away. Luckily, he ran over and caught her in time. Be careful. In a distant place, the group of people began to see the anomaly. Lightning surrounds the Dharma, a celestial phenomenon. This girl was Zhong Jiyun, she said to the group of people. The spiritual energy in the tomb suddenly became. Could it be that a treasure is really appearing in the world? Big sister, the people we sent in have lost contact. What did you say? Then Zhong Jiyun hurriedly ran towards the apartment. A team, follow me into the tomb. The other people stay and guard the exit. Don't let anyone escape. Yes, inside. At this time, he asked Sister QIU, are you okay? I'm okay, thank you. But the two sisters were scared out of their wits. This place really has ghosts. Save me, it's too scary. Because a skeleton began to stand up, moving towards them. Be careful, everyone. Step back. The skeleton, while moving, spoke in its hand. It held a weapon. Who dares to invade the mansion of my master? Quickly retreat. Then what is your master's name? Under the name of your master, how can we directly call out like that? Intruders, die. He also didn't hesitate. If they didn't want to talk, then so be it. Then he prepared to gather his strength, throwing the blue ball over. This source of blue light knocked the group of soldiers flying into the air. She was stunned. What's going on? Baiken actually knows magic. The skeleton was also stunned. Who exactly are you? He took the weapon in his hand. Who I am isn't important. What's important is that you've angered me. With that, he waved lightly. The group of dry skeletons behind him immediately scattered. 1,000 years of soul and spirit still existing until today can also be considered to have made things difficult for you. After going down below, reincarnate well, so you don't have to suffer in confinement. Senior Q asked him, Baiken, who exactly are you? Everyone, don't be afraid, I'm a good person. Then the sword began to shake violently. Once again flying upwards. He raised his head, following it. This again is a thunder sword, containing thunder magic. But suddenly, the group of people all heard a sound from afar, running over. The group of John Ji-yoon very quickly arrived here. Looking up above, seeing the sword floating, it was indeed a treasure appearing in the world. What exactly is going on? Why does it seem like we're filming a movie? John Ji-yoon pointed her knife towards him. Kid, the treasure here has long been occupied by us. If you know what's good for you, then hand over the thunder sword. He looked at this group of people again, another wave. Big sister, that person looks like he has some cultivation. Let me lead people to meet him for a while, okay? Then John Ji-yoon had her men advance go, yes. One person charged forward, speaking strongly, Kid, this is my territory. You quickly get out of here. But when he chopped down, he used his high speed to move to the side to dodge. Then he gave him a punch, sending him flying backwards. Another person, he gave a kick. You want to steal the things on my body. Jong Ji-yoon, seeing him like this, was dumbfounded, unable to believe it. Who is this person? Why is he so brutal? It seems that this time, we can only use our brains and not our strength, all right? Then, noticing the 3 women who came with him, he grabbed them to use as hostages. Don't move, he turned his head. What do you want to do? Kid, you killed my people. I won't argue about it, but the thunder sword behind you is mine. Be obedient and hand it over, otherwise your friends will die here. Then he tried to squeeze their necks hard to create a threat. Jong Shaoru cried, Yi Baiken, I don't want to die. Save me. He raised his hands in surrender. It's just a sword. I give up. Come take it yourself. Jong Ji-yoon, before coming to take it, reminded her men, watch those girls carefully. Yes. Then she personally jumped up, her hand grabbing the sword. Great, the treasure is finally in my hands. But unexpectedly, chains from afar appeared, aiming straight for the 3 people who were threatening the hostages. The 3 unlucky people in the group were wrapped up by him. Oh, help. All of this was seen by Jong Ji-yoon. He saved the 3 people, then concernedly asked, Senior Q, are you all okay? No, we're not okay. Jong Ji-yoon was angry. Just now, I showed you mercy, yet you dare to tease me? At this time, he also had a confident expression, not threatened or hindered by anything. Only you here are my enemy. If I don't tease you, then who should I tease? All right, I admit that you have some ability. You can face me. But now the thunder sword is in my hands. You're definitely dead. Then she displayed her aura, and 2 dragons appeared. She commanded them to charge straight towards him. He laughed, scolding her. You're stupid. The thunder sword isn't something you can control. Then he used his magic, raising a wall of earth, blocking all the thunder and lightning. How can this be? Then he jumped up high, the smoke flying everywhere. Then, from above, he fell down, saying to her, the thunder sword is an object with a spirit. Let me teach you how to use it properly. Damn it, you want to die. Then he aimed a knife and chopped towards him, but his speed, in the blink of an eye, had dodged this blow. Not good, it's an illusion. He simply used 2 fingers, once again pinching the sword tightly. Where are you looking? I'm here. Then he lightly snatched the sword from her hand. Now, look closely. Then he jumped up really high. His figure immediately disappeared. He began to wave the sword, showing her the movements. This is the correct way to use the thunder sword. He waved it to where the sword's electricity spread all around. With that, a current of sword energy charged straight towards her. She shouted loudly, as if seeing her death approaching, Don't. With that, a earth-shattering explosion ended this battle. Then he looked towards the sword in his hand. Oh, there's also a formation on this. The delicate lines, along with the different signature marks, are exquisitely carved. Seeing Jong Ji-yoon lying down, the group of people were terrified. You're dead. He reassured everyone, don't be afraid, this place is temporarily safe now. But Senior Qiu, at this time, had a questioning look in her eyes, asking him, "Baiken, who exactly are you? Why do you know magic?" He, while sitting, replied, "This isn't magic, it's cultivation." The sword in his hand seemed to be filled with thunder and lightning, shaking non-stop. "Today, I accidentally encountered a fortuitous opportunity, learning the 9 profound secret art indeed. This trip wasn't in vain." With that, the layers of thunder and lightning in the sky appeared increasingly dense. In a distant place, someone noticed the anomaly that appeared in the sky above the ancient tomb. "A treasure has appeared in the world. It's been so long since Jiyun went, I wonder if she's obtained the treasure yet." But when he called, the phone was unable to connect. "Please call again later." The old man's expression suddenly changed. "It's over. Something happened." After he refined it, his eyes opened. All right, John Jiyun also happened to recover a little bit of strength at this time. Trying to get up, seeing this, he used his speed, charging straight towards her. "Your life is really big. You're still not dead." His hand very quickly grabbed her neck. She was scared. "Spare my life. Who are you? Why did you come here?" "I'm a person from the Guanshan sect. The superiors sent me to lead people here to find the treasure, so I wanted to snatch that thunder sword." Guanshan sect. As expected, the forces of cultivation still exist in this era. Then he let go of her. "The thunder sword is mine now, you can leave." Then she ran over, grabbing his hand. "Wait, what's wrong? Are you still planning to covet my thunder sword?" "It's not that. Can I follow by your side? As long as you're willing to accept me, I'll be a cow, a horse, I'll do anything." "Why do you want to be by my side? I failed in my mission. Returning will definitely be killed. Only by following a big shot like you is it the safest." "But I'm not interested." "Sister Qiu, let's go." Lin Tiantian, hearing this, became even more excited. "That's great. We can finally get out of this weird place." He reached out his hand, and a ray of light enveloped the 3 people here. "What are you doing? Aren't they your friends?" "I'm just helping them erase a little bit of their memories." "What do you mean?" "Just now, my cultivation was revealed. If I go back like this, I'll definitely be exposed. If that's the case, it's better to erase the memories related to them." Switching scenes to the next day, inside the project team's office, the 3 women were sleeping on the bed. And he, at this time, was still using a magnifying glass to read the books. These books were all dug out from the tomb, but they had no value at all. Sister Qiu, at this time, opened her eyes. The first sentence when she woke up was, "Where is this?" "You're awake." "Sister Qiu, oh, this is our office. But didn't we go to investigate the tomb? Why did I come back without knowing?" While she's speaking, suddenly his stomach rumbled. "Oh no, my stomach suddenly feels uncomfortable." Then he turned his head, planning to leave. "You rest first, I'll go to the bathroom for a bit." After going to the place, seeing to plumbers, he asked for directions. "Excuse me, where's the bathroom?" "Just now, when we were repairing it, the sign was taken down. The men's bathroom is probably on the left." "All right, thank you." Then he, holding his aching stomach, hurriedly opened a door, but unfortunately, at this time, he saw a woman inside. The woman immediately pushed him outside, along with a scream, "Oh, pervert!" Hurriedly putting on her clothes, she charged straight towards him, along with several acupuncture needles in her hand. "You dare to peep at me going to the bathroom? Go die." Then she used 3 acupuncture needles, stabbing them into him. Immediately, his limbs couldn't move. "My acupuncture needles can make people unable to move for the whole day." Then she kicked him inside the bathroom, letting him sit in there. She then went outside. "You brought this on yourself." He, at this time, could only cry, unable to speak. "What the hell is going on? I'm also a victim." At this time, from outside, the students entered inside the bathroom, chatting. "Have you heard? Today, a new professor came to report at the medical school. Is her name Zhong Xiaohuo?" "That's right. She's only in her 20s and is a medical genius." Then a girl headed towards the door of the bathroom. Suddenly, it couldn't be opened. "What's wrong?" "It's nothing. It seems that there's someone inside." Because, at this time, he was using his foot to try to hold it back. "Damn it, She really took action harshly. Even my meridians have been blocked. But luckily, he could mobilize the spiritual energy in his body to clear the meridians. Otherwise, he would really have to lie still for the whole day. Then he began to use his spiritual energy, trying to pull the needles out of his body. After only a moment, the acupuncture needles on his body flew out. This time, he had recovered to his normal state. All right, this matter can't be easily let go like this. I must go find her and settle the score. Zhang Xiaohuo, at this time, stepped into the teacher's office. Hello, I'm Zhang Xiaohuo, the new professor who came to take office. You're Zhang Xiaohuo, welcome. This is the prepared task information. You can take it back. All right then, thank you. Then, as soon as she finished speaking, there was a crash from outside the door. A group of gangsters stepped in, along with cold eyes. Zhang Xiaohuo, I've finally found you. A secretary, at this time, came out to stop them. This is the school's office. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to enter. But unexpectedly, this person, in his hand, was holding a weapon. With that, he threw the sword hard, stabbing it into the chest of that woman. All of this was witnessed by Zhang Xiaohuo from beginning to end. Her hands and feet were stiff. All right, now we can sit down and chat more quietly. Zhang Xiaohuo trembled, but her mouth still said, Liu Gisheng, what exactly do you want to do? Last time, at the auction, you bought that Jianxiang herb that I wanted. Do you still remember? I've already sent that medicinal herb to someone else. Oh, is that so? People, tie her up for me. Switching scenes, a moment later, she had been thrown into the trunk of a car. Let me out. You don't need to say much. Get in here right away. Then he ordered the driver to leave this place. But also at this time, he was standing right there. I didn't see wrong, right? That woman encountered something. No, I have to follow and see. An hour later, in a certain place, at an abandoned house, Zhang Xiaohuo, I'll give you one more chance. Call and get back the medicinal herb, otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Then he threw another phone to her. She immediately spat at the group of people. You're so cheap, you actually dare to spit on me? Liu Gisheng, that medicinal herb, I personally auctioned and bought. It's my property. You coming to rob it? What does that make you? Damn it, you're really putting on airs, huh? Then he slapped her. Today, I must rob it. Otherwise, I'll kill you first. You dare? I'll show you if I dare. Then the angry Liu Gisheng tore off the white coat outside of her. Damn it, stop it. But unexpectedly, the sound of the door being broken from outside, created by him, echoed loudly. The few people immediately turned their heads to look. Weichen smiled towards the group of people. Oh, it's so lively here. Kid, who are you? My young master is busy. What do you mean by barging in here? Zhang Xiaohuo was stunned. It's him. How strange. I clearly used the numbing needles to paralyze him. So how can he still come here? The angry Liu Gisheng asked towards him again. Kid, you want to come here to be a hero and save the beauty? He replied, I originally don't like people who bully women, so I came here to persuade you a little. You should kneel down and apologize to that girl, then this matter will be over. His words were no different from provoking him. What? You're telling me to apologize to Zhang Xiaohuo? Although scared, Zhang Xiaohuo still reminded him, don't come here. Liu Gisheng kills people without blinking an eye. Quickly get out. But the two people immediately blocked the door. You want to leave? Our young master doesn't agree. Seeing this, he could only scratch his head, sighing. Hey, I gave you a chance, but you didn't know how to grasp it. You dare to threaten me? What are you still standing there for? Bring him out and chop him for me, yes. Then the two people, hearing the order, immediately charged in. Zhang Xiaohuo worriedly reminded him, be careful, but he only lightly dodged a knife chop, then, tightly grabbing the hand of that person, causing him to painfully release the weapon in his hand. He immediately took it, using it as a weapon in his hand, killing these two people neatly. How is this possible? How can he be so strong? He smiled, looking towards the Liu Gisheng. Young master Liu, it's your turn to deal with me. He immediately ran from afar. Seeing this, that person hurriedly hid behind Zhang Xiaohuo. He cursed at him. you useless person, you actually dare to use a woman to block the knife? But suddenly, a person with quick movements charged over, giving him a kick. Although he used the knife to defend, he was still knocked back several meters. It turned out to be a cultivator. John Kong, you finally come. This kid is making me very uncomfortable. You know what to do, right? Rest assured, young master, I'll carve him into 8 pieces. Seeing this, Zhong Xiaohua urged him repeatedly, quickly run. This guy is Liu Gesheng's #1 fighter, a martial artist. John Kong has never failed to kill anyone. Kid, today, you're definitely dead. Is that so? I want to see how you plan to kill me. Then he raised his middle finger, filled with provocation. He angrily charged over, along with his double knives. You haven't seen a coffin until you've shed tears. You're courting death. At this time, his skills were like a tornado, charging towards him. He also didn't hesitate, running over, a knife chopped down. Not bad. You also have some ability, but it's only a little bit. Then this chop very quickly caused John Kong to be seriously injured. Seeing this scene, it caused the 2 people to be surprised. How could it be like this? That person turned out to also be a martial artist. You guys didn't want to kill me. Why are you now lying prostrate on the ground? John Kong, again holding the knife, charged towards him. A chop came. Damn it. Just now was only a mistake. Don't get cocky. But he lightly dodged a second time, his movements decisive, moving behind him. A knife stabbed from behind. With that, a body fell. He lightly took the knife back. John Kong, at this time, was still in shock. How could it be? How could it be like this? He slowly stepped towards him. Young master, there's no one else anymore. It's your turn to deal with me. Seeing him say this, he immediately knelt down, begging. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Oh, what were you wrong about? He immediately slapped his face. I shouldn't have coveted the medicinal herb and kidnapped Zhong Xiaohua. I deserve to die. I deserve to die. Then he raised the knife in his hand, chopping down. His arm immediately separated into 2 pieces. He emphasized to him, this hand is the price to pay for kidnapping. Now, quickly get lost. He only knew to hug his arm, running away hurriedly, not daring to say another word. Yes, I'm getting lost right now. He went to Zhong Xiaohua. Miss Jang, are you okay? You, who exactly are you? I'm Yu Baiken, you can call me friend Yi. Then he hurriedly untied the rope for her. At this time, he was also embarrassed. I'm sorry, I'm okay. I just went into the wrong bathroom, don't mind it. I originally planned to come here to interrogate you, but with this situation, forget it. Let everything pass. It's better to continue acting as a hero saving the beauty until the end. But unexpectedly, a truck from outside charged straight into this place. The truck crashed towards him, bang. After that, it stopped. A girl from inside the door was thrown out. Quick, quick. Get down and see if that person is the one we're looking for. Today, if we don't get the treasure, then you're done for. It was Lin Kun who stepped out of the car. At this time, he looked towards the 2 people. Damn it, who doesn't know how to control the car and drive here? But John Ji-yoon pointed towards him. It's him. He's the one who took the treasure in the cemetery. He looked and recognized her. John Ji-yoon, is that you? Lin Kun was also quite surprised that he could still sit there and talk. Oh, you crashed into him and he's still not dead. Zhong Xiaohua, run over, friend Yi, are you okay? My left hand is broken, and I feel a little numb. Don't worry, I'll find a few silver needles to give you acupuncture, and you'll be fine. It's okay, I have wound healing medicine here. Then he took a gold pill in his hand. But just as he was about to put it in his mouth, suddenly a chop made his hand seriously injured. Hey, are you treating me like air? You haven't handed over the treasure yet, and you want to heal your wounds. Dream on, he looked towards that Lin Kun. If I don't hand it over, then what? Then I'll come take it myself. Then he used his strength, controlling the daggers that were floating in the air, all of them charging towards him. Seeing this, he tried to run out, blocking for Zhong Xiaohua who was right next to him. Be careful. Seeing this, he tried to run out, blocking for Zhong Xiaohua who was right next to him. Be careful. Luckily, These daggers were stuck into the wall, and he had pushed her to the side to avoid it safely. Hold me tight. Lin Kun was still confident of victory. Kid, there are some things you can't take away. He gritted his teeth. Damn it. I'm injured, so I can't exert all my ability. I'm letting him be smug again. Then he once again charged towards him. Then he pointed the knife close to his neck, threatening, I'll give you one more chance. Hand it over or not. Zhong Xiaohua, luckily, grabbed a stick from afar. Let go of friend Yi. Then she hit the back of Lin Kun's head. The angry Lin Kun looked towards her. You dare to hit me. You're really courting death. Then he wanted to use the knife to stab towards her, but unexpectedly, he was blocked by a large sword. He, at this time, noticed him. This is the treasure I want. If you're so good, then take it from my hands. Then I won't be polite anymore. But just as he was about to reach out his hand, preparing to snatch it, around the sword, there were currents of thunder and lightning being released. With just this, you want to snatch my things, he actually dared to say it out loud. Damn it, you sneak attacked me, you don't have any ability. Then he also controlled his daggers, aiming for him. Go die. The two sides chopped at each other. Along with that, he activated a shield to protect himself. But due to the injury just now, his strength had decreased by dozens of times. He was still pierced by one of his daggers. Then a skill of his, like a snake, appeared, stabbing into the middle of his chest once again, causing him to be seriously injured. He slowly stepped forward. Kid, at first I thought you were quite strong, but unexpectedly, you're just a mobile vase, really useless. Then he controlled the sword, taking it into his hand. Now, obediently accept your death. But he didn't give up. With only a little bit of strength left, he tried to run over, holding the pill that had just fallen on the ground, putting it right into his mouth. This Lin Kun still didn't know the effect of the pill, so he was still confident. This sword is indeed worthy of being called a treasure. You're prepared to die. But when a sword chopped down, he, this time, used his bare hand to catch it lightly. You, how can you? He replied, just now, I was injured, so my strength was suppressed. You really thought you could kill me? Impossible. You clearly no longer had the strength to resist. Indeed, you're stupid. Then he gave him a palm strike to the stomach. Now, you want to run. I'll see where you can run to. Then, with one move, he dealt with him from behind. Witnessing this scene, Zhong Xiaohua couldn't believe her eyes. What to do? So many people suddenly died. Should I call the police? And he, at this time, had a headache like a hammer. Damn it. I consumed too much spiritual energy in an instant. I'm too dizzy. Seeing him like this, she hurriedly ran over, concerned. It's over. I didn't bring any acupuncture needles. I have to call for help right away. Hello, is this the emergency center? I have a patient here. When it came to half an hour later, the ambulance had taken him away. She sat inside, worried. Friend Yi, you absolutely can't have anything happen. The doctors hurriedly ran over. Miss Jing, the head of the department, has gone to the emergency room. You two need to wait a bit. All right, I understand. The pulse is stable. It seems that he only fell into a state of unconsciousness. Just as he finished speaking, on the opposite side, there was also a person who had just fallen down. Over there's a patient who fainted. Quickly go see. She also hurriedly ran over. I'll go find a Chinese medicine doctor to get a few acupuncture needles. Perhaps I can cure him. But when she had just left for a bit, he woke up, sitting up, holding his head. Where is this? Why am I in the hospital like this? I must quickly go to the spirit stone mine to absorb spiritual energy. Otherwise, I'll fall into a state of intermittent coma. Switching scenes, in another place. Boss, the preparation work for our event is almost complete. What about those actors? Actor, you're really useless. You even forgot such an important thing. We're organizing the event to sell goods. Every time, we have to find actors to pretend to be patients, cooperating with me to act out a play about the divine doctor. I understand, boss, rest assured. I'll go arrange it right now. Quickly go, yes. Half an hour later, a group of people had been sent over. Everyone, listen clearly. This time, the acting fee is doubled. You must cooperate well with the divine Dr. Zhu, do you understand? Understood. Also at this time, he stepped out of the hospital, his body filled with exhaustion. How strange. Where is gate G of this hospital? Then he chose to step towards the person who was looking for actors. I'm not doing well, I'm going to lose it. Hey, if you want to be an actor, you don't need to act so realistically, right? Forget it, this person's acting skills are okay. He falls down and immediately enters the state. Then he put him on the car, driving to the place where the activity was being organized. And she, after finding the needles, ran out, "Friend Yi, I'm back." But when she turned around, she didn't see his figure anymore. Where did he go? Returning to the place where the divine Dr. Zhu was organizing the activity. The divine Dr. Zhu is live streaming his treatment. To be able to witness him display his medical skills is truly an honor. I've already bought the entrance ticket, quickly go inside. Inside, at this time, it was noisy and bustling. The seats had been prepared, and the actors had all been arranged. Rest assured, everything has been completed. I even found an actor who has received an Oscar. Then the live stream had begun. Please keep quiet for a moment. Our divine doctor's speech activity will officially begin in a moment. Next, please invite the divine Dr. Xue, the Nine Needle, to the stage. Please give him a round of applause. He stepped onto the stage. He looked towards the hall. Thank you everyone for coming to participate in my activity. As a doctor, with benevolence as my heart, what we need to do is to save people, treat illnesses, and save lives. Without saying much, let's get straight to the main point. This time, I've brought the family heirloom, the Bianchi silver needles. They are a peerless, miraculous needle designed and used by Bianchi. I've used medical skills to copy and reproduce these acupuncture needles, creating acupuncture needles that have the exact same effect. The group of people praised in droves, "Wow, so good." He then raised the acupuncture needles, like advertising a brand. If I can bring this priceless treasure out, it will definitely bring great benefits to the people. Now, it's not 998, and it's not 888, only 88, 88, and you can bring this priceless treasure home. The few people looked at each other blankly, saying, "Why does it seem like he's advertising? Does it really have a miraculous effect?" Of course it has a miraculous effect. People, bring the patient in here. A moment later, he was pushed out from inside. "Boss, the patient is here." Everyone, hearing is false, seeing is believing. This is a patient suffering from a serious illness. I will use the acupuncture method from just now to treat him, displaying its miraculous effect. Then he pulled out a needle tip, then prepare to begin. But just at this time, the jade pendant on his back seemed to have an effect, releasing spiritual energy. His body involuntarily absorbed it into his body, causing him, who was lying down, to suddenly open his eyes. This fake divine doctor was also quite surprised. "Hey, what's wrong with this actor? I haven't even used the needles yet, so he's already awake." He was also surprised while lying here. What's going on? Where did the spiritual energy come from just now that I absorbed? Then he noticed the necklace that the person was wearing. Is it that? He asked towards him, "Hey, are you really a professional actor? Quickly cooperate with me to continue acting. Otherwise, don't even think about getting paid for acting." Acting, that's right. Didn't we make it clear? You'll cooperate with me to act in front of the doctor, then get paid and leave. He, at this time, understood, so that's how it is. I can continue to cooperate with you in acting, but I don't need the payment. I need the jade pendant on your body. What? This jade pendant is my family's heirloom? No way. Then forget it. I'll stand up now and let everyone know you're a fraud. This person, in fear, hurriedly agreed. Don't, I agree. He happily replied, "All right then, you continue." Then he whispered to him, "Just lie still." Then he used his needle, stabbing towards his body, but suddenly he shouted loudly in pain, then sat up. The crowd in the hall below, seeing the miraculous effects, was surprised and applauded in praise. Divine Dr. Zhu is truly extraordinary. Just one needle had an effect. Amazing. Yiwu, feeling the pain, sat up and said, "You were too harsh just now." The blonde man looked at him with a smug expression, thinking to himself, "This is the price you pay for coveting my ancestral jade pendant." At this moment, Yu Baiken continued, saying to him, "All right, give the jade pendant back to me." Hearing this, the man immediately acted like a bossy figure. "Follow me to the second floor to get it. We still have to sign a transaction agreement." 10 minutes later, Yu Wu impatiently asked, "Now can you give it back to me?" Hearing this, the man revealed his true colors and threw a pile of papers at him, shouting, "Damn it, you thought you could use me as a stepping stone to steal my jade pendant." "Dream on," Yu Baiken, with a darkened face, angrily said, "You're selling fake goods. I didn't expose you, and now you want to turn on me?" Hearing this, the blonde man immediately shouted, What do you want to do?" Immediately after, he loudly called out, "Doin Ni," along with 2 other guys outside, heard the call and immediately kicked open the door, striding in. "Boss, I'm here." The 3 men surrounded Yu Wu. The blonde man came closer, a smirk on his face. "Brat, now you know fear." Yu Wu didn't say a word, just raised his loving hand to his face and slapped him with a thunderous slap, causing his jaw to twist and him to fall to the ground. Seeing him get hit, his subordinates anxiously called out, "Boss." The blonde man, holding his face, angrily said, "What are you still standing there for?" "Beat him up." Hearing the order, Doin Yu responded understood, and valiantly charged forward with a club in hand. He tightly gripped the club, striking hard at Yu Baiken, but Yu Baiken didn't suffer any damage. Yu Baiken threatened, "Don't waste your effort anymore. Quickly hand over the jade pendant to avoid suffering." Then he punched him right in the chest, causing him to spit out blood. "If you don't want to die." Having dealt with one, he turned around and grabbed the collars of the remaining 2, lifting them up and shouting, "Then get out of here." Seeing his men being defeated one after another, the blonde man was terrified and couldn't believe his eyes. What's happening? That kid is too amazing." Yu Baiken slowly approached him, causing him to tremble in fear like a leaf. Yu Baiken grabbed his collar, cleared his throat and said, "Hand over the jade pendant or not." Hearing this, the blonde man's face turned pale, and he stammered, "Ho, handing it over." "I'm handing it over." His hands trembled as he handed over the jade pendant. Yu Baiken snatched the jade pendant from his hand, frowning, "Indeed, you can't be kind. You have to use force to get it." Having obtained what he wanted, Yu Wu turned around and left, not forgetting to impart a principle. "You've sold too many fake goods, so be careful." The blonde man knelt on the ground, nodding repeatedly upon hearing this, responding, Right, you're absolutely right." Switching scenes to Haijo Academy, John Ziwen was sitting in class. As soon as he saw Yu Baiken, he called out, "Student Yi, you finally came back to school." Hearing this, Yu Baiken asked in confusion, "What's the matter?" John Ziwen continued, "Recently, the school has been conducting strict inspections. You've been absent from class for a long time. Be careful not to get caught." Hearing this, Yu Baiken nodded, "I understand." Ziwen then asked, "What are you going to do now?" Yu Baiken said, "Rest. Please be quiet." Feeling tired, John Ziwen collapsed onto the table. "All right, then I'll rest too." Yu Baiken then took out the jade pendant and sat cross-legged on the chair, closing his eyes to cultivate. This jade pendant still has quite a bit of spiritual energy. It's perfect for cultivating my heavenly eye. As soon as he closed his eyes, his heavenly eye activated again. Yu Baiken saw 2 people talking in a certain place. The man spoke, "Elder Jin, it's been a long time since we've transported goods to the mountain gate. Can we really deliver the goods this time?" Across from him, Elder Jin replied, "Don't worry. We've signed a contract with this construction site. It's precisely because there are good things underground." Hearing this, the man asked in surprise, "What good things?" Elder Jin then said, "Last time, a stone tablet was excavated at this construction site. On it was written the name Wanbao Pavilion. This name sounds pretty awesome." At the construction site, workers were standing around a large pit, discussing it. "This place is too strange. It collapsed again. Last time it was like this too. Several people died." After discussing, Lin Kun and Elder Jen also returned to the group of workers. Lin Kun told them to step back. "Step back, everyone, step back." a man spoke up. Elder Jin, at this time, took out a compass from his body, then said, "Step back, everyone, step back. Let me investigate the situation below." Lin Kun stepped back, replying, "Yes, Elder Jin." The compass spun quickly. Elder Jin, seeing the compass light up, immediately determined, Azure Dragon in position. White Tiger emerges from the mountain. There's very strong spiritual energy here. Lin Kun came over, curiously asking, "How is it, Elder Jin? Is there a treasure?" Elder Jin happily replied, "There is, and there's a lot." Hearing this, an excited look appeared on his face. "That's great." Elder Jin, at this time, quietly gave an order. "Lin Kun, tell the foreman to immediately find a team of workers and lead them down to explore. Remember, bring a lot of people. Do you understand what I mean?" Lin Kun, hearing this, smiled, replying, "Yes, Elder Jin, bring more cannon fodder. I understand." A moment later, the foreman came to the group of workers, speaking up, "All right, everyone, come over here. The collapsed cave has quite a few treasures. The superiors have ordered us to lead people down to explore. Among you, whoever is willing to go down can register." The workers, upon hearing the two words treasure, all excitedly shouted, "I'll go." "Me too, take me with you." Baiken, at this time, had infiltrated here. He also raised his hand, saying, "Foreman, I want to go too." The foreman then nodded, saying, "All right, you guys get ready. We're going down to the cave immediately." After finishing, the foreman turned back, informing Lin Kun, "Boss Lin, I've found the people." Hearing this, he replied approvingly, "Good." Then he turned his head, instructing everyone, "Raise your spirits, go down there with me. Remember to pay attention to safety." The foreman replied, "Understood." The workers, everyone, had an excited mood. "That's great, we're going to get rich." After they had prepared, everyone went down the deep pit that had just been dug. Lin Kun, leading the way, couldn't help but sigh, "This damn place, the space is quite large, it's not like a cemetery." Baiken, sensing the aura around here, whispered to himself, "The spiritual energy in this place is richer than outside. There's probably a spirit mine here." At this time, suddenly a man pointed up, speaking, "Everyone, look." "What's that?" Only to see in front of them a magnificent and ancient palace. Lin Kun's eyes widened in surprise. "This is a palace." The people behind also exclaimed in surprise, "Heavens, I didn't expect this place to be an ancient ruin." "Ancient ruins definitely have treasures. We've come to the right place." They, disregarding the danger, hurriedly ran towards the palace. "Quickly go grab the treasures." Baiken looked at the palace, pondering. This architectural style is very similar to 2000 years ago. Could this place really be the Wanbao Pavilion? The group of people, upon entering the palace, seeing the piles of treasures in front of them, their eyes lit up, laughing happily. "There are really treasures here. It's all jewelry. We're rich. We're really rich." But when they stole these gold, silver, and jewels, unexpectedly, the entire palace suddenly shook violently. The foreman, seeing this, panicked. "What's going on? Another collapse?" Only to see at this time a soul body appear, loudly saying, "Who dares to intrude into the meditation hall?" Baiken, at this time, was hiding behind a large rock, looking inside, surprised. It's a 1000-year-old soul body. Lin Kun, his eyes shining brightly, excitedly said, "I'm not hallucinating, am I? There are still ancient souls left in this place." Seeing the soul body, everyone was scared, running away in disarray, their mouths constantly shouting, "There's a ghost." But when they planned to run out of the palace, at the door, at this time, two soul bodies appeared, intruders, die. The two soul bodies waved their hands, attacking the two people, causing them to painfully let out a sound. The foreman, seeing this scene, immediately begged for help. "Boss Lin, save me." Lin Kun, at this time, threw a dart, then quickly charged over. His face was full of sinister intent, charging really fast. The dart of his, at this time, directly pierced through the bodies of those soul bodies. The foreman, seeing this, the fear in his heart also disappeared. "That's great, Boss Lin is taking action. We're definitely safe." One soul body's expression changed, exclaiming, "A cultivator." Lin Kun then threw more darts, smugly saying, To be able to survive for thousands of years in this place, you definitely know where the Wanba Pavilion is. Then I'll capture one to interrogate a little. The soul body raised its hand. On his body, at this time, a majestic yellow dragon immediately appeared. He looked at Lin Kun smugly, then contemptuously said, "Kid, you fool, die." As soon as he finished speaking, the soul body also took action. On the yellow dragon's body, a strong aura spread out. A roar rang out, radiating terrifying pressure towards Lin Kun. He didn't have time to react, and like a kite with a broken string, he was sent flying, crashing straight into the wall. Lin Kun painfully screamed. The soul body, at this time, holding a sword, charged over, shouting, "This is the territory of the venerable. Intruders, kill without mercy." Lin Kun, upon seeing Yu Baiken next to him, didn't think much, grabbing his clothes. Damn it, he pulled him hard, using him as a shield. "Come here for me." The soul of the man in blue clothes raised his sword and slashed out, shouting loudly, "Intruders must die." Yu Baiken, being thrown out, suffered this attack, letting out a miserable cry. Lin Kun seized this opportunity, turning his head to run away. In his heart, he secretly cried out, "It's over, it's over." This place not only has soul bodies, but they also retain powerful cultivation. He turned his head, glancing at the soul approaching him. In his heart, he secretly rejoiced, "Luckily, I was smart and found a scapegoat." Behind, at Yu Baiken's location, a large explosion occurred, smoke rising high. When the smoke cleared, he appeared, standing straight, unharmed. Seeing this, he suspiciously thought, "What's going on?" He's still not dead. In a flash, he teleported, appearing behind that soul. He calmly asked, "Hey, did hitting me feel good?" That soul, shocked, widened its eyes, exclaiming, "From when did you?" Beneath the feet of the two people, the formation that Yu Baiken released shone brightly. Small sparks from beneath the formation rose high. That person was startled. These rays of light flew upwards. He stood stunned in place, along with Yu Baiken's voice ringing out, "I'm not a soft specimen." Those rays of light easily and quickly pierced through that soul body, causing that person to let out a painful cry. Afterwards, that soul body immediately exploded before Yu Baiken's eyes. Lin Kun, seeing this situation, was stunned, secretly thinking, "Who is that guy? Why is he so powerful?" The remaining three souls, seeing this scene, were extremely indignant, holding their weapons, charging over quickly, shouting loudly, "Damn it! He actually dared to kill our senior brother. We must avenge our senior brother." One soul immediately raised his hand, releasing a small snake, its body filled with gaudy colors, his mouth shouting loudly, "Hand over your life." A kerosene lamp, emitting a purple light, was held up in his hand. Yu Baiken glanced at that kerosene lamp, shouting loudly, "Soul calling, open." Immediately, long chains stretched out from the body of the kerosene lamp, surging forward. Those chains quickly stretched out, binding those small snakes tightly, letting them struggle. The souls, seeing this, their expressions changed drastically, shouting in fear, "Not good, it's the soul calling lamp." Those people immediately turned their heads, running away, shouting while running, "Quickly run." Those three chains quickly stretched out, chasing after them, binding the three of them, causing them to let out terrified cries. Those three chains bound the three of them tightly, pulling them closer, then pulling those people towards him. The foreman, seeing this scene, couldn't believe his eyes, exclaiming, This kid is a martial artist." Looking at Yu Baiken, who was standing, holding the kerosene lamp in his hand, he said in surprise, "I didn't even realize it before." Lin Kun, from afar, raised his hand to his mouth, letting out a cough, attracting attention. "Good job, kid." Afterwards, he came closer, placing his hand on his shoulder, smiling friendly, saying, "You must also be a person from the mountain gate, right? I saw through your strength early on, so I wanted to let you experience and train more." In his heart, feeling uncomfortable, he secretly thought, just now, running away was really embarrassing. I must think of a way to salvage the situation. Yu Baiken, on the surface, smiled brightly, saying, "Thank you, President Lin, for giving me the opportunity." In his heart, he cursed, "This guy actually didn't recognize me. The disguise is really effective." The remaining workers immediately came closer to Lin Kun, praising him endlessly. President Lin is truly a person with discerning eyes. If it weren't for you, we would definitely have been overlooked. President Lin is mighty. He laughed, looking at that group of people, secretly cursing in his heart. Indeed, a bunch of bootlickers. Lin Kun turned his head, heading forward, saying, "All right, stop flattering me. Inside, there must still be a lot of treasures. Continue searching." The foreman immediately shouted loudly, replying, "Yes." He quickly approached the gate of the palace. Inside, there was still one soul trying to run towards the front. Lin Kun immediately approached, stepping on the back of that soul, mocking, "Oh, there's still one here." The foreman went in, immediately volunteering, saying, "President Lin, you go ahead and work first. We'll pack up all these treasures." He grabbed the head of that person, lifting it up, smiling, saying, "Hey, you're very resilient." He came closer to that person, pressing, "Tell me, who are you? Do you know what kind of place this Wanda Pavilion is?" Yu Baikan, walking in the back, hearing these words, stopped, thinking, Wanda Pavilion. That soul spat a mouthful of saliva on his face, cursing loudly. "Don't even think about getting any information from my mouth." Lin Kun, in anger, raised his hand high, shouting loudly, "You're courting death, huh?" That person self-destructed, shouting loudly, "Die. Even if I die, I must drag someone down with me." He immediately panicked, turning his back, jumping up, shouting loudly, "Not good. Lie down." A ray of blue light appeared, emitting a sparkling light. He also touched the ground, letting out a dull sound. The group of workers surrounded him. The foreman looked at him, asking, "President Lin, are you okay?" Lin Kun waved his hand, pushing him away hard, shouting, "Get out." What could possibly happen to me? The smoke from the powerful explosion gradually dissipated. One worker saw a cave, shouting loudly, "President Lin, quickly come see what this is." Both Yu Baikan and he turned their eyes to look over. The layer of mist gradually dissipated, revealing a cave as black as ink. He sensed the current of spiritual energy here, unable to help but be shocked, thinking, the spiritual energy in here is too dense. Lin Kun, at this moment, opened his mouth, giving an order, "Everyone, put down everything in your hands, then follow me inside." The group of workers hesitated, exclaiming, "This." The foreman immediately said in a deep voice, threatening, "If you don't want to die, then quickly go inside." That group of people had no choice but to reply, "Understood." Suddenly, Yu Baikan, leading the way, jumped inside, so fast that he only left behind an afterimage. The group of people, upon entering inside the cave, saw the blue crystals sparkling and shining everywhere. Yu Baikan couldn't help but exclaim, "So this place is a spirit mine." One male worker, walking in the back, hearing this, turned to his companion, asking, "Spirit mine? What's a spirit mine?" The person next to him replied, "I don't know either." Lin Kun slapped the back of the foreman's head hard, scolding, "What are you still standing there dazed for? Quickly go see." He, being hit, hugged his head, letting out a shout. He hugged his head, looking towards him, asking, "President Lin, is there any danger inside?" He used his foot, kicking him forward, shouting loudly, "Stop talking nonsense, go inside for me." He, being kicked, let out a shout, then collapsed to the ground, his hands hitting the ground hard. The foreman, propping his hands, sat kneeling, turning his head back and forth, looking around, in his heart praying, "God bless me, don't let there be any danger inside." Only the spirit stones emitted a bright blue light. He immediately stood up, turning his head back, raising his hand, shouting loudly, "President Lin, it's safe here." A shadow, with eyes emitting a cold light, appeared behind the foreman, but he still didn't realize it, and continued to say, "Come over here, everyone." "There's no danger," a purple spirit tiger pounced, biting hard into his neck. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. Lin Kun and the group of people in the distance immediately jumped in shock upon seeing this scene. The group of workers quickly turned their heads, running away, their mouths shouting loudly, "Help, there's a monster." That tiger immediately chased after the group of people, letting out a loud roar, scaring a worker who discovered that the tiger was approaching behind him, letting out a piercing scream. The tiger raised its head, opening its mouth wide, gathering spiritual energy, creating a ball of purple light, then releasing it towards the group of people who were running in front of it. That ball of light touched the ground, exploding, sending the group of people flying everywhere. Lin Kun, seeing this, panicked to the extreme, shouting loudly, Where is this place? There are even spirit beasts." That tiger, after dealing with the group of workers, stepped step by step towards him, saying, "Humans who invade my territory must die." He, in anger, released dozens of flying knives towards it, then shouted loudly, "Damn it! Don't even think about scaring me and running." It jumped up high, lightly dodging all the flying knives, charging towards him. His expression turned green, gritting his teeth, unable to believe it, saying, How is this possible?" The tiger charged quickly, biting hard into his left arm. Half of his arm separated, falling to the ground, fresh blood flowing out non-stop. Lin Kun looked at that tiger, his eyes wide, in pain, shouting non-stop. He hugged his arm, turning to look at Yu Baiken, urgently begging, "Save me, save me." He reached out his hand, taking the yellow hard hat off his head, mocking, asking, "Save you, do you still recognize me?" His expression was panicked to the extreme, shouting loudly, "It's you, why are you here?" Yu Baiken smiled mockingly, replying, "I said it already, you can't escape from my hands." Lin Kun's eyebrows furrowed, falling into contemplation. Afterwards, he turned his body, using all his strength, running away from here. In his hand, a long sword, its entire body emitting lightning, appeared. He slightly turned his head, seeing this scene, his expression even more unsightly. That sword flew quickly, piercing through his stomach, causing him to let out a loud scream, "Please, please say goodbye to." The tiger, who had been seeing this scene, was stunned, thinking in his heart, internal strife. He raised his hand, taking back the sword, then looked towards it, smiling, saying, "To be able to cultivate into a spirit beast here, you're indeed quite talented." The tiger immediately opened its mouth wide, roaring loudly, "Human, don't think that flattering me will make me let you go. This place is my territory, those who invade must die." Its eyes lit up, stepping closer to Yu Baiken, saying, "But the spiritual energy in your body is abundant, it's useful to me, so I'll consider leaving you an intact corpse." He, hearing this, glanced at it, laughing, replying, "Beasts are still beasts, both barbaric and stupid." It suspiciously asked, "What do you mean?" He smiled, looking at it, saying, "We both have our own goals. Instead of fighting to the point where the fish dies and the net breaks, why not make a deal?" Its eyes narrowed, probing, asking, "What kind of deal?" His expression calmly stated, "I'll give you the spiritual energy you need, but you must also give me what I want." That tiger looked at him, sneering, asking, "You lowly humans, like ants, are you worthy of negotiating terms with me?" Saying this, it raised its head, surging over, shouting loudly, "Die!" Yu Baiken's entire body emitted a blue light, replying, "If we can't negotiate, then so be it." Sensing the enormous strength on his body, it quickly stopped, secretly thinking, "Damn, the pressure is too strong." It immediately tucked its tail, thinking, "I actually feel a suffocating sensation, as if I'm about to die." It lowered its head, saying, "I'm sorry, I was wrong." He, hearing this, smiled brightly, asking, "Then we'll continue negotiating." That tiger's entire body trembled, replying, "As long as you don't kill me, anything can be negotiated." Yu Baiken's eyes narrowed, asking, "I'll only ask you one thing. Recently, has there been a Wanba pavilion?" Its eyebrows twitched, asking again, "Wanba pavilion?" He immediately placed the sword on its neck, shouting loudly, "Don't play tricks with me. Swords and knives have no eyes." It immediately widened its eyes, jumping up, replying, "There really is." Its eyes were round, its expression honest, using its front paw, pointing to one side, saying, "It's probably over here." He, hearing this, released the person, jumping up, only leaving behind a sentence, "Really, you better not be lying to me." Yu Baiken looked at the pile of bricks emitting a blue light before his eyes, his brows furrowed tightly. He was extremely angry, questioning, "Are you kidding me? Is this the Wanba pavilion?" That tiger lay on the ground, calmly replying, "These are the green bricks that were fired to build the Wanba pavilion." He turned to look towards it, unhappily shouting, "What I'm looking for is the Wanba pavilion, not these broken bricks." The tiger, hearing this, replied with difficulty. This back then, the people here excavated the spirit mine and fired bricks to build the Wanbao Pavilion. As for where the Wanbao Pavilion is, I don't know. He turned his body, leaving, glancing at it, angrily saying, if you weren't harmless now, I would really want to kill you. Hearing these words, it jumped in fright, shouting loudly, oh, don't. Finally, he stretched out his hand, revealing the jade pendant emitting a faint white light, muttering, forget it, if I can't find the Wanbao Pavilion, then I can't leave empty-handed. Looking at the currents of spiritual energy racing to flow towards the jade pendant in his hand, he shouted, I'll take all this spiritual energy. The tiger, seeing this, in its heart secretly sighed, such strong suction, it can actually absorb so much spiritual energy. Yubiken's hand grasped the jade pendant, raising it high, beginning to absorb the spiritual energy from the gold, silver, and jewels inside, saying, gold and silver jewelry, although they are mundane objects, when taken out, they have great uses, so I'll take them too. It knelt down, pitifully begging, Great Immortal, can you accept me as your subordinate? I rely on spiritual power to exist here. If you take away the spiritual power, then I will definitely die. He, seeing this, hesitated, replying, that, finally, he looked towards it, compromising, replying, all right, I'll take you out to accompany the Lion King outside. Elder Jin, while smoking, looked at the watch on his hand, anxiously muttering, why is it taking so long and he still hasn't come out? Could something have happened? Suddenly, a sound rang out, causing him to look over, then shout loudly, asking, who is it? Yubiken knelt on the ground, raising his hand high, shouting loudly, Kim, it's me. He, seeing him, suspiciously asked, you are? He stood up, replying, I'm a temporary worker at this construction site. His brows furrowed, asking, then where are the others? His expression sad, replying, they're all dead. Hearing this, Elder Jin's eyes widened, unable to believe it, shouting loudly, what? He closed his eyes, recounting, there were many monsters appearing inside. Inside, they died to save me. Afterwards, he quickly brushed past him, saying, I'll take my leave. Elder Jin looked at him, secretly thinking, this kid thinks I'm stupid. One of his hands appeared, a large lion claw illusion. That claw illusion struck hard towards his back. His voice, in anger, rang out, shouting, you want to trick me? You're still too inexperienced. Yubiken, being hit, fell forward, letting out a shout. He fell straight down, hitting hard on the ground. Turning his head back, he glanced towards him. Elder Jin, step by step, came closer to him, saying in a deep voice, hey, kid, you want to trick me? You don't have the ability, honestly tell me, what happened inside? His brows slightly twitched, smiling lightly, secretly thinking, I've fallen into a trap. This person has information about the Wanbao Pavilion, so I'll just pretend to be weak to get information. He immediately jumped up, kneeling on the ground, painfully begging, don't kill me, let me tell you everything. After entering, we found a lot of treasures, gold and silver, but there were also a lot of spirit bodies and monsters appearing. Then President Lin died in the hands of a monster. He said in a deep voice, pressing, that's all. What about the other treasures? For example, news of the Wanbao Pavilion. Hearing this, he slowly added, I remember now, inside, there were indeed bricks of the Wanbao Pavilion, but I didn't see it anywhere. He, hearing this, was confused, his head filled with question marks, asking, bricks. Yubiken, frowning tightly, asked Elder Jin, what is the Wanbao Pavilion? Why are you looking for it? Elder Jin laughed, saying, anyway, you're a person who's about to die, so it's okay to tell you. A few years ago, when we moved the mountain gate, we found a historical relic related to the Qingyun sect. On it was recorded the existence of the Wanbao Pavilion. It's said that inside, there are many cultivation techniques and treasures. If we can find it, then for cultivators, it would be a once-in-a-millennium opportunity. He stood up, lowering his head, suspiciously asking, oh, so you know any other clues about the Wanbao Pavilion? Elder Jin, seeing him stand up, angrily shouted loudly, what do you want to do? How dare you stand up? His expression immediately turned cold, darkening, evilly saying, originally, I wanted to get more clues from you, but everything you said is meaningless. Elder Jin immediately raised his arm with the claw illusion, assuming an attacking posture, cursing loudly, "Damn you, you're planning to provoke me again, huh?" Elder Jin said in a deep voice, speaking to him, "I see that you really don't want to live today." He raised his hand, immediately summoning his sword. His claw illusion and Yubiken's sword immediately touched each other, sparks flying everywhere. He looked at him, sneering, saying, "Jin, just now, you were a little smug, and you really thought you were great, huh?" Finally, he was knocked away by him, letting out a loud shout. Afterwards, he crashed hard onto the ground, dust flying everywhere. Yubiken, holding the sword in his hand, smiling brightly, charged quickly forward. He placed the sword on Elder Jin's neck, who was lying down, threatening, "Kim, you're still useful to me. If you're willing to bow your head, then I can spare your life." He tightly furrowed his brows, grinding his teeth, asking, "You, who exactly are you?" He raised his chin high, arrogantly introducing, "King Yun sect, you Wu." Hearing this, he was like being struck by lightning, unbelievably exclaiming, "King Yun sect? Impossible, this sect has long ceased to exist." He, from above, looked down at him, contemptuously saying, "I don't need to explain this matter to you, but if you're willing to continue investigating the clues of the Wanba Pavilion for me, then I can let you go. How about it?" Elder Jin, hearing this, without thinking, replied, "All right, I agree. As long as you don't kill me, I'll do anything." He took back the sword, before his surprised eyes, shouting, "Open your mouth." He lightly threw a pill into his mouth. His expression turned green, raising his hand, touching his throat, asking, "What did you feed me?" He closed his eyes, turning his body, leaving. Before leaving, he opened his mouth, instructing, "It's nothing. It's a type of poison. Every 10 days it will flare up. Only I have the antidote. Remember, investigate the Wanba Pavilion for me. If you dare to play tricks, then be careful of being poisoned to death." He knelt on the ground, respectfully replying, "Understood." Yubiken, his hands in his pockets, raised his head, looking at the sky, saying in his heart, "Tonight was really dangerous. I wasted a lot of spiritual energy." Luckily, the opportunity wasn't bad. It wasn't too much of a loss. Suddenly, from his stomach, a clear sound rang out. He immediately shouted loudly, "Oh no, my stomach feels uncomfortable again." He raised his hand, hugging his stomach, deciding that he must quickly find a place to deal with it. While planning to deal with his troubles, suddenly he turned back, looking behind him, surprised. Zhong Xiaohua unexpectedly appeared behind him. Seeing this scene, she used both hands to cover her eyes, shouting loudly, "It's that pervert again." Afterwards, turning her head, she used one hand, punching him, sending him flying high into the sky, while his pants hadn't had time to pull up. Zhong Xiaohua looked at Yubiken, falling to the ground, angrily scolding loudly, "Yubiken, I worked so hard to find you, and you took advantage of me not paying attention to come and peep." He hurriedly raised his hand, explaining, "Wait, this is all a misunderstanding." His expression embarrassed, standing up, asking, "All right, Miss John, how did you find this place?" She turned her head, puffing out her cheeks, lightly humming, saying, "If I wasn't worried about you dying, I wouldn't have gone to the trouble of asking this person and that person to find you." Hearing this, he suspiciously asked people. He and she walked and talked, he leading the way, coaxing, "All right, Miss John, it's all my fault. Tonight, I'll compensate you, okay?" She immediately asked, "Compensate how?" His voice rang out, replying, "Take you to eat, then buy you anything you want." She, hearing this, glanced towards him, suspiciously asking, "Based on you, how much money can you take out?" He smiled lightly, taking out a pile of jewels, emitting a bright golden light, asking, "Is this enough?" Zhong Xiaohua choked, her eyes wanting to fall out, shouting loudly, "Damn it, there's so much gold." He laughed, generously saying, "If not, then choose a few that you like first." She looked at him, her eyes shining brightly, asking, "Really, can I?" He, without caring, replied, "Of course." She immediately happily pulled her bag up, smiling, replying, "All right then, I won't be polite." She stretched out her red bag in front, smiling, requesting, "I want the one on the left." Yubiken handed the pile of jewels towards her, shouting, "Take it, Zhang Xiaohuo reached out her hand, touching the pile of jewels inside, in her heart secretly thinking, this guy, I was only joking with him a little, yet he actually gave it to me. Before she had time to think more, he had happily asked, all right, I still have quite a few things that can be taken to sell, let's go together, okay. She hugged the red bag into her chest, smiling, asking, where exactly did you go, robbing? Yu Baikan tightly grasped her hand, pulling her away, saying, don't ask so many questions, let's go. He stepped into the store, placing 2 pieces of jade on the table, loudly shouting, boss, how much can this be sold for? The store owner held a magnifying glass, shining it on the jade, then said, let me take a look. Seeing him like this, he thought in his heart, this era really likes antiques, cultural items. The things I took out today will definitely be worth a lot. After a long time of checking, he was sweating, pondering, this thing is really special. It's even more extensive than the treasure of my store. Afterwards, raising his head, looking at him and Zhang Xiaohuo in his heart calculating, these 2 young people look like students. I can lower the price a little. He put the jade and the magnifying glass down, saying unfortunately. His suspicious voice rang out asking, what's wrong? He put on a sincere appearance, saying, your item, although its appearance is quite beautiful, its age isn't long, so it doesn't have a high value. Hearing this, he calmly repeated, its age isn't long. In his heart, he thought, 2,000 years ago, and he says its age isn't long. This guy thinks I'm stupid. Yu Baikan reached out his hand, taking the jade, saying, forget it, I'll go to another place to ask. He, saying this, panicked, shouting, hey, wait a minute. He looked at him, smirking, asking, what, you still want to haggle? He immediately smiled, making peace, saying, don't misunderstand, just now I only wanted to lower the price. I'll take it, is that okay? He also didn't say much, but decisively said, then you say a price. He raised 5 fingers, seriously shouting, 5 million. He smiled, also raising 5 fingers, replying, 50 million. The store owner, hearing this, was startled, letting out a cry of suspicion. He turned his body, holding the jade, planning to leave, saying, if you're not buying, then forget it. He immediately used both hands, tightly grasping his hand, shouting, buy. I'll buy it. Yu Baikan immediately smiled brightly, happily. He took a check, giving it to him, then shouting, one hand delivers the money, one hand delivers the goods. Here's a check for 50 million, hold it tight. Zhang Xiaohuo, standing between the 2 people, seeing this, couldn't believe it, secretly thinking, heavens. This is also possible, that's 50 million. The 2 people walked out of the door together. He, while walking, said, let's go celebrate. She turned to look at him, asking, go where? His voice rang out, replying, to a place to play. Seeing the figures of the 2 people walking far away, the store owner held the phone, speaking to the person on the other side, hello, boss, I just met a big fish on his body. There must be more valuable goods. The voice of the person on the other side replied, I understand. A taxi was driving on a deserted highway. Zhang Xiaohuo, sitting inside the car, excitedly asked, friend Yi, who exactly are you? You can't be a 2nd-generation rich kid, right? He, hearing this, replied, 2nd-generation rich kid. Saying this, he laughed out loud, then embarrassedly continued, all right, you can also understand it that way. Suddenly, on the road, a fancy car appeared, speeding quickly. The man inside the car was honking the horn non-stop, shouting, quick, get out of the way. I'm in a hurry to attend a banquet. The tires suddenly slipped, causing the car that was driving to suddenly change direction. He reached out his hand, hitting the steering wheel, secretly crying out, it's over. His car charged quickly towards the taxi that was driving. Yu Baikan, startled, glanced towards the back. A collision occurred. Yu Baikan reached out his hand, hugging Zhang Xiaohuo's head, pressing down, shouting loudly, be careful. The fancy sports car crashed hard into the tail of the taxi, smoke billowing. The man got out of the car, seeing this scene, cursing loudly, damn it, this is my car that I just bought. Inside the car, he turned to look at her, worriedly asking, are you okay? She, in fright, stammered, replying, No, I'm okay. He opened the car door on the taxi driver's side, pulling hard, causing him to let out a cry of fear. His mouth shouting loudly, "Quick, get out of here for me." He grabbed the collar of his shirt, questioning, "Why didn't you yield to me?" I almost lost face. He, in fright, replied, "This is a restricted lane. You can't change lanes." He immediately slapped the taxi driver, shouting loudly, "Damn it, you still dare to be so bold." He pointed at his car, loudly shouting, "My sports car, I just bought it, it's damaged. Pay me." The taxi driver grabbed his arm, exclaiming, "I don't have money." The man in the suit raised his fist, shouting loudly, "Then you go die." Suddenly, a hand from behind appeared, grabbing his wrist. He gritted his teeth, turning back, roaring, "Who dares to meddle? You bicon," his expression dark, said in a deep voice, "Hey, you're driving recklessly, and you still want others to compensate you?" Dreaming in broad daylight, he immediately raised his hand, lunging towards him, shouting loudly, "Get lost." That man was cursing and swinging his fist to punch Yubei Chen, the younger sister of this guy, in the face, but in an instant, Yubei Chen's face darkened and he dodged. The man was shocked and stared, looking around in surprise, not seeing Yubei Chen anywhere. Where is the person? But Yubei Chen had appeared on the side and slapped the man in the face. "Where are you looking? I'm here." Yubei Chen punched him, knocking him to the ground. The man glared at him. "My parents haven't even hit me, and you dare to hit me." He reached into his pocket and took out a knife, pointing it straight at Yubei Chen. "Unforgivable, go die." But Yubei Chen indifferently grabbed the man's arm, stopping him. The man was stunned and stared in disbelief, but suddenly a dart shot towards the two of them. Yubei Chen vigilantly glanced at the sharp object being fired. Yubei Chen quickly pulled the man in front of him, shielding himself. The dart immediately shot into the man's back with a thud. The two drivers and Zhong Zhua, standing on the side, were frightened and screamed, "Dead! Someone's dead!" Yubei Chen jumped up and went straight to the high-rise building, not forgetting to remind the two people below, "You guys stay here, don't run around." The mysterious stranger who shot the dart immediately retracted his weapon and disappeared from where he was standing. Yubei Chen jumped onto the roof of the building just in time. He looked around. Where did he go? He ran away. Zhong Zhua also managed to get to the roof of the building. She walked over and asked worriedly, "Friend Yi, did you offend the gangsters?" Zhong Zhua grabbed Yubei Chen's wrist and quickly pulled him away. "Let's go. I'll take you to a safe place." A moment later, Zhong Zhua took Yubei Chen to a small apartment building. She went to the door of a room and opened it. Zhong Zhua led Yubei Chen in and said, "This is my dormitory. You can hide here for now." Yubei Chen playfully asked, "Miss Zhong, are you concerned about me?" Zhong Zhua replied, "You once saved my life. I'm just returning the favor. Don't think too much." Zhong Zhua breathed a sigh of relief. It's safe now. She went to the bed in the room, intending to go to sleep. Yubei Chen looked at Zhong Zhua falling comfortably on the bed and asked, "Where do I sleep?" Zhong Zhua replied blankly, "Of course, on the floor. Did you want to sleep on my bed?" Zhong Zhua took out a blanket and threw it to Yubei Chen. "Take the blanket. Late at night, everyone had gone to sleep." In the room, Zhong Zhua was lying on the bed with her eyes closed, but Yubei Chen was still awake. Suddenly, Zhong Zhua opened her eyes and said, "I can't sleep." Yubei Chen replied, "Me neither." But suddenly Zhong Zhua asked a rather strange question, "Friend Yi, have you been lying to me all along?" Yubei Chen asked back in confusion, "Why do you say that?" Zhong Zhua explained, "So many things have happened. Do you think I'm really stupid? How could an ordinary person be as powerful as you?" Yubei Chen paused for a moment. "Well, I do have a little secret." Zhong Zhua also understood that everyone has secrets. "So do I." Zhong Zhua turned around and started gossiping. "Do you know why I came to this school?" Yubei Chen replied, "Because you go to school." Zhong Zhua explained, "Because my family always forces me to marry someone I don't like, so I came here to escape." Yubei Chen understood. "Oh, It sounds like you have something to tell me, go ahead. So the two of them stayed up all night telling each other stories until morning. Both of them fell asleep in ridiculous poses. Suddenly, there was a ringtone, and they both woke up. Yu Bei Chen sat up. Who is it? Outside the door, there was hurried knocking and a man's loud voice. Xiohua, open the door, it's me. Zhong Zhua, not fully awake, went to turn the doorknock. She was a little uncomfortable. Why did this guy find me? Outside the door stood a well-dressed man with a bouquet of roses. Xiohua, I finally found you. But Zhong Zhua angrily scolded. Zhong Bing, how many times have I said it? We are not compatible. Zhong Bing handed the bouquet to Zhong Zhua and replied, your parents have agreed to our marriage. We are very compatible. But Zhong Zhua threw the bouquet to the ground. Sorry, I already have a boyfriend. But Zhong Bing was not angry at all and said, you can't fool me, you don't have a boyfriend at all. But suddenly Yu Bei Chen came over, smiled lightly at Zhong Zhua, gently took her hand and called out, honey, what's wrong? Zhong Bing was struck by lightning. Honey, wife. Yu Bei Chen greeted him. Hello, I am Yu Bei Chen, Zhua's boyfriend. Zhong Bing angrily shouted, Zhong Zhua, who did you pick? You actually picked a poor wretch as your boyfriend. But right in front of Zhong Bing, Yu Bei Chen knelt down in front of Zhong Zhua, took out a small velvet box, opened it, and there was a ring inside. Zhua, marry me, okay. Zhong Zhua smiled lightly and held out her hand, inwardly grateful to this guy for helping her out of the predicament, and his reaction was also quick. Zhong Bing looked at the stone on the ring in surprise. Such a big ruby? He clenched his fist, unwilling. Damn, I can't afford this. Zhong Zhua smiled brightly and replied, thank you, I agree to marry you. Zhong Bing was shocked. What, you really want to marry him? Just because his ruby is a little bigger, I have better things than him. Zhong Bing took out a diamond ring, pointing to the diamond on it. Look, this diamond is one that I spent a lot of money to buy, worth more than 10 million. But Yu Bei Chen turned around and contemptuously said, what's so rare about a broken diamond? Zhong Bing angrily shouted, don't show off, if you have the ability, take out something better than mine. Immediately, Yu Bei Chen took out a few sparkling diamonds and threw them on the ground in front of Zhong Bing. Zhong Bing's face turned pale. Enough, this is also okay, Yu Bei Chen asked, is it enough? Zhong Bing couldn't do anything. Damn, I ran into an opponent. Zhong Bing pointed at Yu Bei Chen's face and cursed, consider yourself fierce. Yu Bei Chen playfully raised his hand to say goodbye, bye-bye, never see you again. Zhong Zhua, after seeing Zhong Bing leave, gratefully turned around. Thank you for helping me out, Yu Bei Chen replied. You're welcome, it's just a small matter. A moment later, Zhong Bing walked out of the dormitory building and down the street. He angrily roared, I'm so angry, I actually lost to a student, so embarrassing. While walking, Zhong Bing suddenly felt a chill down his spine, as if a shadow had passed behind him. He immediately turned his head to look, but didn't see anyone. He wondered, who is it? But Zhong Bing didn't know that a hand shot out a ray of spiritual energy. A few rays of spiritual energy shot to right behind Zhong Bing. A few rays of spiritual energy, but those strings shot straight into Zhong Bing's back. He screamed, and immediately his eyes turned white. He could no longer move his body, just like a puppet trembling there. Zhong Bing opened his eyes as if he had turned into a different person. Behind him was a woman controlling the puppet string. Yu Bei Chen and Zhong Zhua walked together across the school grounds. Zhua invited him. Friend Yi, thank you so much this time. How about I invite you to dinner? Yu Bei Chen agreed. Okay. Suddenly, the phone in Yu Bei Chen's pocket vibrated and the ringtone played. He reached into his pocket. Yu Bei Chen took out his phone. Wait, let me answer the phone first, Zhong Zhua said. Yu Bei Chen answered the phone. Hello, Sister Ther, what's the matter? Ther said, today the project team has an exam. I forgot to inform you. You quickly come to room 601 of the lecture building. Yu Bei Chen replied, oh, I see. Yu Bei Chen turned to Zhong Zhua and said, I have to go to the exam now, I'll go over there. Zhong Zhua happily replied, go, We'll go to dinner tonight." A moment later, the exam began. All the candidates began to do the test. The invigilator walked around checking. "The exam has officially started. Quickly do the test. Is there a student named Yubei Chen who has not arrived yet?" The invigilator on the podium was a little uncomfortable. Hearing that name, it must be a student who is not good at all. The remaining invigilator said, "You can't talk nonsense. Yubei Chen was personally selected by the professor." The other invigilator still looked down on him. "Isn't he just a backdoor entry? What's so great about him? Yubei Chen arrived just in time." "Hello, teacher. I am Yubei Chen. I came to participate in the exam of the project team." The invigilator confirmed, "You are Yubei Chen." The invigilator waved his hand, signaling him to come over to get the exam paper. Yubei Chen went closer. Yes, the invigilator rummaged for a while but couldn't find the exam paper. "It's gone." The supervisor opened the drawer and found a stack of papers. The supervisor took them out and gave them to Yubei Chen. After finding them, he took them and left. The other person reminded him to find an empty seat. There were pens on the table, and Yubei Chen went down to the class. "Yes, sir," the supervisor frowned and whispered to himself disdainfully. "Garbage that got in through the back door. What a waste of a project spot." Time passed by. The clock ticked every second. Suddenly, Yubei Chen stood up and reported, "Teacher, I'm done." Startling the surrounding students, they glanced over. Both supervisors on the podium were stunned. "What? You're done?" Yubei Chen placed the paper on the teacher's desk. "I have something else to do later." Then he went to the door, leaving a sentence, "I'll go first." The supervisor glared at Yubei Chen disapprovingly. Submitting the exam early must just be for show. A poor student will always be a poor student. The remaining supervisor opened the drawer and rummaged for a while, then asked, "Hey, did you guys see the classical literature exam that I put in here?" The other supervisor was puzzled. "What classical literature exam?" The supervisor explained, "Recently, I've encountered many difficult to understand classical texts, so I made a question bank to find experts to study together." The colleague shook his head and replied, "Didn't see it." But the supervisor glanced at Yubei Chen's paper and found it familiar. "Wait a minute, isn't this my classical literature exam?" The colleague didn't believe it. "You must be mistaken. That's the exam that Yubei Chen submitted." But the supervisor still picked it up and examined it once more. But the supervisor confirmed, "I'm not mistaken. This is indeed the classical literature exam." But he was able to finish it. The other colleague still couldn't believe it and questioned, "Then it's over. He scribbled all over and ruined your exam." But the supervisor said, "No, it seems like he got everything right," which surprised the colleague. "What?" That teacher's face turned pale, unable to believe it. How could it be? That kid isn't a poor student, but a genius. At this time, Yubei Chen was walking on the school grounds. It didn't take too long to finish the exam, and he could go have lunch with Miss Zhong. As he was walking, Zhong Bing suddenly appeared behind Yubei Chen, holding a dagger in his hand, smiling eerily at him. Zhong Bing rushed forward, pointing the knife at Yubei Chen. He suddenly became alert and turned to look. Yubei Chen quickly dodged to the side, escaping a slash. Then the two separated and faced each other. The atmosphere immediately tense. Yubei Chen recognized him and his face darkened. "It's you, Zhong Bing." Without saying a word, he immediately rushed forward. "Go die." Yubei Chen nimbly dodged Zhong Bing's knife, startling him. Yubei Chen sensed that something was wrong with this guy. Too strange. Yubei Chen grabbed Zhong Bing's wrist and slammed him down. His aura was off. Zhong Bing was immediately slammed into the wall of the teaching building. He hit the wall hard. Then his eyes rolled back and he passed out. Seeing this scene, Yubei Chen's face darkened. He's dead. But very quickly, Zhong Bing, with his neck twisted, moved again and charged forward recklessly. Yubei Chen had no choice but to take out the thunder sword from his space. The sword flashed a ray of light. Yubei Chen immediately raised his sword and stabbed it hard into Zhong Bing, but Zhong Bing, like a puppet, ignored the injuries on his body and still rushed forward, biting hard on Yubei Chen's arm. Yubei Chen frowned and gritted his teeth. Because of the pain, Yu Bei-chen angrily kicked Zhong Bing away. He hugged his arm, looking at Zhong Bing falling to the ground, his suspicion growing strange. He should just be a corpse. Why can he still act? There's something fishy. The woman controlling him in the back saw everything. She smiled eerily. A cultivator. But that's all he is. Yu Bei-chen immediately opened his celestial eye. Before his eyes, Zhong Bing, a living person, had countless small spiritual energy threads behind him controlling him. Yu Bei-chen frowned and realized he's being controlled by someone else. Yu Bei-chen felt a little interested. How interesting. So there are tricks like this? He opened his eyes wide and immediately saw the woman controlling Zhong Bing not far away. I can't believe it. She then returned to the fight. Yu Bei-chen saw before his eyes was Zhong Bing opening his mouth wide, wanting to bite him. Yu Bei-chen runs his internal energy. A large bolt of lightning strikes down, enveloping Zhong Bing and him within it. While Yu Bei-chen is unharmed, Zhong Bing has been struck down and burned to a crisp all over his body. Zhong Bing stood there like a dummy. He was charred black standing in front of Yu Bei-chen. The woman was immediately angry, so he was able to break her puppet. That woman's face darkened. She pulled out 2 daggers from her body. Damn it, it seems like I have to go to battle myself. Unexpectedly, Yu Bei-chen had appeared, jumping up and raising his sword high, wanting to strike down, but she was discovered. Yu Bei-chen slashed down. The woman blocked it with 2 daggers. She was pushed back a few steps because of the strong force. That woman's face darkened, unable to believe how could that be so. He was so strong. Yu Bei-chen raised his sword and put it against the woman's neck. Yu Bei-chen asked, "Who are you? Why are you here to kill me?" She gave a cold snort. "Don't even think about getting any information from me. I am a professional killer. I will never sell out." Yu Bei-chen immediately slashed down with 1 strike, killing that woman. Talking too much. Yu Bei-chen coldly looked at her corpse. "You want to kill me so much. It's not just you. Reincarnate well in the next life." At this time, at another location, the antique shop that Yu Bei-chen had visited before, the boss inside was reporting to the man in front of him. "Boss, just received intel. The assassin you sent has failed." The man's face darkened. His eyes were sharp. He gnashed his teeth. He angrily yelled, "Useless. All of them are useless." The shop owner was scared and quickly slapped himself hard in the face. "It's all my fault for not investigating carefully beforehand, not knowing that he was also a martial artist." The man asked, "Who exactly is he? Do you know clearly now?" The shop owner replied, "No, not clear. There is only 1 photo." The man requested, "Bring it here for me to see." The shop owner obeyed. Yes. Later the shop owner brought out a photo of Yu Bei-chen and Zhong Zhua exchanging antiques with each other. The man immediately recognized him. The shop owner was confused. "Do you know him?" The man frowned. His face was not good. "He is the target that our Bureau of Gathering Oddities has always been pursuing." The shop owner was stunned. "What? Is he the one who took the key?" The man confirmed. "The organization has sent several groups of people to kill him, but they all failed. This person cannot be underestimated." The shop owner asked, "Then what should we do?" The man smirked. "Don't let his whereabouts be exposed. This is a good opportunity for us to make a contribution." In the evening, Yu Bei-chen and Zhong Zhua arrived at a restaurant and sat down in a private room. The food on the table was all delicacies. Yu Bei-chen said, "This meal is very sumptuous. It must have cost a lot of money, right?" Zhong Zhua smiled. "Hey, just consider it my treat." Just as they were about to pick up their chopsticks, the door was suddenly pushed open by a group of people in black suits who came in and said, "Miss, please come back with us." Zhong Zhua was startled when she heard the sound. She turned her head and glanced at the few people in black suits who looked like bodyguards, interrupting the meal of the 2 people, Yu Bei-chen and Zhong Zhua. Yu Bei-chen angrily stood up, pointed at the group of people in black and yelled, "Who are you?" "Let go of Miss Zhong," Zhong Zhua introduced. "Don't be agitated. They are all bodyguards of the Zhong family." Yu Bei-chen asked, "Bodyguards?" From behind, an elderly man came in and called Zhong Zhua by name. "Zhua, why don't you quickly come back with me? Do you know what a great disaster you have caused outside?" Zhong Zhua was startled when she heard the familiar voice. "Dad," she darkened her face, "do you still have this father in your eyes?" Zhong Zhua looked at her father's not-so-good face and was also a little scared. She asked, "Dad, what are you doing here?" "What happened?" Yu Bei-chen was a little surprised. Zhong Zhua's dad asked a question, confirming, "Did Zhong Bing come to find you?" Zhua stammered, "Yes, Dad." Suddenly her dad said, "He's dead." Zhua shocked. "What?" Zhong Zhua's dad recounted. His face was even darker. "The Zhong family has learned about their son's death. They are venting their anger on our Zhong family. They are launching a full-scale attack on the market. In less than 10 days we will go bankrupt." He grabbed Zhong Zhua's arm, wanting to pull her away. "Let's go. Follow me back to the Zhong family to take the blame." But Zhong Zhua refused to go. "I didn't kill anyone. I'm not going anywhere." But suddenly, Yu Bei-chen spoke, taking all the blame on himself. "Wait a minute. I killed the person. Let me go to the Zhong family to resolve this matter." Zhong Zhua's dad head frowned. "You are the murderer." Zhong Zhua panicked and wanted to defend him. "Brother Yi, don't talk nonsense. This is not a joke." But Yu Bei-chen confidently reassured Zhong Zhua, "Don't worry, I can handle this." The Zhong family head still warned him, "The Zhong family is recruiting assassins to find the murderer. Kid, you'll definitely die if you go there." But Yu Bei-chen calmly walked past him. A real man dares to do what he dares to be responsible for. Moreover, it's not yet known who will live and who will die. Both the Jing family head and Zhong Zhua looked at Yu Bei-chen with suspicion. The Jing family head turned to his daughter and asked, "Who is he?" Zhong Zhua replied, "A classmate from my school." The Zhong family head was puzzled. A student dares to act so confidently. A moment later, at the Zhong group headquarters, many people were chatting animatedly in the hall. Two women were gossiping. "Hey, have you heard? Zhong's son was killed." "I know. The party that old man organized today is actually a recruitment session for assassins. He wants to use force to investigate the murderer." Yu Bei-chen walked to the front of the big door and pushed it open. "Is this the place?" The two women stopped gossiping and turned to look at Yu Bei-chen with interest. "Are you also here to attend the Zhong family's banquet?" He replied, "Yes, that's right." The woman said, "I heard that many assassins are participating in this banquet." "Don't tell me you're also an assassin." Yu Bei-chen smiled awkwardly. "Haha, that's right." The woman started gossiping with Yu Bei-chen. "If you're an assassin, then you must know who killed Zhong Bing, right?" Yu Bei-chen replied, "Of course, I know him, I'm familiar with him." The woman became even more curious. "Is he a handsome man?" Which made Yu Bei-chen wonder, "Why are you so curious about this matter?" The woman continued, "You don't know this, but the Zhong family is all-powerful in this city. We've suffered a lot of oppression. We're all happy to hear that someone killed his son. This is the wish-fulfilling fruit. Your friend also confirmed it's true. The person who can kill Zhong Bing must be a heroic and handsome figure. We admire him very much." Yu Bei-chen smiled. "So that's how it is. This family is so unpopular." Suddenly, a group of men in black walked in from the door. "Get out of the way. General Zhong is here." Yu Bei-chen turned to pay attention to the person entering. Then, a man walked onto the stage to speak. "Everyone, thank you for coming to this gold reward party." He continued, "Everyone must already know what happened to our Zhong family. Without further ado, this party is being held to recruit assassins from the black market. If you are interested in the reward money, please step forward." A person from below the stage asked, "General Zhong, I heard that the reward money you are offering is 30 million. Is that true?" Zhong smiled. "Not 30 million, but 50 million. If you can find the murderer and kill him, the 50 million will be transferred to your account immediately." The man who asked the question immediately became interested. "If General Zhong is so sincere, then we won't be polite." The man led two younger brothers behind him towards the exit. "Brothers, let's go out and work, find the murderer within 3 days." But suddenly, Yu Bei-chen, who was nearby, said, "No need to look. I'm the one who killed him." Everyone in the room whispered, looking very surprised. "What? He's the murderer, really? He just said he was an assassin." Zhong's face darkened, and he ordered, "What are you standing there for? If you want the reward money, kill him. The man immediately took out 2 daggers and went into a fighting stance. Kill him. With a wave of his hand, Yu Bei-chen easily dodged to the side. The man was a little surprised, so fast, but before he could recover, he was kicked by Yu Bei-chen. You think you can kill me with just your skills? His 2 remaining underlings also charged forward. You still dare to be arrogant? Go to hell. Yu Bei-chen glanced at the 2 of them. He turned around and blocked the 2 swords with just his hands. The 2 of them were immediately shocked, deflecting knives with bare hands. Yu Bei-chen gently broke the 2 daggers with just his hands, and even sneered, "Your cultivation is too weak." Then, he quickly shot the 2 broken daggers at the 2 of them. Go and practice again in your next life. Immediately, the 2 of them were hit and fell to the ground. The leader slammed his hand on the ground. Damn it. I won't be human if I don't kill you today. That one slam on the ground caused the ground to sink in and crack. He flicked his hand up. Go to hell. Dirt and rocks immediately shot up high, attacking Yu Bei-chen. Suddenly, a large explosion appeared. Everyone screamed in fear and ran away. The explosion blew up, and dirt and rocks flew everywhere with immense destructive power. Zhong Shang looked pleased. Did it succeed? The assassin stood in front of the mess and took a breath. That's all you amount to. At this time, Yu Bei-chen was closing his eyes. Yu Bei-chen was lying on the ground, but his whole body was floating in the air. Around him were several pieces of dirt and rock floating. Everyone was amazed by this scene. What's going on? Is this a supernatural phenomenon? Zhong Zhong's face darkened as he realized that this guy was also a martial arts cultivator. Yu Bei-chen suddenly opened his eyes wide. Yu Bei-chen straightened up while still floating in the air. Several lightning bolts appeared around him, enveloping him. Yu Bei-chen angrily said, "You dare to attack me from behind. Your death is here." Immediately after, he unleashed a large amount of lightning strikes along with many boulders, striking the man. The man was defeated and rolled on the ground. He also died on the spot, unmoving. Zhong Zhong's face darkened as he stared in shock at the corpse. Zhong Shang turned pale and angrily scolded, "Damn it, these assassins are all useless trash." The 2 women who had been talking to Yu Bei-chen earlier praised him profusely. "Oh my God, he's so awesome. I believe it now. He must be the one who killed John Bing. So cool." Yu Bei-chen landed in front of Zhong Shang. "Zhong Shang, we need to talk." Zhong Shang retreated in fear. "You don't come over here." Yu Bei-chen forced Zhong Shang against the wall and demanded, "I killed your son. It has nothing to do with the Zhang family. Now, I demand that you immediately stop suppressing the Zhang family." Zhong Shang turned pale. "You killed my son. On what basis are you demanding that I do this and that?" Yu Bei-chen lost patience and slapped Zhong Shang hard in the face. "You're talking too much." Yu Bei-chen grabbed Zhong Shang by the collar and threatened, "I'll say it one more time. Immediately stop suppressing the Zhang family, or you will die." Zhong Shang was scared but also helpless. At this time, in the Zhang family's mansion, the Zhang family head was sitting in his office, looking through the files on the table. He angrily said, "Damn it, the Zhang family has forcibly carried out the acquisition of all our factories, stores, and companies. They're really not giving us a way out." Zhang Zhua poured a cup of tea for her father. She reassured him, "Dad, heaven never bars one's way. I don't believe that the Zhang family can cover the sky with one hand." The Zhang family head angrily turned to Zhang Zhua. "You still have the face to say that? If it weren't for your elopement, how could such a momentous event have happened?" Zhang Zhua was startled. The Zhang family head continued, "Also, don't associate with those who are not respectable." Zhang Zhua also retorted angrily, "Dad, are you talking about Yu Bei-chen?" "He is my benefactor," the Jing family head scoffed. "Benefactor? What a joke, he's just a pauper." Suddenly, the landline phone rang a few times. The Zhang family head reached out and picked up the phone. He frowned and asked, "Hello, is this the secretary? What's the matter?" The secretary on the other end of the line reported, "Chairman, the Zhang family has cancelled all acquisition plans. We can start doing business again." The Zhang family head was stunned and wide-eyed. "What?" The secretary continued, I heard that Mrs. Classmate Yi Bei Chen attended the Zhang family's party. He resolved this matter smoothly. The Zhang family head was even more surprised. It was him. The Zhang family head hung up the phone. His expression softened. Who exactly are you? How do you have such great power? Zhang Zhihua stood to the side and asked puzzledly. Dad, what happened? The Zhang family head excitedly recounted. That friend of yours has resolved the Zhang family's problem. Zhang Zhihua was surprised. What? The Zhang family head joyfully grabbed his daughter's hand. Zhihua, your friend is so talented. Why didn't you say so earlier? He has helped us greatly. Can you contact him? I want to invite him here to thank him in person. Zhang Zhihua happily agreed. Yes, I'll call him now. Yi Bei Chen walked out of the Zhang group's building after a while. The Zhang family covering the sky with one hand is just so. I thought they were so great. Yi Bei Chen took out his phone from his pocket and looked at the caller. Who is calling? Yi Bei Chen answered the phone. Hello, who is this? The familiar voice came from the other end. Friend Yi, it's me, Zhang Zhihua. Thank you for helping me resolve the matter with the Zhang family. Do you have time to come to my house? My dad wants to thank you in person. Yi Bei Chen asked, where is your house? Zhang Zhihua gave her address. Then the two hung up. Yi Bei Chen went out to the main road and hailed a passing taxi. Yi Bei Chen got into the car and gave an address. Go to Zhang Manor. The driver gave a sinister smile and replied, okay, hold on tight. Then the car rolled back onto the main road. Suddenly, the driver locked all the doors of the taxi and then stepped on the gas to accelerate. Seeing this, Yi Bei Chen reminded him, hey, you're driving too fast. The man pulled the lever. Not fast at all. Suddenly, he opened the driver's seat door and jumped out, leaving Yi Bei Chen in the speeding car. Enjoy yourself. Yi Bei Chen was surprised by this incident. Immediately, the car crashed into an object and exploded while still on the main road. The man standing nearby watched the explosion. He smiled slightly. I didn't expect to complete the mission so simply. The man turned to his boss and the owner of the antique shop. Mission accomplished. Very good, but you acted so cruelly. Aren't you afraid of blowing him up to death? The man replied, Big brother, don't worry. He's a martial artist. At most, he'll be seriously injured or crippled. He won't die for the time being. The man smiled sinisterly. Good, then take him back for thorough interrogation to find out where the key is hidden. The assassin rolled up his sleeves and walked towards the explosion. Yes, I'll do it right away. He walked towards the car that had been blown to pieces. Smoke was still billowing, making it difficult to see anything inside. Suddenly, a hand pushed open the taxi door. The assassin was shocked and his face turned pale. Yi Bei Chen was unharmed and angrily rushed up, wanting to tear the assassin to shreds. These sneaking rats! Yi Bei Chen raised his fist and shouted, You pissed me off. Immediately, the fist punched the assassin hard in the face before he could dodge, leaving a red bone mark on his face. Then Yi Bei Chen punched the assassin hard into the sky without any mercy. The assassin was punched to the ground in front of the other two men. The superior man was surprised. He underestimated the strength of this kid. He was able to remain unharmed even in the explosion, but the shop owner was a little stunned. Yi Bei Chen looked at the remaining two men and recognized the boss. He pointed at the antique shop owner and angrily shouted, Wasn't 2 pieces of jade enough for you last time? Now you want to kill people and rob treasures. This made him scared and wanted to run away. Don't come here. The other man stepped forward to stop Yi Bei Chen. Kid, I don't care about those ugly things. If you know what's good for you, hand over the key. Yi Bei Chen was puzzled. Key. The man tried to maintain his patience. Don't play dumb with me. You know better than anyone else where that thing is. Yi Bei Chen glanced at the man in front of him, confused. Who is this guy? I'm meeting him for the first time and he's already asking for things. Could it be that I have amnesia? The man immediately took out a large knife and held it straight against Yi Bei Chen's neck. I'll give you 10 seconds. If you still don't hand it over, then bear the consequences. Yi Bei Chen's face darkened and his eyes flashed with murderous intent. I don't know what key you're talking about, but if you dare to touch a hair on my head, Then don't even think about leaving here today. The man lost his patience and swung his knife. You dare to talk back, courting death? But Yu Bei Chen just stood there, creating a shield that prevented the man from touching a hair on his head. Immediately, the knife couldn't withstand it and cracked a corner, causing the man to be stunned. Yu Bei Chen jumped up, raised his hand high, and swung his fist towards the man. The man couldn't dodge and was immediately punched hard in the stomach by Yu Bei Chen, causing him to vomit blood. The antique shop owner was terrified at the sight. Terrified, and his face turned pale. "Boss, boss." Yu Bei Chen turned to the antique shop owner and asked, "Hey, do you know what key he was just talking about?" The man explained awkwardly, "I don't know. All of these things are secrets of the JQ Bureau. People in low-level positions like me are basically not allowed to come into contact with them." Suddenly, Yu Bei Chen pointed his index finger at the antique shop owner's face. The man looked at him in confusion and said, "Then you can go die." In the next second, a ray of spiritual energy shot from Yu Bei Chen's finger, piercing through the man's head and killing him on the spot. Yu Bei Chen withdrew his murderous aura. "A bunch of chickens wasting my time, but I can't continue to be passive like this anymore. I have to ask someone to investigate thoroughly." Then Yu Bei Chen shot out a series of ancient script characters as a message. On the other side, old Jin was sitting in his room meditating, undisturbed. Those ancient texts flew over and transmitted to old Jin's ears. He opened his eyes and listened. "Jin Dai, send someone to investigate all information related to the JQ Bureau." A moment later, Yu Bei Chen arrived at Zhong Manor. Both Jing family father and daughter were already waiting there. The Zhong family head spoke first. "Zhua, have you told Yu Bei Chen yet?" "Why hasn't he arrived yet?" Zhua replied. Dad, don't worry, he will definitely come." Yu Bei Chen stepped into the manor and greeted, "Uncle, sorry everyone for making you wait so long." The Jing family head stepped forward and warmly welcomed him. "Bei Chen, you've finally arrived." He reached out and took Yu Bei Chen's hand. "Thank you for everything you've done for the Zhong family." Then the Zhong father and daughter took Yu Bei Chen into the villa and introduced him. "Come, I've specially prepared a thank you dinner for you." A moment later, the three sat down at the table. The Zhong family head continued, "Bei Chen, thanks to your help. Otherwise the Zhong family would have faced a great disaster." The Jing family head raised his glass. "Come, I'll offer you a toast." Yu Bei Chen also raised his glass. "Uncle, you're too polite. John Bing was killed by me, so I should have taken care of it." Then the two clinked glasses. Yu Bei Chen raised his glass and drank it all in one gulp. The Jing family head happily turned to his daughter. "Xiaohua, Bei Chen has finished his drink. You should also drink a few more glasses." John Zhua listened and said, "Yes." The housekeeper beside him leaned close to the Jing family head's ear and reminded him, "Miss is famous for getting drunk after one glass at home." "Do you really want her to drink?" The Zhong family head had a different idea and said, "Nonsense. If I don't let the two of them drink, how will there be a chance for rice to be cooked?" The housekeeper was surprised. "What?" The Zhong family head continued, "Tonight, at all costs, I have to get them drunk. Where can I find such a good son-in-law?" Then time passed, and the clock slowly ticked away. Yu Bei Chen and Zhong Zhua were coaxed into getting drunk. Their faces flushed red as they sat next to each other. Drink more, don't go home until we're drunk." Seeing that the time had come, the Jing family head ordered the housekeeper to take the two of them back to the room to rest. The housekeeper asked, "Which room?" The Zhong family head shouted at the housekeeper's ignorance. "I said, your brain is really slow. Of course it's the missus' room, or is it mine?" The housekeeper hurriedly listened. Yes. The housekeeper then ordered the nearby servants, "Someone, quickly take the Miss and young Master Yi back to the room. Remember to put them in the same room." The servant replied, "Understood." Then the servants took Yu Bei Chen and Zhong Zhua upstairs to the room, lying on the same bed. "Miss, young Master, you just have to go to bed and sleep." Yu Bei Chen vaguely heard the servant's voice and said, Young Master what?" The servant didn't reply, but turned off the lights and quickly left the room. Zhong Zhua immediately turned over and lay close to Yu Bei Chen. Naturally, Zhong Zhua felt something hard and asked, "What is this?" "It's so hard," but Yu Bei Chen had already turned around and hugged her and reminded her, "Don't mess around, go to sleep." Then the night quickly passed. The two slept peacefully. Early the next morning, the sky was clear and a ray of light peeked through the gap in the window, shining into the room. Sensing the sunlight shining in, Zhong Zhua opened her eyes. She looked around blankly and then looked to the side. It was Yu Bei Chen sleeping right next to her. Zhong Zhua panicked and sat up, covering her face in embarrassment and screaming. Yu Bei Chen heard the scream and woke up. He glanced around. What happened? Zhong Zhua slapped Yu Bei Chen in the face in embarrassment and scolded him for being a rogue. Yu Bei Chen was slapped before he could do anything, and his face was swollen. Yu Bei Chen was slapped in the face and woke up completely. "What's going on? How did I get into your room?" Zhong Zhua's face darkened and asked, Did you do anything last night?" Yu Bei Chen quickly waved his hand and replied, "No, absolutely not." Zhong Zhua pointed to Yu Bei Chen's underwear. "Then why aren't you wearing pants down there?" Yu Bei Chen looked down and immediately panicked. It was difficult for him to deny this reality. Yu Bei Chen quickly took his pants and put them back on. "Sorry, it must be a misunderstanding." Yu Bei Chen hurriedly put on his coat and ran out, wanting to leave Zhong Zhua in the room to calm down. "I'll go out first, you continue to sleep." Zhua sat on the bed without saying anything. She just watched him leave in a hurry. Yu Bei Chen came out of Zhong Zihua's bedroom, and not far away, the Zhong family head and the butler were hiding behind the wall, observing. "Great, the raw rice has definitely been cooked into cooked rice." Yu Bei Chen left the Jing family mansion. He was a little embarrassed. "I drank too much last night and can't remember anything. I probably didn't do anything to Miss Zhong, right?" While walking on the road, Yu Bei Chen was suddenly startled and jumped up. Old Jin suddenly appeared and called Master. Yu Bei Chen calmed down. "Oh, it's you? You scared me." Old Jin smiled and reported, "Master, I have new information about Wanbao Tower." Yu Bei Chen asked, "Oh, what information?" Old Jin's eyes lit up. "I have discovered green bricks in a place. These bricks are exactly the same as what I have seen before. I suspect it is the ruins of Wanbao Tower." Yu Bei Chen became interested. "Lead me to see." Old Jin agreed. "Okay." Then the two came to a company and stood in front of the door. Yu Bei Chen asked, "Is it here?" Old Jin replied, "Yes, our people have discovered the green brick inside." Yu Bei Chen and Old Jin went into the building. "Let's go in and see." Just as he was about to step into the building, Yu Bei Chen was hit by the glass door. Yu Bei Chen rubbed his hit forehead and was surprised. "What's going on?" "Is there a barrier?" Old Jin explained. "Master, you need a pass to enter." "We don't have one." Yu Bei Chen turned around and found an employee swiping a card to enter. Immediately, the glass door opened in front of Yu Bei Chen. Next, the three entered. Yu Bei Chen sighed. "Interesting. The barrier of 1,000 years later is indeed novel." Old Jin went ahead to lead the way. Seeing Yu Bei Chen preparing to go in another direction, he called back, "Master, go this way." In a large empty room, 3 people were sitting around a cultivation item. A man said, "This treasure pearl is indeed extraordinary. Its power makes me feel like I'm about to break through." Outside, Yu Bei Chen and Old Jin peeked at the scene inside. "Is it here?" Old Jin replied. "The brick was discovered here." "They are also cultivators." Yu Bei Chen's face darkened and he secretly guessed, "Strange. Could it be that they have discovered Wanbao Tower and deliberately built a house here to hide its existence?" Sensing a strange aura nearby, the man immediately became alert. "Who's there?" Old Jin panicked a little. "It's not good. We've been discovered." But Yu Bei Chen was not afraid at all. "What's there to be afraid of?" Yu Bei Chen walked out calmly. Since they had been discovered, Old Jin also followed Yu Bei Chen out. "Then let's have a talk." The 3 men stood in the middle of the room. Their faces darkened as they looked at the 2 strangers walking over. The man asked, "Who are you? How did you get in here?" Yu Bei Chen said, "You don't need to know who I am. Just answer me one question. Where is Wanbao Tower?" The three men were surprised. How does he know about Wanbao Tower? One of them said quickly, "He is taking spiritual energy." He decided to take the sword on display nearby, and he immediately grabbed the sword in his hand. The man confidently smiled. "This person knows about Wanbao Tower. We can't let him live. It just so happens that I have just finished practicing a new cultivation technique, so I will use you to practice it." The other two were also complacent. "Oh, young Huang, you are too cruel." "That's right. Wouldn't he directly go to be reincarnated?" Yu Bei Chen smiled faintly. "It's okay to use me to test your cultivation technique, but what if I win? Will you tell me information about Wanbao Tower?" The two laughed loudly as if they heard something ridiculous. "Want to win? You don't know your own strength." Oh Huang immediately agreed. "Okay, I agree with you." Immediately afterwards, he rushed up, raised his sword high, and then he slashed the sword down at Yu Bei Chen, wanting to eliminate him. But unfortunately, Yu Bei Chen flicked his hand forcefully. Not only did he not slash down, but he was also thrown backwards. Seeing this, Oh Huang was stunned and couldn't believe it. The remaining two were also surprised and widened their eyes. "Is he also a cultivator? How come we can't tell?" "He's hiding it so well." Oh Huang stood up with difficulty. He gritted his teeth. Damn it, he actually blocked it. If that's the case, he summoned the spiritual body, the tiger. Then don't blame me for being too cruel. The spiritual body rushed to pounce on Yu Bei Chen. Yu Bei Chen quickly took out his thunder sword. He slashed down in one stroke, and thunder energy shot out powerfully towards the spirit beast. Immediately, the spirit beast was cut in half by Yu Bei Chen's sword. It howled before disappearing. The remaining two were shocked beyond belief. How is this possible? Oh Huang's new cultivation technique was broken just like that. Yu Bei Chen pointed his sword at Oh Huang. He smiled coldly. "Your cultivation technique is too weak. Obediently admit defeat." The sharp thunder sword was immediately placed against Oh Huang's neck, making him terrified and pale. He glanced at the sword and did not dare to breathe heavily. Oh Huang was terrified and pale. What kind of weapon is this guy using? It's so powerful. Yu Bei Chen lowered his sword. "You lost. If you don't want to die, say what I want." The man immediately yielded and did not dare to say anything. "Don't be impatient. I'll tell you right away." Oh Huang slowly approached Yu Bei Chen, but before he could tell him, he suddenly rushed over, went around behind Yu Bei Chen and hugged him tightly. "Then you have to go to hell first." Yu Bei Chen frowned and looked at him playing tricks. Still want to resist? He immediately spoke out, signaling to the remaining two, "Big brother, third brother, hurry up and attack." The two understood and immediately took out a dagger, pointing the sharp blade towards Yu Bei Chen. "Go to hell." The two stabbed the two sides of Yu Bei Chen's neck forcefully. While he was not paying attention, fresh blood splattered. Oh Huang looked at Yu Bei Chen being stabbed and immediately released him triumphantly. "You're just so weak. I thought you were a master or something." The two laughed contemptuously. "This kid doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He actually dared to provoke our Longsing three heroes. He deserves it." Suddenly, Yu Bei Chen's eyes turned white. He opened his mouth wide, and white smoke rose from his body. As the white smoke rose, Yu Bei Chen immediately disappeared in the smoke, leaving two daggers falling to the ground. The few were immediately surprised and stared blankly. What's going on? A fake body. Suddenly, Yu Bei Chen appeared behind the two and said the words, "If you lose and don't keep your promise, then don't blame me for being impolite," which made them pale and dare not breathe heavily. Yu Bei Chen raised the thunder sword high and died with the mighty sword strike. The eldest brother panicked and blocked with a shield. "It's over." The thunder sword broke the shield, and the shield was broken into pieces. The two were immediately blown away. Oh Huang was shocked and widened his eyes. What's going on? What is his cultivation level? Yu Bei Chen, while the two were falling backwards, he immediately moved behind them. "Don't keep your promise." Then he struck another sword, and lightning shot out from the sword, electrocuting them. This is the price to pay. The two were burned black and fell straight to the ground, dead. Seeing his two brothers being defeated, Oh Huang was stunned. How could this be? He shouted for help and turned to run away. "Help! But when he ran near the door, Ah Huang was stopped by old Jen. Master didn't say much. You can't escape today. Yu Bei Chen went behind the man. Ah Huang was terrified when he was surrounded and had no way out. Yu Bei Chen stepped forward and punched him hard in the stomach. Want to run? I didn't agree. Ah Huang fell to the ground in pain, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. He trembled and apologized. I know I was wrong. Yu Bei Chen said, Oh, where were you wrong? He replied, I shouldn't have gone back on my word. Ah Huang immediately knelt down and begged, Please, senior, spare my life, spare my life. Yu Bei Chen lifted his foot and kicked him hard in one shoulder. I said, Where is Wanbao Tower? Spit out all the information you know. The man was terrified and dared not disobey. Wanbao Tower really exists. He recounted that a few years ago, the chairman of Longxing Group invited an expert to look at the feng shui. The man chose this piece of land and then built the group's building. During the construction, someone discovered a strange bronze door. Then the workers opened the door and stepped in to explore. Let's see what it looks like when that feng shui gate opens inside. It's an altar and a precious pearl. This pearl emits a source of spiritual energy that opens up the spiritual veins of those who enter, helping them to cultivate. The high-ranking person also discovered the name Wanbao on a stele. It can be seen that the man went to a stele with the name Wanbao engraved on it. Yu Bei Chen spoke up and asked, Where is the altar entrance you mentioned? That guy looked up, about to speak, when he suddenly clutched his chest, feeling extremely painful. His face was not fake. Yu Bei Chen realized that he was unusual. He widened his eyes and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Then he fell to the ground and died suddenly. Old Jin was startled. What happened? Yu Bei Chen realized that we had been discovered. Someone was behind controlling him, not letting him reveal the truth. Yu Bei Chen turned to the blue ball in the middle of the room, raised his hand to take it. It seems the matter is more complicated than I thought. Yu Bei Chen took the blue ball into his hand. Blue ball shrunk. Yu Bei Chen took old Jen with him to get out of here. Let's leave this place first. At the same time, there was a man meditating in his private room. He called out loudly, Xiaoai. A woman quickly appeared. Master, what do you want to tell me? The man ordered, Go kill someone for me as quickly as possible. The girl asked, Who does the master want to kill? He performed a magic trick. Smoke rose and gathered, and the face of Yu Bei Chen appeared. Look clearly, he is the target. She received the order, remembered that face, then jumped out the window. I will go kill him right away. Yu Bei Chen returned to school. He passed through the school campus and met another student who greeted him. Good morning, friend Yi. Yu Bei Chen happily greeted back. Good morning. In his heart, he thought that so many things have happened recently, and he increasingly feels that the current era is not simple anymore. Yu Bei Chen remembered the names, the existence of Moving Mountain Gate, Juki Bureau, and Longxing Group, proving that cultivation in this world has never been interrupted. The forces have only changed their names. Yu Bei Chen went to the classroom, pulled out a chair and sat down next to Wu Ting. Juki Bureau is always chasing after me to find the so-called key, but until now I still don't know what that thing is. Yu Bei Chen wondered to himself, where is that key after all? Could it be that I have amnesia? The class teacher walked in and said, Students, I have good news to announce to everyone. The teacher happily announced, Today our class has a new student transferring in. The teacher invited the new student in. Son, please come in. That girl went straight into the class. She stepped onto the podium, smiled brightly, waved her hand and introduced, Hello everyone, my name is Sun Xiaoai. I hope everyone will guide me more in the future. Everyone, especially the boys, were excited to discuss, Wow, the new student is so beautiful. I don't know if she has a boyfriend yet. The teacher put his hand down to the end of the class and arranged a seat for Xiaoai. Okay, you sit behind Baiken, Xiaoai. She happily agreed. Yes, teacher. She went down to the seat and sat down at the table right behind Yu Bei Chen. She smiled strangely as if she had just gotten her wish. A moment later, the class ended. The bell rang. All the students left the class. Yu Bei Chen walked out of the classroom, stretching comfortably. Finally, school is over. While walking along the corridor, Yu Bei Chen was suddenly clung to by Sun Xiaoai. This friend Yi, Being hugged made him startled and surprised. Shoei looked lovely and invited Yubei Chen. Can I eat with you? He wondered, eat with me? The male students saw the two of them entangled together and were jealous. Yubei Chen is really lucky like a dog, yet he was invited by the goddess to take the initiative to make a dinner appointment. I admire him too much. Shoei immediately grabbed Yubei Chen's wrist and pulled him away. Don't be polite, let's go. Yubei Chen was surprised, hey you, but it was too late to refuse. A moment later, the two went to a restaurant and each ordered a bowl of noodles. Shoei spoke up. This meal is on me. Yubei Chen wondered, friend's son, why are you treating me so strangely? Shoei made an admiring and infatuated face. Of course, I fell in love with you at first sight. Yubei Chen was about to move his chopsticks when he got itchy all over. What? Shoei pushed Yubei Chen lightly with a slightly embarrassed look. Don't be afraid, quickly get me some chili sauce. Yubei Chen had to get up then went, oh okay. Shoei saw Yubei Chen leaving. Then she took out a packet of white powder and sprinkled it into his bowl of noodles with a sinister smile. This guy is really easy to fool, the poison I just bought can take effect. A minute later, Yubei Chen returned with a bottle of chili on his hand. He gave it to Xioohe, the chili is here. Shoei happily received it. Oh, thank you. Yubei Chen happily started to move his chopsticks. I'm hungry, I'll eat first. Then the two started eating. Seeing that Yubei Chen had swallowed the noodles, Shoei was happy secretly. He succeeded. Time passed by tick-tock, minute by minute, until Yubei Chen finished a bowl of noodles, but he still didn't see him having anything wrong. Shoei was confused and frowned. What's going on? Why hasn't the poison taken effect yet? I only saw Yubei Chen full of his stomach, feeling comfortable. I'm full. Suddenly, Zhong Ziwen passed by the noodle shop. UWU, so you're here. Yubei Chen turned to the fat boy Ziwen in surprise, announcing that this afternoon there will be a gathering in our dormitory. I was worried I couldn't find you. Yubei Chen wondered. Gathering? Ziwen replied. That's right, since you moved out, the other roommates must not have seen you yet, right? Yubei Chen also realized. That's right, let's meet the roommates on this occasion. Then he pushed the chair back and stood up. Yubei Chen followed Ziwen. Let's go, you take me there. Ziwen happily agreed. Okay, Shoei saw that Yubei Chen was about to leave and wanted to stop him. Hey, we haven't. But Yubei Chen frowned. His face was not good at all, but he tried to endure it. But everyone didn't know that his hand was bleeding, and it was also poisonous blood. He was filtering the poison out of his body. Yubei Chen endured and was secretly vigilant. Xioohe, this woman wanted to kill me as soon as we met. Let me see what she wants to do. Shoei scratched her head, looking at the backs of Yubei Chen and Ziwen leaving, still doubtful. What happened to the poison I poisoned Yubei Chen? The poison of mine had no effect at all. A moment later, Ziwen and Yubei Chen went to the restaurant. The two entered the room and saw 3 more friends hanging out there. Sorry to keep you waiting for so long. The two walked to the table. Ziwen introduced Yubei Chen to the others, introducing to you. This is the elusive roommate Yubei Chen. The other friends were all happy. I've always heard of your name, but this is the first time we've met. Please sit down. We all know each other. Yubei Chen thanked them and sat down on the chair. Suddenly, a burly man rushed in from the door. He kicked the door open aggressively. The other friends were startled and turned to the man, leading 3 other henchmen in. That guy shouted loudly, "This restaurant has been booked by us. You guys get out of here." Ziwen was surprised. Booked. The classmates all stood up angrily, disagreeing and arguing. Hey, we came first. Based on what are you guys chasing us away? That's right. It's too unreasonable, right? The man was angry and clenched his fist, then raised it high and shouted, "Dare to argue, do you want to die?" Immediately afterwards, he swung his fist down hard at a classmate who was closest, causing that friend to be caught off guard and immediately ate a painful punch to the face. The friend who was punched like that was also angry and wanted to fight back. The friend raised his fist. "Damn it, you dare to hit me." He punched hard at the man, but that guy dodged his blow. Then he quickly grabbed his wrist. He lifted his leg and kicked hard at the friend. "You're so weak. You want to hit me too? Get out." He was kicked back and shouted painfully. The other friends quickly came to support that friend. "Are you okay?" The tall man angrily ordered his henchman. I've run out of patience. You guys hurry up and chase them out." The others immediately followed the order. They prepared to step forward when they saw Yu Bei Chen coming in front of them. "Hey, you hit my roommate and still want to chase people away." The two guys showed off their muscles, subtly threatening, "Oh, this little brat still wants to dare to show his face. Deal with him. Kill him to warn others." Ziwan stepped forward to try to stop Yu Bei Chen. "Bei Chen, we should still go. We can't afford to offend these people." But Yu Bei Chen still insisted on staying. "Go. They haven't paid the medical bills yet." The big guy laughed loudly in a mocking tone. "You still want to ask for medical bills?" He turned his face black. "Then let me see if you have the life to risk. Kill him for me." The two immediately rushed to attack Yu Bei Chen. "Kill." Seeing those guys rushing towards him, he gently dodges their attacks. Yu Bei Chen reaches out and grabs the hand of one of them. He was too slow, making the man stunned for a moment. Then, Yu Bei Chen lifts him up and spins him around in the air. "Let me teach you what real fighting is." Immediately, he uses that guy to hit the remaining one, sending him flying. In the next second, Yu Bei Chen throws the guy into the wall, creating a large crack. The guy slammed into the wall, immediately lost consciousness, and broke a tooth. The leader was shocked and couldn't believe it. How is that possible?" John Ziwan asked in astonishment. "Bei Chen, are you a martial artist?" Another friend chimed in. "That's amazing. It feels like we're filming a movie." Yu Bei Chen walks up to the leader and smiles coldly. "So, can you pay for the medical bills now?" The leader was sweating cold sweat, but he was still stubborn and refused to give in. He pulls out his phone and dials a number. "Damn it. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're strong." "I'm a member of the Moving Mountain Gate." He frantically answers the phone and calls for help. "Hello, boss. I'm at the Chanshan Hotel. I'm being bullied. Please come and save me." Yu Bei Chen laughs mockingly. "Oh, you want to call for backup?" The guy angrily retorts. "If you have the guts, wait for my boss to arrive. He will definitely beat you to death." Yu Bei Chen replies, "The boss of the Moving Mountain Gate. All right, I want to see who it is." Half an hour later, old Jin barges in, roaring, "Ixing, who dares to bully the people of our Moving Mountain Gate here?" The other guy goes up to old Jin and bows slightly. "Boss, you've finally arrived." He points at Yu Bei Chen and complains, "It's him. He laid hands on the people of our Moving Mountain Gate." Old Jin looks in the direction he's pointing, then flinches. He stares blankly at his master, his face paling slightly. Yu Bei Chen speaks up, "You're their boss." Old Jin fearfully kneels down in front of Yu Bei Chen. "I apologize. I didn't expect them to cause trouble for you." The guy is immediately shocked to see his boss kneeling down before the person he despised. "Boss, what did you just call him, master?" John Ziwan is heavily shaken. "Dude, Bei Chen, you even have underlings, and a big shot, too." Old Jin gets up and calls the burly guy over. "Oxing, come here." The guy hesitantly approaches, confused. "Yes." Old Jin grabs his hand, puzzling him. He immediately punches the guy hard in the arm. "You must pay the price for offending the master." Immediately, the bones in his arm break in half, leaving his arm hanging limp. He cries out in pain, his face turning pale. Old Jin angrily frowns and yells, "Get lost now." The guy immediately panics, clutching his broken arm and quickly leaving. "Yes," Yu Bei Chen praises Old Jin. "Well done. You're definitely a man who gets things done." Old Jin thanks him. "Thank you for the praise, master." Yu Bei Chen asks, "Any new news from Wanbao Tower?" Old Jin replies, "Not yet, but I've investigated some information related to the Spirit Convergence formation." Yu Bei Chen is a little interested. "Oh, tell me about it." Old Jin recounts, "Initially, the Spirit Convergence sect was chasing a young man named Yu Wu. This young man has something they want. It seems to be a key." Yu Bei Chen remembers when he first met Yu, an ordinary person, at the foot of the mountain. He strokes his chin, doubtful. "A young man named Yu Wu, what a coincidence." Old Jin asks, "Master, are you acquainted with him?" Yu Bei Chen rubs his head, denying it. "No, I'm not. It's just a coincidence of names." Yu Bei Chen pats Old Jin on the shoulder. "All right, you can leave first." I want to continue my drinking party with my roommates. Old Jen replies, yes, afterwards. The party continues as usual. Ziwan raises his glass and says, Bei Chen, are you a descendant of a large family? Even the people of the moving mountain gate acknowledge you as their master. Yu Bei Chen replies, no, I'm just an ordinary person. He doesn't say much more. Yu Bei Chen happily raises his glass, cheers. After the party, it was several hours later, and the group all left the hotel. One of his friends even vomited because he drank too much. Ziwan burps and says, Bei Chen, it's getting late. We're going back to rest. Yu Bei Chen waves goodbye and walks ahead. All right, see you tomorrow. Afterwards, he walks alone through the empty streets back to his small rented room. This alcohol is really strong. It's making me dizzy. Yu Bei Chen happily walks along the road, not noticing Sun Xiaowei jumping out from above, holding a dagger and pointing the sharp blade at Yu Bei Chen to attack. Yu Bei Chen suddenly straightens up, slightly tilting his head back and yawning. Oh, I'm so sleepy. This causes Sun Xiaowei, who was about to stab him, to miss. Yu Bei Chen is surprised to see Xiaowei standing right in front of him. Sun Xiaowei. Sun Xiaowei hurriedly hides the dagger behind her back, awkwardly saying hello. Yu Bei Chen looks at Xiaowei with a slightly surprised expression. Am I seeing things? Aren't you at school? Why are you in front of me? Xiaowei is a little flustered. Oh, in her heart, she thinks, is this guy really drunk or pretending? Why do I feel like I'm being played? No, I have to find a way to deal with him. Let's try using a beauty trap. When he's mesmerized, I'll attack him by surprise. Zhua thinks and acts, going up to Yu Bei Chen and grabbing his arm. Yu Bei Chen is caught off guard and flustered. Son, what are you doing? Suddenly, Xiaowei confesses, I like you. Yu Bei Chen is even more surprised. He looks at her with a dazed expression. Huh, Yu Bei Chen asks, are you sure? Sun Xiaowei puts on an adorable and alluring look. Definitely, absolutely. Yu Bei Chen still doesn't fall for it and says, but the front of you is so flat. Aren't you a cross-dresser? Struck right in her weak spot, Sun Xiaowei's face darkens with embarrassment. What? How dare you insult me? Immediately, out of anger, she takes out the dagger and threatens, damn it, I'm not pretending anymore today. She immediately points the knife and charges forward. I want to kill you, Yu Bei Chen smirks. So fast, you couldn't hide it anymore. You're still too inexperienced. Instantly, Yu Bei Chen had diverted elsewhere. Sun Xiaowei stares in disbelief. Too fast? Yu Bei Chen moves extremely fast to hide to the side. You've put in a lot of effort, haven't you? Yu Bei Chen stops and flicks his hand, releasing a strong spiritual energy. Immediately, the attack strikes Sun Xiaowei head-on. She quickly blocks it with the dagger. Yu Bei Chen seizes the opportunity, goes to her, and kicks her hard. There's an opening. She immediately falls backwards, the knife falling from her hand. Sun Xiaowei is kicked hard into the wall. The sound of cracking wall can be heard. Yu Bei Chen goes in front of Sun Xiaowei and says, Who are you? Why were you hiding next to me? Sun Xiaowei is stunned. When did you find out I was hiding? Yu Bei Chen replies, From the moment you poisoned the noodles. Sun Xiaowei is shocked, her face paling. You knew all along. Yu Bei Chen points directly at Sun Xiaowei and questions, Of course. Before that, I was just cooperating with your act. Sun Xiaowei asks, What? What do you want? Yu Bei Chen grabs Sun Xiaowei's hand and lifts her up. I just want to know who sent you. Sun Xiaowei doesn't say a word. Don't even think about getting any information from me. Yu Bei Chen's face darkens, and he smiles sinisterly. Oh, is that so? Yu Bei Chen moves forward, wanting to resort to indecent means. He wants to pull Sun Xiaowei's clothes off. Then I won't be polite anymore. Sun Xiaowei is ashamed and grabs her clothes tightly. What do you want to do? Help. Yu Bei Chen puts on a vile voice. I'm not doing anything, just want to be intimate with you. Sun Xiaowei is scared and tears up, and gives in. I'll talk, okay. Yu Bei Chen releases her, frowning seriously. You only have one chance, speak quickly. Sun Xiaowei falls to the ground and has to confess. It's Meng Zhong. Yu Bei Chen is puzzled. Who is Meng Zhong? Sun Xiaowei replies, He's the boss behind the Longxing Corporation, and also one of the elders of the Spirit Convergence sect. Yu Bei Chen is surprised. Longxing Corporation, elder of the Spirit Convergence sect. Yu Bei Chen smirks. So, it's an old friend. Sun Shuai gets up and wants to leave. Can I leave now? Yu Bei Chen agrees. All right, but I hope you can pass a message to Meng Zhong, and also tell him to bring the people of the Spirit Convergence sect to the abandoned building near my school tomorrow. Sun Shuai looks at Yu Bei Chen, puzzled. What do you want to do? Yu Bei Chen indifferently replies, a fight. A challenge to the Spirit Convergence sect and the Longxing Corporation. The grudge between us should end. Sun Shuai is shocked and can't believe her ears. What, are you crazy? Yu Bei Chen disappears, not forgetting to leave Sun Shuai with a sentence. I'm not crazy. See you tomorrow. Sun Shuai looks at the space in front of her, speechless. Time passes. An hour later, Sun Shuai returns to the corporation. She gently opens the door and calls out, Boss. Meng Zhong, who was sitting on a chair reading a newspaper, stopped when he saw Sun Shuai enter and asked, You're back. How far along is the mission? Sun Shuai trembled, cold sweat pouring down her face. She stammered, I'm sorry, boss, I failed. He angrily crumpled the newspaper in his hand, questioning, You failed the mission, and you still have the nerve to come back. Sun Shuai looked distressed. I'm sorry, I came back because he wanted me to deliver a message to you. Meng Zhong gritted his teeth. What message? Sun Shuai was scared but still had to deliver the message exactly as Yu Bei Chen had said. He said he wants to declare war on you and the Bureau of Gathering Chair tomorrow. Come to the abandoned building near his school for a decisive battle to end the feud. Meng Zhong stood up in shock, questioning the feud. Sun Shuai continued. He said that the Bureau of Gathering Chair is always chasing him, and this matter must be ended. He was a little worried, thinking to himself, could this kid also have a feud with our Bureau of Gathering Chat? He thought for a while, then he took out his phone and dialed a few numbers. Meng Zhong held the phone up to his ear and listened. Hello, Great Elder, do you know someone named Yi Wu? The voice on the other end was a little agitated. Yi Wu. Are you talking about Yi Wu who is holding the key? Meng Zhong was shocked. What? He took the key. He hung up the phone and smiled contentedly. It's true that what you are looking for is always closer than you think. Meng Zhong made the decision to meet the challenge. Sun Shuai immediately obeyed. Understood. Yu Bei Chen returned to his rented room, and he began his cultivation work. He closed his eyes and began to absorb spiritual energy into his body. Tomorrow is a great battle. I must prepare well. After finishing, Yu Bei Chen opened his eyes, and as he raised his hand, a scroll of the Heavenly Thunder Sword manual flew out into the air. The scroll opened, and a few tiny figures jumped out from the pages and flew into Yu Bei Chen's body. He was currently comprehending the techniques in that scroll. Suddenly, a cyan thunder sword appeared behind Yu Bei Chen. He could feel the thunder energies on the sword. Yu Bei Chen opened his eyes and looked up at the sword. The sword technique is too overbearing. If this sword technique is combined with the thunder sword, then I can kill an ancient nascent soul monster. Outside, dark clouds suddenly gathered, accompanied by a burst of thunder and lightning striking down all around. Meng Zhong saw the unusual phenomenon and was immediately stunned. This heavenly phenomenon, who is cultivating? He marveled at this great power. Such power is probably even stronger than the old monsters in this city. This place is indeed full of dragons and hidden tigers. Early the next morning, the sun emerged from behind the layers of clouds, and a new day began. On the roof of a building, a few people were suddenly moving quickly forward and stopped at a building. The men in black waited there. Is this the place for the duel? Meng Zhong and Sun Shuai also arrived at the scene. Meng Zhong spoke to confirm, yes, it is here. The man glanced behind Meng Zhong. You are the elder of the Bureau of Gathering Chair. If you can take care of UWU, it can be considered a great achievement. Understand? Meng Zhong replied, rest assured, as long as I take action, you will definitely die. The man in black frowned and reminded, first, don't kill him. You must get the key in his hand. Meng Zhong replied, understood, understood. The man nodded. Go. Meng Zhong jumped down from the building and called Sun Shuai to follow. Zhua, you follow me. Zhua immediately followed. Yes, the three men on the roof observed the scene just now. The leading man spoke. To let Meng Zhong deal with this kind of kid is really beneficial for him. The other replied, yes, as long as Yi Wu arrives at the meeting point, he will surely die. The man turned around and ordered the other two, there is still time now, you guys go and set up the trap. Once there is an unexpected event, immediately activate the trap to hunt the prey. The two men obeyed and immediately went to prepare. Understood. The sun was shining brightly, and time passed by. The sun was about to reach its zenith. The man impatiently looked at the watch on his hand, wondering, it's almost noon now. Why hasn't he arrived yet? Could it be that he's standing us up? One of the men returned to report the situation. Boss, the trap has been set up. The man replied, good, continue to keep watch. The third person returned. Seeing that no one was there, he asked, where is Yi Wu? Why hasn't he arrived yet? The second person replied, he hasn't appeared yet. He must be scared. The leading man laughed contemptuously. I told you, how dare these kids fight with our Bureau of Gathering chat? It turns out they are just all talk. On the other side, Meng Zhong gritted his teeth, impatiently saying, he still hasn't come. Could it be that I've been deceived? But Sun Shao affirmed, boss, it's true that Yi Wu said he would duel. I'm not lying to you, Meng Zhong snorted coldly. Humph, just a big-mouthed kid. I overestimated him. Suddenly, Yu Bei Chen walked out calmly from the doorway. He spoke from behind Meng Zhong and Sun Shao. Who are you saying is just big-mouthed? Startling the two, Meng Zhong turned around and grunted. Sun Shao said, boss, he's here, over there. The men in black also saw Yu Bei Chen arrive. This kid is really not afraid of death. He actually dared to come. He's finally here. Yu Bei Chen stopped and confirmed, you are Meng Zhong. Meng Zhong still wanted to give Yu Bei Chen a way out. Kid, I admire your courage, but if you obediently hand over the key, then I will spare you a way to live. But Yu Bei Chen confidently retorted, it is I who challenged you. The ones who should be begging for forgiveness are you. Meng Zhong gritted his teeth at Yu Bei Chen's arrogance. Yu Bei Chen interrupted him. Also, I don't have what you call a key, but you have been chasing me so many times, so it should end now. Meng Zhong took out his broadsword. You're about to die, and you're still talking big. Do you think I'm a fool? Meng Zhong slashed the broadsword down, creating a large blade of energy that flew towards you. Baiken, let me see how long you can keep your mouth shut. Yu Bei Chen raised his hands, and his bare hands caught the force of the broadsword without any harm. Meng Zhong and Sun Shao were shocked. This guy blocked the blade with his bare hands. The man in black was equally surprised. I didn't expect this guy to have some ability. Immediately, Yu Bei Chen broke the force of the broadsword slash. Shards immediately flew out. The fragments all shot back towards Meng Zhong, with sharp fragments rushing towards him. He quickly knocked away a few fragments. Damn it, this kid is more powerful than I thought. But Sun Shao was not as lucky. She was hit by several fragments in her body and fell to the ground. Yu Bei Chen quickly moved behind Meng Zhong with the Cyan Thunder Sword in his hand, shocking him. Meng Zhong told the people of the Bureau of Gathering chair to come up together. Yu Bei Chen flicked his hand and slashed a sword at Meng Zhong. You alone are not strong enough. Meng Zhong quickly took the broadsword to block the sword force. From what moment did you? But before he could finish speaking, his broadsword was cut in half. The Cyan sword immediately slashed across his body. Yu Bei Chen continued to swing his hand and added another slash. I gave you a chance, but you didn't grasp it, so don't blame me for being impolite. 3 sword slashes hit Meng Zhong's body. He screamed in pain. In an instant, Meng Zhong fell straight to the ground as if completely defeated. He stared wide-eyed in disbelief. How can it be? Sun Shao ran to in front of Meng Zhong, only to see him lying unconscious there. She exclaimed in shock, Boss, Yu Bei Chen's face darkened as he looked at the scene before him. With such fighting power, and you dare to accept the challenge. You really don't know your own limitations. The men in black above were equally shocked. Their faces turned pale. This is impossible. Meng Zhong is actually dead. The man's face darkened, and he gritted his teeth. It's very clear that this kid is hiding his strength, and he's hiding a lot. The leader calmed down. It's okay. Activate the trap so that he will pay the price for his actions today. The other two men heard clearly, understood. Yu Bei Chen advanced towards Sun Shao, urgently asking, "Where are the other people from the Bureau of Gathering Chaff?" But Sun Shao fearfully stammered, You don't come over here." Yu Bei Chen sensed that something was wrong. Immediately, the spot where Yu Bei Chen was standing sank down like quicksand. Yu Bei Chen was surprised and looked down. The next second, Yu Bei Chen fell into the pit that was opened right where he was standing. He fell heavily to the ground, and dust rose up thickly. The man in black, seeing that his goal had been achieved, said, "This is the great prison formation. Those who have entered here have never survived. You're dead for sure." Yu Bei Chen slowly stood up and looked around. "Where is this? Did I enter a formation?" Yu Bei Chen frowned slightly. He was annoyed that the spirit gathering sect didn't dare to confront him directly and resorted to such despicable methods. Immediately, 3 large piles of sand appeared behind him. 3 giant sand monsters rose up while he wasn't paying attention. Yu Bei Chen felt something was wrong and turned around to see the sand monster roaring loudly, startling Yu Bei Chen. Yu Bei Chen quickly dodged the monster's attack. What the hell is that? Immediately after, even more sand monsters appeared, surrounding Yu Bei Chen, not giving him any gaps to escape. They roared loudly, but Yu Bei Chen slashed at them, creating a path. Yu Bei Chen quickly escaped the encirclement, trapping me in this place and using these monsters to kill me. Yu Bei Chen slashed hard at those monsters. How naive. Immediately, the slash blew off the monsters' heads. They roared. Yu Bei Chen landed on the ground. But this can't be the way. I have to get out quickly. But unexpectedly, the sand monsters began to grow new heads, 1 each. Yu Bei Chen was startled and surprised, immortal. They roared and rushed towards Yu Bei Chen. Yu Bei Chen glared, losing patience. "Then I'll cut you guys along with this space." Seeing the monsters jump off the ground and rush towards Yu Bei Chen raised his sword, first form of thunderclap sword style. He slashed hard at the monster. First sword opens heaven. The great slash sent the monsters flying away. The slash shot up high, piercing through the building, and the enormous spiritual energy shot into the sky, startling the man in black. What was that? The other two had their mouths wide open in shock. Our spatial formation was actually broken. Moreover, what was that sword energy? The sword energy continued to shoot up, piercing through layers and layers of white clouds. The sky was cut in half. Yu Bei Chen jumped out of the building along the path of the sword. The man in black saw it and couldn't believe it. How could this be? He actually escaped. Yu Bei Chen touched the ground. His face darkened as he glanced around. Sun Shao hid to the side, peeking at Yu Bei Chen. What is this guy's cultivation level? He's so strong that it makes people breathless. Yu Bei Chen closed his eyes, still maintaining his patience. Spirit gathering sect rats, let's see where you are hiding. He opened the eyes of heaven, observing the surroundings without leaving any corners. Immediately, Yu Bei Chen saw the 3 men in black. He was sure he had found them. The leader's face darkened, terrified. It's not good. It seems like he's discovered us. The other 2 were fierce. If we all go together, we can definitely defeat him. Boss, should we start a war with him? The leader gritted his teeth. This kid is extremely dangerous. We can't act rashly anymore. He turned around and ordered, "Go back first and recalculate." The 2 of them obeyed, understood. But as they prepared to slip away and return, Yu Bei Chen appeared right in front of them. "Where are you guys running?" The men were immediately startled and stopped. The leader's face turned pale. He gritted his teeth, worried. It's not good. Yu Bei Chen slowly took step after step. "Weren't you guys always looking for me? Why are you retreating now?" The man in black fearfully backed away. "What do you want?" Yu Bei Chen raised his sword, pointing it at them. "Kill you guys and end the feud." The man in black tried to stand firm. "Don't think that just because you killed Meng Zhong, we'll be afraid of you. The spirit gathering sect isn't as simple as you think." One of the 2 subordinates took out a saber and fiercely said, "Boss, this guy is too arrogant. We can't retreat anymore." "That's right. Kill him and bring his corpse back to the master to refine. Yu Bei Chen frowned slightly. Master. Immediately, the two men held their sabers and jumped up high, then rushed to kill him. One of them slashed down, creating a vortex. Yu Bei Chen blocked the attack. He used the thunder sword to block it. Yu Bei Chen smirked, a little disdainful. Not bad strength, but still not enough. While blocking one's attack, the other also arrived just in time, each with a saber in each hand. Both of them worked together and slashed hard at where Yu Bei Chen was standing. Don't be arrogant, but only to see that Yu Bei Chen was gone. Yu Bei Chen quickly retreated backwards, dodging the two of them. Yu Bei Chen's face darkened as he glanced at the two of them. Too weak, Yu Bei Chen stabbed his sword hard into the ground. Countless lightning bolts shot out. The lightning energy became thicker. Immediately, it gathered into a large lightning dragon. Cultivate properly down there. The dragon roared and lunged straight at the two of them, causing them to be caught off guard and only know how to cry out in pain. In the next second, the leader only saw the two corpses of his subordinates burned black like charcoal. He was terrified. What kind of power is this? Yu Bei Chen jumped up, raising his sword high. What are you still standing there blankly for? It's your turn. The man in black widened his eyes. Damn it, bullying people too much. He raised his hand, creating a vortex of spiritual energy. The vortex of spiritual energy became thicker and thicker. You don't think I'm afraid of you, do you? Go to hell. From the vortex, countless arrows shot straight at Yu Bei Chen. He was suddenly startled. Yu Bei Chen quickly shattered some of the spiritual energy to clear a path for himself. Yu Bei Chen smirked. Very good, you guys are more interesting than I thought. After he finished speaking, he immediately disappeared from the man in black's sight. He staggered, looking around in confusion. Where did he go? Damn it. Yu Bei Chen appeared right next to the man in black. Where are you looking? I'm over here. Yu Bei Chen swung his hand, and the sword immediately severed the man's arm. While he was still stunned, the man grabbed his arm, trembling and collapsing to his knees, crying out in pain. His face turned pale. Damn it, you actually dared to hurt me. The man in black, with his remaining arm, rummaged in his pocket and took out a pill. He originally didn't intend to swallow this Kyongkun pill to force himself to increase his cultivation, but he couldn't care about anything else now. Yu Bei Chen's face darkened as he sensed the changing aura. He immediately increased his cultivation. In an instant, his aura became stronger. He fired countless arrows of spiritual energy like a storm, rushing towards Yu Bei Chen, wind gathering. Yu Bei Chen didn't have time to react and was immediately surrounded by the storms. Yu Bei Chen gritted his teeth. I've been sucked in. I can't move. Yu Bei Chen tried to pull himself out of the storm, but no matter how he tried, he couldn't escape, seeing Yu Bei Chen in trouble. The man in black laughed loudly. Is that all you've got? I wasted my time worrying for nothing. Yu Bei Chen suddenly calmly said, Oh, you think you're good now? The man in black was surprised. You're not dead. Yu Bei Chen raised his sword and swung it. The sword strike shot out. You still don't understand that you're the one who has to die. The man in black didn't have time to run and widened his eyes as he watched the sword strike rush towards him. He was immediately slammed hard into the wall behind him. Fresh blood spurted from his mouth. He immediately fell down and died, without a trace of life left. After Yu Bei Chen resolved the last one, he closed his eyes and sighed. Yu Bei Chen turned towards the warm sunlight, looking into the distance. Spirit gathering sect, are these the only shrimps and crabs you have? It's really disappointing. Yu Bei Chen then left the building, walking away. The feud is over, so I should do the main thing now. Yu Bei Chen jumped from the rooftop of the tall building. Unexpectedly, Sun Xiao ran away with her head down. She shouted in panic, Help! Help! Seeing this, Yu Bei Chen was helpless. Hey, I didn't intend to kill you. Why are you shouting so loudly for? Yu Bei Chen went to kneel in front of Meng Zhong's corpse. Yu Bei Chen reached out and touched his forehead with his fingertips, which already had spiritual power. This person has information about the 100 treasure tower. I'll search his memories and see what I can find. Immediately after, he sat there for a while to search his memories for anything related to what he wanted. Time passed, and the sunlight shone down. At this time, in a dark place, on the ground was a large, bright red lake. On the surface of the lake were floating bubbles of water. Suddenly, a very familiar face appeared. It was Yiwu, a man. Then a man slowly emerged from the surface of the lake. His eyes were gloomy and indifferent as he said, "Yiwu, I've got you pinned down." Yibei Chen stood outside the building. He took out his phone and dialed a number. "Hello, Jin Dai. Where are you?" Jin Dai replied, "Master, I'm near your school." Yibei Chen said, "Come to the gate." Jin Dai agreed. Yes. Yibei Chen hung up. In Meng Jiang's memory, the information about the Myriad Treasure Tower is very vague. I have to investigate it myself. While he was thinking aimlessly, Yibei Chen suddenly heard a call from Jin Dai. He was running towards where Yibei Chen was standing. Jin Dai greeted him and asked, "What are your orders?" Yibei Chen took out a mask and a card from space. "Take these two things." Jin Dai was confused. "This is Yibei Chen's face mask and ID card." Jin Dai took it. "Okay, but whose ID card is this?" Yibei Chen explained, "He wears a mask to impersonate this person's identity and enter the Longxing group to investigate Wanbao Tower as quickly as possible." Jin Dai replied, "Okay, I understand." Yibei Chen ordered, "Okay, go to work. I'm going back to rest." Jin Dai accepted the order and disappeared. In the small apartment, Wu Ting had already set the dishes on the dining table. Yibei Chen appeared at the door and said softly, "I'm back." Wu Ting happily said, "Brother Yi, you're back just in time. Sit down and have dinner together." Yibei Chen went to sit down in a chair. He looked at the table full of food and became excited. "Wow, so much delicious food." Yibei Chen took a bowl full of rice and chopsticks and said, "Then I won't be polite." Yibei Chen bowed his head and ate heartily. Wu Ting smiled softly beside him. "Eat slowly, be careful of choking." While eating, the door was suddenly pushed open and Zhong Zhua shouted, "Yiwu," making him startled and almost choking on his food. Yiwu was surprised. "Miss Zhong, why are you here?" Wu Ting next to her was also puzzled. Zhong Zhua angrily walked up to Yiwu and questioned, "Well, you left my room," and ran to another woman's side. Zhong Zhua grabbed Yuwu's hand and dragged him away. "Go, follow me quickly." Yiwu was forced to go with Zhua. "Where are we going?" Zhong Zhua only said vaguely, "Go when I tell you to go. Don't talk too much." Yiwu had no choice but to follow. "Wait, I'm not full yet." Wu Ting looked at this scene and just sat there without saying anything. She also didn't understand what was happening. A moment later, Zhong Zhua led Yiwu to a large building in the city center. Yiwu wondered, "What are you bringing me here for?" Zhong Zhua replied, "Recently, I want to find a high-grade elixir that can open up the meridians." Zhong Zhua didn't give Yiwu a chance and just dragged Yiwu into the building. "Come with me and see." The two stood in the middle of the building, the central shopping mall, and could clearly hear the echoing shouts throughout the center. "Try it. Take a look. What's the newest medicinal material?" Yiwu followed Zhong Zhua and looked around. He thought to himself, "Today is a medicinal material exchange fair. Maybe I can find what I want." Yiwu rubbed his nose uncomfortably. "The smell is too mixed. I can't smell any medicinal materials." But suddenly a faint fragrance wafted over. Yiwu smelled it. Yiwu followed the fragrance. "What's this smell?" He came to a counter containing many medicinal materials. The strong fragrance emanated from the counter in front of him. Seeing Yiwu standing in front of the medicinal material counter in a daze, Zhong Zhua came over and asked, "What's wrong?" Yiwu reached out and picked up a sprig of flower. "This medicinal material is strange." Suddenly, the flower shone in Yuwu's hand, surprising him. Immediately, everything around him was a dark patch, as if he had been transported to another space. Yiwu looked around and his face darkened. "What's going on?" Immediately in front of Yiwu was a large red lake, on which a man was lying with red flower stamens stuck in his body. Yiwu was a little panicked. "This is the flower that is shining. It is absorbing the essence of the lake below. the man was lying motionless. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, sat up and roared. The flower naturally left his body and flew straight towards Yiwu. Yiwu didn't pay attention and was immediately stabbed by the flower. He cried out in pain and gritted his teeth to endure it. Suddenly, Zhong Zhua slapped Yiwu on the shoulder. "What's wrong with you?" Yiwu was startled and turned back to reality. Yiwu answered in confusion, "Nothing, nothing." He was puzzled by the scene just now. What was that just now? A memory space created by the blood flower. Yiwu looked at the flower in his hand and a strange feeling arose. Strange. Does this blood flower have a magical effect like resurrection? The salesman nearby asked, "Young man, do you want to buy this medicinal material?" Yiwu asked, "How much money?" Yiwu and Zhong Zhua went to the reception desk. Other buyers around were shocked to look at them. Who is this person? How dare he buy the blood-colored flower? People who bought it before all died unexpectedly. He's really brave. The salesman raised a finger to signal, "If you're not afraid of death, I'll sell it at the lowest price, 10 million. Yiwu took out his bank card and agreed to close the deal. Zhong Zhua wanted to stop Yiwu. "Wait, do you really want to buy it?" Yiwu affirmed firmly, "Of course, do I look like I'm joking?" The salesman immediately snatched Yiwu's card and handed it over. He quickly swiped the card, secretly rejoicing. "It's rare to meet an idiot. Good luck today." Zhong Zhua was angry, but couldn't do anything. What an idiot. You can't stop him even if you want to. The surrounding buyers also laughed and mocked. What an idiot who is not afraid of death. He must have a problem with his head. The shop owner on the other side shouted and promoted, "Look here, top-grade elixirs are on sale. Whoever comes first gets to buy them first." Hearing that there were top-grade elixirs, Zhong Zhua immediately turned her attention to the elixirs. What kind of elixir? The shop owner introduced, "The scripture-stealing blood can help ordinary people prolong their lives and help cultivators expand their meridians." Zhong Zhua ran to the medicinal material counter. "Great, I finally found what I wanted." Zhong Zhua's eyes lit up and asked, "Boss, how much is this?" The shop owner gave a sky-high price of 100 million. Zhong Zhua was startled and panicked. "What? So expensive?" The shop owner was a little annoyed and drove Zhua away. "If you can't afford it, don't disturb my business. Go play somewhere else." Zhong Zhua was angry. Yiwu came over, looked at the pills on the counter and sneered, "You dare to sell this low-grade elixir for 100 million. The surrounding buyers laughed at Yiwu again. "Oh, this idiot dares to comment on elixirs again? Interesting. Let me see what he wants to do." The shop owner angrily drove the two Yiwu away. "Get out. This place of mine doesn't welcome idiots." But Yiwu still insisted on his idea. "Boss, I'm not wrong. Yours is really a low-grade elixir." The man's face darkened. "Humph, as if you have a high-grade elixir." Yiwu confidently replied, "Actually, I don't, but I can refine it." Zhong Zhua next to her was amazed. "What? You can refine pills too?" The people around laughed mockingly. This guy is starting to brag. Refining pills is not something you can refine just by saying you can. Even cultivators are not sure they know how to refine pills. The shop owner's face darkened and his words were full of mockery. "You want to refine pills? I despise you. If you can refine pills, I will plant a banana tree and eat shit." Yiwu touched the large jar next to him. "Oh, that's what you said." The shop owner wondered, What do you want to do?" Yiwu immediately lifted the jar with one hand, shocking everyone around. "Oh, so strong, am I seeing things?" Then Yiwu took out some herbs and medicinal materials. He put all the herbs together in a pill furnace. "Now," Yiwu smiled slightly, "open your dog eyes and watch." Yiwu turned the furnace a few times and then tossed it high. This is what refining pills is. Immediately after, he used his spiritual power to release a large spark to burn the furnace. The shop owner looked at this scene in disbelief. You are a cultivator." A moment later, the fire went out, and it was also time to refine the elixir. The pill furnace immediately smoked heavily. Zhong Zhua was surprised. "It's smoking." Those people laughed non-stop as if they were watching a joke. "Ha ha, after working so long, it's not even as good as letting the pill furnace hiss. All those powerful operations were just a fool. The pill furnace suddenly popped open the lid and flew out, a pill that flew out shining and emitting a strong fragrance throughout the center. Those people who were watching the show were immediately surprised. Oh my God, this smell is too good. Could it really be a high-grade elixir? The shop owner looked at the pill and trembled non-stop. How could this be? He actually refined it. Yu reached out to take the pill and confidently showed it off in front of everyone. He turned to give the pill to Zhang Zhua. Here for you. Zhang Zhua was surprised and her eyes lit up. Really? Zhang Zhua took it and was overjoyed. I'm not dreaming, am I? You actually know how to refine pills, Yu replied. The medicinal materials here are all garbage. If you need anything later, just look for me. The people who were watching the excitement turned pale and regretted it. I thought he was an idiot, but it turns out I was the idiot. We are all idiots. Yu returned to remind the shop owner of his promise just now. Boss, you said you would plant a banana tree and eat shit. Can you eat it now? The shop owner immediately denied it. When did I say that? Don't spit blood. Yu glared at him, threatening him. Are you sure you never said that? He trembled, but still tried to deny it. I don't know. Yu's face darkened and he lost his patience. Kneel down. The shop owner felt the pressure and knelt down without hesitation. He was still trembling with fear, seeing himself kneeling down and his body not listening to him. The shop owner panicked. What's going on? Why did I kneel down myself? Yu pulled Zhang Zhua away. Miss Zhang, let's go. Zhua glanced behind her and said okay and followed. The shop owner couldn't swallow his anger. He stood up and took out his phone and tapped a few times. Damn it. You dared to publicly humiliate me? I absolutely can't let this go. He called someone and reported the situation. Guild leader, I've encountered a little trouble here. Leaving the shopping mall, Yu asked Zhang Zhua, Miss Zhang, what difficulties are you facing that require elixirs to resolve? Zhua recounted. Last time my father went to work outside the city. After returning, his body developed a problem that requires elixirs to activate his meridians for treatment. Yu wondered, oh, what kind of illness? Zhua replied, it's still unclear, very rare. While they were walking, suddenly there was a loud shout, stop. Yu turned in confusion towards the source of the voice. The shop owner from earlier was still in the shopping mall, but now he had run outside and brought a few burly men with him. Little brat, you dare make me lose face and then want to leave? No way, it's that easy. He immediately ordered the burly men behind him to beat him to a cripple for him. The others immediately rushed forward, but as they were about to attack, someone shouted loudly, stop. It was the president of the Traditional Chinese Medicine Association, Liu Xingchen, along with his black-suited bodyguards behind him. The shop owner quickly accused Yu, guild leader. He's the one I told you about. Before he could finish speaking, Liu Xingchen interrupted him. Our association needs talent, especially someone like him. The shop owner was immediately stunned and surprised. Liu Xingchen ignored the shop owner and went to Yu, reaching out his hand to make acquaintance. Young man, how about joining our Heavenly Star Association? But Yu just glanced at him indifferently, not interested. Liu Xingchen immediately felt embarrassed by the rejection. Yu then turned to leave. I don't have time. Don't block my way. Liu Xingchen's face darkened with anger. Little brat, you won't drink a toast, so you want to drink a penalty cup. Liu Xingchen was seething with murderous intent. Don't think we're afraid of you just because you're a cultivator. The association doesn't lack cultivators. I'm only interested in your alchemy skills. Yu wanted to take Zhang Zhua away from this place, still not accustomed to it and nonchalantly leaving a sentence. Don't shout and make noise, it's annoying. Liu Xingchen became even more enraged and gnashed his teeth. Damn it, given you face and you don't know what's good for you. Liu Xingchen shouted loudly, ordering the men behind the shop owner. What are you standing there for? Kill him for me. The muscular men obeyed. Yes, they quickly ran over and surrounded Yu and Zhang Zhua. Go die. Yu raised his hand and released spiritual energy into the sky. A group of troublesome countless lightning bolts struck around him, and several lightning bolts struck directly at those burly men, electrocuting them to death on the spot. Seeing the charred corpses in front of him, Liu Xingchen was stunned. How could this be? That was just testing him. He disdainfully put on a show of watching the fun. The good stuff is still behind. The two guards behind him immediately ran forward. The two men knelt down and placed their hands on the ground, channeling spiritual energy down. Immediately, both ice and fire erupted in front of Yu Wu and Zhong Zhua. Be careful, Yu Wu reassured. Don't be afraid. He took out his sword from the void, then slashed the sword down. With me here, no one can harm you. The sword slash immediately cut through the spiritual energy of the two men. The two guards immediately felt threatened. The sword energy is too strong. What kind of sword energy is this? Never seen before. The two men didn't see Yu Wu in front of them, but didn't expect that Yu Wu had moved behind them. One of the two sensed murderous intent behind him and immediately panicked. But before the two could dodge, Yu Wu swung his sword at them, killing them. Liu Xingchen was shocked and terrified. No way. Along and who are the strongest bodyguards of my association? How could they be dead? Yu Wu stopped his swordplay. Originally, I didn't want to make enemies with you, but you people are too overbearing. Then don't blame me for being impolite. Yu Wu swung his sword at those people, and immediately the sword slash struck heavily into Liu Xingchen's and the shop owner's hands, severing the arms of the two. Yu Wu glanced at the two of them and threatened, "Today, I'll spare you one life. If there's a next time, I'll kill without mercy." Liu Xingchen clutched his now severed arm and gnashed his teeth, trembling. "Damn you, who exactly are you?" Zhong Zhua stood aside and couldn't help but feel curious about Yu Wu. There are really many secrets on Yu's body. He is indeed not simple. Yu Wu stepped forward with Zhong Zhua and turned back. "What are you worried about? Let's go home." A moment later, Yu Wu and Zhong Zhua returned together to the Zhong family's villa. Yu Wu spoke up, reminding, "Your father's illness is so rare. I'm really very curious." Zhong Zhua asked, "Could it be that you also know medicine?" Yu Wu replied, "A little bit." Zhong Zhua stepped forward and opened the door wide, calling out, "Father, I'm back." But what caught her eye was a scene of several people lying and sitting haphazardly on the floor, as if they had just experienced something unusual. Yu Wu was startled and surprised. What happened? Zhong Zhua panicked and ran into the house, wanting to search for her father. Although she searched all over the house, she couldn't find the Zhong family head anywhere. She was even more frightened. Father, where are you? Father, don't scare me." Yu Wu immediately opened his heavenly eye to observe the surroundings. Before his eyes was a very strange stream of energy that was difficult to see with the naked eye. Yu Wu retracted his heavenly eye. "Strange. Why is there such pure spiritual energy here? There's something fishy." He guessed a bit, but didn't expect that in the corner of the room there was a man with his back turned. He suddenly startled and realized. He glared warily towards Yu Wu, who is spying on this old man. Yu Wu was shocked. This can't be. Yu Wu's face darkened and he gritted his teeth. Now it's 2,000 years later. Why are there still people like this? Zhong Zhua, standing nearby, didn't see the man and was confused with Yu Wu. "Classmate Yi, you have supernatural powers. Can you find my father?" Yu Wu replied, "There are clues." Zhong Zhua was immediately delighted. "Really?" Yu Wu wanted to lead Zhong Zhua along. "Follow me." Yu Wu picked up Zhong Zhua and then used lightness skill to take her to a place. Then both of them arrived at a cave entrance. Yu Wu landed in front of the cave entrance. "We're here," Zhong Zhua asked. "Where is this?" "Is my father inside?" Yu Wu confirmed. "Yes, the aura inside is exactly the same as your living room." "It must be here." Yu Wu led Zhong Zhua into the cave. Let's go in and see." The two of them went deep into the cave and saw the Jing family head in the middle of a small pool that was as red as blood. Seeing her father, Zhong Zhua became excited. "Dad," Yu Wu spoke up, "sure enough, it's here." Yu Wu asked Zhong Zhua, "Miss Zhong, does your father have any enemies?" Zhong Zhua replied, "My father has always valued harmony. He probably doesn't have any enemies. Yu Wu was a little confused. Then that's really strange. Who brought your father here? Zhong Zhua didn't care about anything else. She ran over, wanting to save her father from the pond. Let's put that aside, saving people is more important. But Yu Wu shouted, wanting to stop her. Wait. Immediately, several throwing knives shot straight towards Zhong Zhua. While she wasn't paying attention, Zhong Zhua startled and froze. Yu Wu luckily ran over to block in front of Zhong Zhua. He used a spiritual energy shield to block, but no matter how strong it was, the spiritual energy shield cracked a few lines. Those throwing knives aimed straight at the shield and stabbed into the armor, protecting Yu Wu and Zhong Zhua. The mysterious man secretly observed on the side, his face darkened. This child is indeed not ordinary, he frowned again, still need to probe further. Yu Wu observed the surroundings, clearly sensing the abnormality of the cave. The aura here is very strange, don't act rashly. Yu Wu used his spiritual energy to create a large lightning energy hand. Let me save him. He launched the large hand towards the Zhong family head, wanting to save him. But suddenly, the water surface moved abnormally. There were a few more figures rising out of the water surface. Yu Wu startled and sensed the danger. He rushed over, wanting to protect Zhong Zhua. Retreat quickly. Someone is watching us from behind. Demonic energy immediately shot straight into the stone wall behind Yu Wu. The two people fell down, luckily escaping an attack. Zhong Zhua was a little frightened. What is that monster? Yu Wu quickly stood up. He gritted his teeth. Damn it, I only came to save people. I didn't want to make enemies. Yu Wu then took out his thunder sword and prepared to fight. If people like to play, then I will play with them to the end. Yu Wu swung a sword and created a large thunder dragon. The dragon rushed straight into the lake, wanting to break it. The water surface was fierce. The dragon raised its head again and plunged into the lake again. The man sensed something unusual. As soon as he became alert, he looked up and was startled to see the thunder dragon rushing down at a rapid speed. The dragon rushed straight towards the man, but he calmly blocked the dragon with one hand. Interesting, you actually discovered me. At this time, Yu Wu was trying his best to pull the Zhong family head up to the ground. He reminded Zhong Zhua, Miss Zhong, please protect your father well. The one who kidnapped your father is not ordinary. The two quickly placed the Jing family head against the nearby stone wall. Yu Wu told her to take her father away first, but Zhong Zhua hesitated a bit. But Yu Wu insistently decided not to let Zhong Zhua stay. No buts, just go. Zhong Zhua had no choice but to listen and helped her father try to get out of the cave. Well, be careful. I'll wait for you outside. After seeing Zhong Zhua and her father disappear from sight, Yu Wu turned his face and glanced back, only to see the dragon rushing out of the lake, along with the man who jumped out as well. That man then used his spiritual energy to attack the dragon. Beast, with just one attack, the man destroyed the dragon. He turned black and shouted, "Get out of here!" Yu Wu was surprised by the familiar face. He remembered his previous memory of going into the illusion and seeing the man's appearance. Is that him? The man lowered his body to the ground. He said, "Little brat, we finally meet." Yu Wu's face darkened and he became alert. Who are you? The man angrily said, "You killed so many people from the Gathering Bureau, and you're still asking me who I am." Yu Wu felt even more confused. You're from the Gathering Bureau. The man was still angry. I worked so hard to establish the Gathering Bureau, but it was destroyed in your hands. Tell me, shouldn't I take revenge for this? Yu Wu pointed his sharp sword at him. You kidnapped Miss Zhong's father to target me. The man grinned. Very smart, but rest assured, I don't intend to take revenge yet. He waved his hand and touched Yu's sword. I just want to explore the secrets on your body. At this moment, he deliberately made himself bleed. His blood stuck to Yu's sword. Immediately, the fresh blood turned into sharp arrows aimed directly at Yu Wu. He was startled and surprised. Yu Wu quickly retreated, avoiding the arrows being fired. His face darkened and he gritted his teeth. Damn it, attacking without warning. Yu Wu took a step back and knelt on the ground. Seeing this, the man thought that he was waiting for an opportunity to escape, want to run, not so easy. Immediately, he controlled the arrows, changing direction and still targeting the same target. Several arrows aimed directly at Yu Wu and rushed towards him. Yu Wu coldly snorted. Who said I wanted to run? Yu Wu created a spiritual energy shield in front of him, blocking the arrows rushing towards him. The arrows pierced the shield, creating a clanging sound. Yu Wu lightly flicked his finger, controlling his weapon. The man was confused by this action, but suddenly discovered that the thunder sword was rushing towards him. Yu Wu affirmed, running away has never been my style. Immediately, the sword pierced the man, countless lightning bolts erupted. The sword pierced harder, slamming him towards the nearby stone wall, causing him to crash into the wall. Then, the sword left its position and flew towards Yu Wu, who was standing there. Yu Wu took the sword and coldly looked at the man in front of him. Yu Wu expressed his suspicion. The aura on your body is completely different from this era. Who exactly are you? He slowly stood up and said a name. Mysterious martial divine art. So you are from the Qingyun sect. Hearing the familiar name and the fact that he was recognized by the man, Yu Wu felt even more confused. You know my cultivation technique, the man laughed. Not only do I know it, he recalled the distant past. I also had a very close relationship with the Qingyun sect, he only said it vaguely. That sentence made Yu Wu curious. What do you mean? He stood up straight. You and I are the same kind of people, only the world sees us completely different. The man immediately rushed over to attack. Little brat. Yu Wu saw the man rushing over, intending to attack him. He immediately prepared to fight, but unexpectedly, he disappeared and left a sentence, see you later. Yu Wu looked around in confusion to see if the man was still there, but he couldn't find any clues. He's gone. Yu Wu felt extremely confused. Is this guy sick? Scared me to death. But Yu Wu suddenly realized, he doubted in his heart, wait, has he always been probing me? And what exactly did the words he just said mean? At this time, outside, the sun shone down on a large area of the sky. Zhongzihua sat anxiously next to her father and called, Dad, are you okay? Don't scare me. But she only saw the Jing family head sitting in the same position, not moving. Zhongzihua reached out to take his pulse. She immediately felt extremely panicked. Not good. His pulse has stopped. Zhongzihua made a decision. She took out several needles that she carried with her and prepared to treat her father. Time was running out and couldn't be prolonged any longer. Then, she inserted the needles into his pulse in his neck, but it still didn't work. Just at this moment, Yu Wu came out of the cave and appeared in front of Zhongzihua, asking about the situation. Zhong family head, Miss Zhong, is your father still not awake? Zhongzihua's face was pale and stiff. My father, he's about to die. Yu Wu went over and knelt down next to the Zhong family head. What exactly happened? Zhongzihua replied, I'm not sure. I just tried acupuncture, but it didn't work. Yu Wu observed the Jing family head for a while. He frowned slightly. There's only a little bit of life left. Now, even if a deity came, they wouldn't be able to save him. Zhongzihua painfully hugged her father. Dad, don't leave. Leave me alone. I'm so scared. Yu Wu stood up and then made a suggestion. Zhongzihua, I have a way to try. Maybe it can save your father. But Zhongzihua denied it. She was sure that with this situation, it would be difficult to save him. It's useless. My father's situation is no different from a dead person. Yu Wu then took out the flower he had just bought, the red flower, that no one dared to buy because of its bad luck. Try this. Zhongzihua was surprised. You're going to use this to save my father? Yu Wu replied. I bought this at a high price. Yu Wu brought the flower to Zhong family head's chest. Maybe it will work. Seeing Yu Wu's action, Zhongzihua wanted to stop him. Wait a minute, Zhongzihua angrily questioned. Are you crazy? This flower is a bad luck charm. Suddenly, the flower lit up, and a red petal fell down. Zhongzihua wanted to rush over to Yu Wu and make him take the flower down. You used it on my father. That's a kind of curse. Take the flower back. But unexpectedly, John family head frowned, making a movement. Seeing a slight sound, Zhong Zhua suddenly turned around and called her father once. Zhong family head suddenly woke up and opened his eyes wide. It seemed like he had escaped a disaster. Zhong family head looked at his daughter in front of him and called, Xiaoai. Then, he looked around, showing a confused expression. Where is this? Why am I here? Zhong Zhua excitedly hugged her father tightly. Dad, you're awake. Yiwu looked at the flower in his hand suspiciously. This kind of flower is really magical. However, it seems that every time it saves someone, it will drop a petal. If all the petals fall off, does that mean they will die completely? Yiwu took his eyes off the flower and looked up at the Jinghua. Zhong Zhua stood up, brushed off the dust, and slightly bowed her head, saying, Sorry, classmate Yi, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you just now. I apologize. Then, Zhong Zhua suddenly stepped forward and kissed Yiwu on the cheek as a thank you. Yiwu blushed in surprise at this sudden kiss. That night, returning to the Jing family residence, Yiwu chose a tree and sat down, thinking about this morning's scene, and his heart was full of confusion. Miss Zhong is really? Then he remembered that intimate kiss, and his cheeks flushed red, making people a little caught off guard. While he was thinking, he heard the sound of high heels coming. Zhong Zhua saw Yiwu sitting there and said, Classmate Zhong, I scared you earlier, right? Which made Yiwu startled. Yiwu turned his head and awkwardly replied, WHAT. No, Zhong Zhua smiled lightly. Don't mind too much. I was just too happy, that's it. Yiwu gave an embarrassed smile, dispelling the awkward atmosphere. I know. He was so engrossed in talking that he didn't realize someone had appeared behind him. Yiwu immediately became alert. He turned his head back and looked. Who? Jin Dio naturally appeared in front of him and said, Master, it's me. I have something important to report. Zhong Zhua was startled by Jin Dio's sudden appearance. Master. Jin Dio reported the situation. I used your identity card to find a secret place. Perhaps that is Wanda building. Yiwu was surprised. Really? Jin Dio affirmed. Definitely true. Yiwu was much more excited. Great. Finally, there's some reliable information. Yiwu turned to Zhong Zhua and said, Miss Zhong, I have something important to deal with. I'll go first. Zhong Zhua happily agreed. Okay, go ahead. Then, Yiwu and Jin Dio immediately left. Zhong Zhua watched the two leave. She felt Yiwu was even more mysterious. There are so many secrets on fellow Daoist Yi. 3 hours later, in a desolate land with layers of mountains, Yiwu and Jin Dio arrived at an ancient tomb. Yiwu asked, Is this the clue you were talking about? Jin Dio replied, That's right. Jin Dio said, Master, look carefully. Isn't this altar exactly the same as the Longsing altar? Yiwu stepped forward, stepping up the steps. You said it. It is indeed similar. Jin Dio also followed behind Yiwu. I've investigated. The pearl you took away at the beginning might be able to connect to the altar. Or why don't you take out the pearl and try it? Yiwu was surprised. Oh really? He took out the pearl from his space. He circulated his energy. All right, let me try. The pearl immediately lit up. It flew into the air, shining down on the ancient tomb. A large amount of air was released, but suddenly the ground shook. Jin Dio cried out in alarm, Master, be careful. Right under Yiwu's feet, a large crack appeared, and Yiwu fell straight down into the deep pit. A few seconds later, both Yiwu disappeared. The entire space returned to the silence as before, even hearing the birds singing on the branches. Surprisingly, that man appeared nearby. He was holding Yiwu's pearl in his hand. Kid, there are so many secrets on your body. Yiwu and Jin Dio both fell from the sky. The two landed successfully right in front of a large gate. Yiwu turned his head and saw an unfamiliar place. In front of them was a closed gate. Where is this? Inside was an artificial lake and fake rocks, creating a poetic and ancient scene. Suddenly, people dressed from ancient times appeared in front of Yiwu and Jin Dio. They didn't seem to see the two strangers behind them, but were gossiping with each other. Have you heard? The elder has ordered us to close the door and not go out. That's right, something big is about to happen. Jin Dio was surprised. Master, what's going on? Yu reminded him, "Be careful, there's something strange here." Suddenly, the moon in the sky shone brighter than usual. Yu immediately noticed the bright moon. Jindai was confused. "What is that?" Suddenly, the moonlight shone down more intensely. Yu realized something was wrong, not good. He grabbed Jindai and reminded, "Lie down quickly." Both of them hugged their heads and lay on the ground. Jindai felt that things were not simple. "Master, what exactly happened?" Yu suddenly looked up and saw the scene in front of him. "What?" He stood up. In front of him was the chaotic scene of the strange small mountain village just now. What just happened? Jindai was still confused. "Master, did we encounter a ghost?" Yu glared at him. "Don't talk nonsense. I guess the scene just now was a remnant of an obsession. All of them are illusions. What we are seeing now is real." Jindai understood, so that's how it is. But Yu was still wondering one thing, not quite right. Why do I feel like someone is staring at us? But what the two of them didn't expect was that a beast was growling in front of them, causing them to be startled and discover it.